Cool. Hope everyone's doing well. Hope you're all having a good day. We're going to be starting the round of 12 today. We're also going to have a couple of round of 8 matches. The order is on Wikipedia, but it's going to go something like this. MaxPax versus Ryung, and then the winner versus Classic are going to be our opening 2 matches of the day. We're then going to go into Zoun versus Yakov, Rainor versus ByuN versus Lambo, then the winner of ByuN versus Lambo versus Clem is going to be our match order. So 6 best of 5s today. It's a big day, lots to get through. We're going to be starting very shortly here, so we're just waiting for some vetoes and so. Today the first map is predetermined because of the fact that it's been played so little. Talisman will be a forced map 1 in the round of 12 matches. So Talisman will be forced map 1 for the round of 12, and then we'll go from there. Also, I'm just going to go see what Ellie's barking at. Give me 1 second. All right, so get rolling. We're just gonna get the maps picked out, guys, so we can get this all set up. Ryung has just jumped out. I think he's jumped out so you can look at the maps in game. So we'll just take a couple moments. We'll just get all the maps picked, and then we'll go from there, guys. So thank you for a little bit of patience with us as we just get underway. Like I said, it's always chaotic at the start, right? It's never easy at the start of a day, is it? What else do I want to throw in? Alrighty. Waiting for MaxPax to pick a map number 2, guys. We'll get this underway in a few moments, so getting this set should be ready shortly. Just getting some of my stuff ready on my side as well, so it's set. Yo! Tapping back into Twitch to see the 5 gifted subs from Fly Aiken. How you doing? Thank you so much for gifting 5 out to Vorsmith, Vortex, G's Chow 100. Oh, I've murdered that one. I really have. Kut TV and Zeta 42. I am not doing great in terms of not doing great in terms of getting us started and doing names on Twitch either. Apparently, Twitch names are not a strong start for me today, but that's okay. Perfect. We've got all of our maps picked. And we'll get that ready to go. Perfecto. Alrighty. We're going to get the players readied up. I think they've readied up a couple of times already at this point. I think we've got everyone in game that I can see online at the very least. And we're going to go and start into Talisman for our opening game of the day. So it is going to be Talisman forced for all of the round of 12 map 1s. So anytime you see map 1 of a round of 12 map, that map is it's the only time in the tournament we're not going to give it a veto. So yes, because we just have to get it played more than it has been. It's been a very difficult map to get played. As such, we're going to get played 4 times guaranteed today. We're not going to force it any more than that. I'm not going to force it in the round of 8, round of 4, or finals. If it gets played 6 times from there, I'm very happy for them to just kind of go ahead and do their thing. As we get GLHFs called, and we're going to open up on Talisman for our opening map of the day. We'll get this ready to roll. So, bottom left-hand side, we're going to kick things off with the blue Protoss player MaxPax. In the top right, our red Terran is going to be Ryung. StarCraft. Oh, lovely. That's just what we want to see, isn't it? I've had Ellie to the groomers this morning, and there's been dogs barking and all sorts. Happy to sit down and settle us into some Protoss versus Terran. Best of 5s on these TLMC 21 maps. Thank you for joining us early. Obviously, 6 great best of 5s today. We've got great matches all day long, I would say. It's going to be a fun one. And starting off with MaxPax Ryung series, which probably is one which a lot of people see as maybe one of the more one-sided matchups in the round of 12. Ryung is going to be an underdog here. We'll see what he can do. Obviously, we are playing on the hot-fixed version of the game that is live, so Storm is a little bit worse than it was before. We'll see if that has an impact today on the build choices, or if we even get to stages of the game where that really matters. So, yeah, we shall see over these next few moments how it all goes, and kind of the approach as well. We're starting on Talisman, so this is one of the weirder maps, arguably, in the map pool. There's a half blue gold base out the front, and there's a half blue gold base further into the middle of the map as well. So there's definitely some interesting expansions that you can see on this map, and we have seen those blue gold bases being used. Like, players have gotten to them, people are putting themselves in positions where those maps are being, where those bases are being utilized and everything. So expecting that to be a factor here as we get ready to rumble. Why a Marine instead of a Reaper? I mean, a lot of the time if you go Marine, you may be just saying that you're not too bothered about what you're going to scout, or you don't feel like you're going to scout anything too different. So then the Marine means you're 50 gas better off, so your factory hits a bit sooner, so maybe it gives you a bit of an earlier timing when it comes to some of the harassment, and you'd rather just... It's kind of a greedy play, right? You're saying, I'd rather save 50 gas and get to Hellions more quickly, or Starport, or Reactor more quickly, than having guaranteed information with the Reaper, or more close to guaranteed, or better information with the Reaper. So... that's one of those little builds you can go for, which is... it's like a nice addition, right? Because it changes the timing of things as well, right? It shifts the defensive timings from MaxPax, so even just mixing this into a best of 5, it's one of those things where if you mix this into a best of 5, it just keeps each game kind of flowing a bit differently from the very first few moments. Like, you never really settle in on the timings. You know, it's not like next game MaxPax is going to be like, yeah, okay, these units are going to be ready at this point. I mean, he will know probably what the normal timing is. But it's not like you can set that up and all the rest. And in this case, it looks like he's aiming for, a nice fast proxy starport. Now, I imagine that was actually meant to be a medevac, but it's actually going to be a Liberator, and I imagine that's because we're currently struggling to get the Hellions across the map. And if we can't get the Hellions across the map, then yes, there's not really much point of building a medevac over on that side. So, I think this is just Ryung responding to what he's seen from MaxPax and going to go Liberator instead, because I can't imagine a Liberator proxy was the immediate thing on his mind when that starport came down on the other side. Now the Hellions are going to start moving over, and if the Liberator can take some attention to the main base, perhaps there is still opportunity for the Hellions to hit the natural and find some damage there. As we get this up and rolling. We've got the Marines coming about, this robo facility coming through. We add on the barracks, and we get that settled in for just a couple moments right now. The orbital command coming up, the siege tank on the way in, and we have the Liberator arriving, but 3 Stalkers in position immediately. Like, MaxPax is so well prepared for this. That Liberator gets deflected immediately. The Adepts start to crowd around and look to block up these Hellions, which are going to come through for a couple of workers, make it 3, looking for more, and hey, this is going to be work. Hitting the Adepts is a shame. That's some lost firepower onto the probes. That could have maybe been more damage. 5 workers is okay. Obviously, I mean, we lost 2 of the Hellions. The Liberator is still alive, even if it's not been that effective just yet. We still have 2 Hellions alive as well. MaxPax immediately goes on the map and says, well, hey, you're building a lot of harassing units. What about making sure you actually have enough to play defense at home still? And that's not a bad question to ask. If Ryung does not have enough defensively, then there is, a very serious problem brewing in the near future. So it really is not a bad question to be asking. Siege tank is here, though. The bunker gets delayed for a couple of seconds. It's fine. I love the Hellions getting back in. They're going to get 2 more probes, I think. Oh, missed target fires. Okay, he's going to get 2. Does he get to 3? He does get to 3 as the Warpins come on the other side. So MaxPax wants to commit to this. He wants to break that bunker, that siege tank down. New tank coming down the ramp is going to try and run away. It's going to get shot at, though, and I think that might just be defense broken for Ryung. That tank not being ready. and moments away from being ready as well. If that tank is siege when MaxPax blinks in, it's such a different affair. When these fights happen, it's so much about just one extra shot here and there can make the difference. One tank sieged up on that high ground would have been huge. If ByuN could have just bought a few more seconds, a little bit more time. You can see how low HP some of those Stalkers of MaxPax are, so you can see how close it has been. As now Stimpack under fire and Ryung in some trouble. Stimpack will be denied. The tank will siege up. The Zealot will take a few more shots as well. And the Depot will have a few more hits coming in. Also, the Stalkers on the top side taking some damage. And now we see Stalkers on the natural expansion going to walk in and go after a few SCVs. Also, the Marines will stand there and fight. A lot of Stalkers going down. Siege tank being killed. It's going to be seeing 4 SCVs killed so far. The couple Stalkers blink out down the ramp and into the middle of the map here. And yeah, the couple Stalkers continue to go after some Marines. Now turning on to SCVs. 7 workers going down. Stalkers into the main base. Going to go straight toward the siege tanks. And we're going to go and try and pick this one off already. Those few Marines get right over to the edge. Hit that Stalker. Got ourselves, what, 10 SCVs killed at the moment. Prism sets up a warp in. The SCVs, the Viking, the Marines all stepping forward at the moment. And we do see the Viking already hitting the Prism. Stalkers continue to blink backward. Going to get charge started up here on the side of MaxPax. Add a couple probes, add on the Nexus. Prism going to settle just out the front and continue to settle down, join together there for a few moments as the few Marines pull back over. The Vikings will come through too. The Stimpack still on the way. Add on those extra Marines and a tech lab. Yeah, we continue to get those Vikings up and rolling as the Stalkers blink back into the main base. Viking here going to get shot at. It's going to go down. The Prism going to be there as the Stalkers take a chance to go and try and trade with these few Marines, just looking for a little bit of value, a little bit of damage here for the moment. If we can find anything, then brilliant. Storm is building, charges coming through. We just have ourselves the Stimpack about halfway done. Nice little scan and gets a grab. MaxPax has so few units right now, man. Like, he lost a lot more Stalkers than I really realized throughout this, and Ryung is actually going to have an opportunity to perhaps get across the map and make something happen still. So, opportunity actually arriving. And like I said, that's a little bit crazy considering the initial expectations of how this was going to go. Here we go, Marine tank moving onto the map. Storm halfway done. 20 to 50 army supply. We've got a high tempo already set. That's important. Actually having the energy preemptively ready here is going to go a long way to making this work. The SCVs are pulling. I think that's the absolutely correct call. The biggest issue right now is Storm. Can Storms buy you enough time? In theory, the new version of Storm should be very good at buying you time from this army running up the ramp. It's not going to be as good out in this open field. And that is where we're setting up to maybe fight initially. Ryung does not press that stim button just yet. He's not going to overcommit to this moment. He sends a few Marines forward looking for the High Templar. Going to try and zone this out. The SCVs will be there. Zealot goes down. MaxPax, anything you do to buy time is going to be your best friend at the moment. Tanks trying to siege up. That storm comes down. They should be avoidable. Nice dodge on the second storm. The first storm, don't run back into it as well. Remember, they last a long time now. 6 seconds. Few Zealots around the center going to try and pick off reinforcements. I don't think Ryung is going quickly enough. I don't think he's finding enough soon enough here. And the only thing I will say is obviously we've gotten rid of a couple of, we've gotten rid of some of the storms already. So maybe this next wave, storms are going to be difficult to come by. And then maybe we can just have enough tanks in the bunker set up here. We're going to go right now as MaxPax. Man, a lot of these Marines are low HP already. We're moving forward. High Templars get target fired. There's just so many Zealots. It's not going to happen. When Ryung started to move out for this, the army supply difference was so big, but he had to go. And he did not have the confidence to just put down the gas pedal, put down the accelerator and never let up. He kind of paused and stumbled a little bit and thought about it, and you just can't stop and think about it here in moments like that. I think this is one of those moments where you are meant to just go, and really try and make it happen. Obviously, that is not how it came. Oh, well, that's not how it turned out, and MaxPax will be the opening map winner as we go for Missing You Today on map number 2. Perfect, yeah, we'll get that underway. and get this started off. West. Alright, well, I mean, Ryung had a chance in the end, like I say. I mean, I did feel like he had an army that was potentially able to get something done here. As we get our game 2 set up in a couple moments. Get everyone into the lobby. We'll get this started. Ready up from Ryung, waiting for MaxPax to join us as well. Yeah, we should be able to just kind of pretty smoothly move into a second game here. For the most part, obviously, just look to keep the games going today, guys. 6 best of 5s obviously has that potential to be kind of hefty day, so we don't want to have too much downtime in between if avoidable. We're going to try and keep, like I say, the games rolling. I think we're going to have some fun games today. I look at this bracket. I mean, obviously, ByuN Lambo, winner versus Clem. I think that's always going to be a lot of fun. You know, you look down, Rainor versus Cure. It looks like a lot of fun as well. The winner of that plays Hero, though not today. That will be one of our opening matches tomorrow. That sounds like a banger as well. Yeah, I mean, the bracket just looks like fun all over the place. So I'm really happy how the bracket turned out. Super excited to bring this to you over this weekend. And then, yeah, round out this competition. That's been, you know, 5th day in a row of this. It's been, honestly, such good games all week long. I've been a little scared that the playoffs are going to, like, fizzle out because we've had such good group stage games all the way throughout the last, you know, the last week. So I've been a little bit afraid that, yeah, we might have a little bit of a fizzle when it gets to the playoffs, but we'll see. Like I say, obviously there's going to be a couple of matches in these playoffs where you're going to have like a MaxPax versus a Ryung. From the very get-go, it seems very unlikely that Ryung can pull off a win here, but, you know, like I say, he gave himself a chance in this last game. He already had an opportunity at the very least that was not a guarantee, so let's see what happens. Any Zerg players? Yes, we have 3 Zerg players in the top 12, so Rainor will play Q later on. Before that, we're going to have Yakov versus Zoun. And our second last match of the day will be Lambo versus ByuN. And there's a potential for those guys to obviously win and play another series too, although Yakov and Rainor would not play a second series today. Lambo, if he beats ByuN, would play Clem today. So that is all coming as we get ourselves into Missing You Today for map number 2. So this is where the vetoes kind of began and where the player picks started. Like I say, Talisman is a forced map 1 in the round of 12 today. So all the round of 12 matches will begin with Talisman, and then we'll go into the vetoes. Players are given 6 maps, they each veto 1, and then they pick from the remaining 4 to give us maps 2, 3, 4, and 5 of the series. What's up, StarCraft 20? Thank you so much. Coming in with a Prime sub for 14 months. Appreciate you. Thank you very much for the Prime. Thank you for supporting the channel. Get into this game. Got the indie camera on. Take advantage of the fact that it's going to be so nice for me today. All week long I've been, you know, multi-adminning, doing the games on the second screen, getting vetoes sorted. It's obviously a little bit more complicated than usual as well because it's different vetoes, it's different maps. You know, we've had to host those games at the same time, especially because it's different maps. I've been making sure it's the right version and everything. So today is finally a very calm day for me where I get a veto done for a series and we just get to sit down and watch the series together. You know, we just get to have some fun. And that's not really been the case for the last 4 days. So it's going to be nice and chill. Can put a bit more focus on the games as well, which is nice. The last 4 days have been a pretty kind of brain busy kind of set of streams for the aforementioned reasons. Actually, going to play Swapsies onto the reactor, and Barracks will move out the way. A couple of Hellions coming up. Starport not in sight just yet because we're building a Barracks number 2. So Ryung, it'll get a little bit funky with the build. Engineering Bay block forces are now out of position expansion from MaxPax. And MaxPax will opt to just go for the Twilight Council. So his choice of what to go into is very regular and expected just for the moment. Hellions get down that ramp. Depth will fire. Stalker building, Warp Gate building, Twilight Council on the way. Looking good for the moment. Those 2 Hellions all the way down the bottom. Adept already going to fire up. Couple Hellions take some damage. Tank and the Marines coming through as well. Continue up with this right now as just have those Hellions continue to move around in the center of the map currently. Well, Stalker's going to hit. The Hellion's going to take some damage to get into that mineral line. Well, Probe's going to begin to go down already, so a little bit of damage right off the bat. 2, 3 workers, 4 workers going down. That's not bad for just a little Hellion run by. 4 workers early, some good damage at first. If that second racks up early, we're going to see 3 Marines at once. Already sending a medevac across. Obviously, most notably, the lack of a command center, right? So Ryung is set up to play the one base. As the robo facility comes down, I wonder, does MaxPax just instantly go into the Immortal and just try and get as much defense going as possible? We find out very shortly what his plan is. That medevac, as I say, approaching the other side. 4 Marines in this siege tank are going to be unloading and coming straight through. And other units are going to start pushing out the map. That adept goes down. Not going to want to kind of siege the tank here. You kind of want to just leave it in kind of DPS mode. Stalkers get onto the medevac, and that's when we decide to leave. And that's beautiful. 6 more probes, pro pull as well, so lost mining time. We're about to have blink, but man, MaxPax has been bullied early. He's not been able to get onto the map because he's obviously been busy dealing with the main base drop as well. So Ryung has had a very good start here in this game too. It's been a great opener. Can he continue this with a very solid push now? Gets 1 Stalker super quickly, and I tell you what, some of these Stalkers are in some weird places. Ryung's going to end up pushing, funnily enough, up this ramp, and then kind of be playing down to the low ground. That pylon's actually kind of nice. It's tanking some damage at the moment. Robo facility is on that low ground. That's where the Immortal will spawn. You can see some Stalkers already looking to get around the sides and look to pick off reinforcements as MaxPax realizes the need to try and cut into this position as best as possible. Just going to go for the Stalkers for the tank straight away. Just going to commit to this. The Immortal is far away and hitting SCVs. We will get rid of the tanks. Reinforcements showing up. Does he need to siege that tank? Not sure if he does. I think he can push it forward and put pressure onto what is the natural expansion, essentially, on this 3rd base location. The first expand of the game from MaxPax. Looks as though it's in some trouble. Those probes not going to go down because the Immortal was the target, but the robo facility is obviously now exposed. That's going to be a kill. I think it's fair to say that Ryung sets himself up into a great spot here in this game number 2. Really digging himself into a position that's going to be very difficult to remove him from. Stalkers come across. Siege tank will go down. I'm just going to see those couple of Stalkers still pinging. The Viking taking some damage. A couple more Stalkers still coming up as well. I mean, that was nice, shutting off a couple of the reinforcements here already. Great start, great little addition, but there is a lot more work to be done realistically right now. Marine tank Viking coming through. The couple of Marines are going to be right there. Going to have the Immortal getting caught, though. That goes down. There's just not enough, and Ryung is going to get it done with the 1 baser as well. Does not throw down the expansion, gets the trades necessary, and it is going to be the 1-0 to 1-1 scoreline, meaning that we're all tied up, and Ryung takes himself to a tied-up series. MaxPax has not been super comfortable on these new maps. You know, a group stage where he goes 2-2 in the groups is obviously not MaxPax-esque, simply because we think of MaxPax as this player who is typically going to be just doing better than that, right? Always kind of looking great and looking good. We're going to play Celestial Enclave here as our next game, guys. So Celestial Enclave coming up. We'll get into this one in a moment. Thanks for joining us early. We already got 150 on the YouTube, 500 on Twitch. Great to see you guys. Glad you're here to join some StarCraft 2 with us. And as we throw lobby links down, and Game 3 is upon us very, very soon. I'm going to get confused at one point. Hero's streaming right now and joining to watch the games. So there's going to be a point where I put Hero into like the player spot and I'm ready, and they're going to be like, wrong player, and I'm going to be like, ah! My brain just sees like a pro player in the player spot. It's like, yep, that's the correct pro. But they're ready. They're going to be good to play. Hero's not actually playing today. Hero's streaming. I mean, he told me he was streaming. So if not, he lied to me. I imagine he might stream on YouTube. I actually don't know. But he said he was. That was good enough for me to let him in the game to watch a little bit, so. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, he said he was streaming. Maybe he's just here to steal some replays. Dun 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 drama. Actually pretty okay with the pros joining if they're streaming and they want to, you know, broadcast the games and give that insight and stuff, so. Could also have just been miscommunication. That's also a fair possibility, to be honest. Alright. We are going into game number 3 of this best of 5 in the top right-hand corner. This is going to be our Blue Protoss player MaxPax, and he's now lost a game. Here against Ryung, the Red Terran in the bottom left. Celestial Enclave is such an interesting map. You've got this in-base expansion, but it's only 5 patches, 1 gas, so it's not as good as a normal base. The only access point to this is this here, which is a worker-only pathway. So workers can move in and out here to scout this, but that's pretty much it. Obviously, you can blink across that space, but it is otherwise a very safe base to take, at the cost of it not actually being a full base. So if you expand there, you're not going to reap the full benefits of it. I wonder if there's some builds where you could be like kind of greedy into like a 1.5 base economy, and then just hit some really good like 1.5 base eco timings, right? Where you just play super greedy because it's safe to get to 2 bases kind of greedily, and then you just go, go, go. My only concern with that is you're going to be attacking up a ramp here into the typical natural of your opponent. And if your opponent says that you're just on 1.5, they might even give up that low ground and just expand here, and then you're having to push up this ramp, which seems quite difficult to do as well. So I wonder if there's just a lack of options there to kind of maybe really make something like that work out. Yeah, a couple of fun ideas to think on, if nothing else. This map got videoed a lot on day 1, but it really has. It's been played a good few times since then. It's actually become not a difficult map to get into the series. You know, I always talk about this in the TLMCs, but obviously it's my job to try and get these maps played evenly. So, you know, I'm trying to put the less popular maps in more kind of map pools and videos and stuff. So, yeah. Actually coming through, Command Center is coming online. The SCV coming up as well. So just getting that all settled in for a few moments. The Warp Gate coming up. Adept coming through. And we're going to start shading about and just seeing where we can get to. And what our choices are going to be here through the early stages. Flight Council is building by. And yeah, Command Center coming up. Starport on the way. We're actually going to move over to the Tech Lab. And the barracks will land nearby as well. Obviously, very safe opening from Ryung with that high ground CC. He will look to push that to the low ground shortly. Put that in position and get this set to go. The Adept just poking up to look for some info. Blink on the way. Okay, coming through. As the Adept just pulls to the high ground. Okay, just setting up the Warp Gate, about to finish. Do you have that blink coming through? Still got the Banshee and the Cloak on the way in. A couple of SCVs on the way about as well. And the Banshee coming in, the Marines coming online. We're just going to throw ourselves the bunker down as well. Now one just chills over to the edge. Take some good vision. And Ryung just building into a lot of the kind of, you know, the power units. The Marine, the Tank, the Banshee. The units that are going to join up together and go across the map and get it rolling. Bunker about to finish. Just going to have the cloaking coming up. Banshee tank coming online. And a couple of Adepts still working their way around to the bottom side, getting in toward this mineral line. Observer coming through, again that simulator coming about, still got the Banshee and the cloaking coming online. Just going to be seeing finally some power really here from Ryung. It's been kind of safe from him. MaxPax will step across, he'll blink over into this in-base, which obviously gives you access up toward the main. This is the problem with this map, is that there's this secondary access point that your opponent can basically work from. A couple Banshee's going to come through initially, Stalkers take some damage off those Banshees to be fair, and the Cloak Banshees defensively actually going to be very good. As Ryung does push MaxPax back. Ryung did play quite a bit of mech during the group stage as well in TVP, despite mech being a kind of a nerfed thing with the Cyclone lock-on change and the that Cyclone kind of bug being fixed. It does essentially nerf battle mech, which was kind of the real way that mech was working in TVP. Prism sets up, a couple Banshees still stepping over. Server coming through. We're going to go Hyperflight Rotor. So yeah, I'm talking about the mech because it did start to look like that might be what we're heading into here. As I just see the Prism loading back up. We pull back over. And we just have ourselves the Command Center on the way. The Banshee coming online. And the Banshees together. We'll try and step up toward the top. It's going to be actually some good damage. 4, 5, 6 workers. Not bad at all as Ryung comes in and gets some kills in the early stages. So not bad at all with the Banshees. Just going to be seeing another Banshee coming online. A couple of factories in the armory coming up as well. Add a Command Center onto that too. And that Prism continues to come by for the moment. Just getting that Prism along. The Stalker's going to go in on either side. I mean, this is nice though. These Banshees can keep these kind of Stalkers pinned here. And if you're just pinned in, well, you can't go anywhere. But I guess the Phoenix will free you. That means we've invested into Phoenix now to kind of deal with this. I love the cloak, but there's an Observer there as well. The idea is cool. I see those Banshees coming over, the cloaking, and obviously as well, not just the cloaking, but also the, yeah, I was going to say the speed gets them in position. I love that he went for the High Templar. It was a high opportunity play. MaxPax does realize it in time and protects those High Templar more from the Archon, but it actually does protect them from what would have been a very dangerous situation otherwise, as now Banshees escape their way back down the left-hand side here, and they're going to pull back. And again, with that speed, there's so much opportunity with these Banshees. I do think that that's a lot of fun. Stalkers and the Archon joining up together. Don't want to go any further here as MaxPax. 4th base coming down. Look at the 4th he takes right in the middle of the map. So interesting. He's just going to rather expand here to the rich Vespine than over here, which is a safer base. Up here for the in base. I mean, at some point he probably just says, well, I can take the in base whenever I want it. But then there is the risk of, like, you can take that base whenever you want it, but that's because it's safe, so it could be, you know, way better protected than what we're seeing right now. Those 2 Banshees. 3 Banshees going to even arrive over here. You know, the Phoenix are so cool here, because it's exactly what we need. We need these Phoenix to truly shut these Banshees down and stop them from being so annoying. That was nice. 2 of the Banshees dead. 1 of the Banshees is going to try and make a getaway, but it might fly out via the Phoenix. It's just gotten free of them. The Phoenix at AFK, just slightly off from the Banshees' escape route. So 2 out of 3 Banshees go down. I think if MaxPax just makes that Phoenix investment, you just have to accept it as Ryung. You know, like, try and get something out of the Banshees, but realistically, you kind of just got to give up on them. Like, they're not designed to stay in this game. They're not designed to stick around. They're not designed to be good, to be used again and again and again if your opponent makes a full-on tech choice to shut them down. And that's exactly what happens there. Are we going to have enough to fight this? I am not convinced, if I'm honest. I mean, you will, if you hear me cast, and I will never be convinced by mech TVP, so I will go in being pessimistic at first and hoping that Ryung can kind of prove me wrong. Obviously, these Storms are very good against stationary units now as well. We do see that Archon on the front going down. I just don't see where the damage is coming from to clean up that army at the front here. Tanks getting lifted, so the Phoenix have a secondary use already. Drop a good Storm down. MaxPax's supply is booming, especially as he's killed 22 SCVs. And just as Ryung moves away from the very safe 3-base setup or 2.5 base setup, this base on that left side just gets jumped on, and that opens the door for everything to go wrong. He nearly had the extra turret up that would have probably stopped the Prism from getting in, which obviously would have been nice as well. Less to worry about on the front lines in the main base, and he could have put more attention to the front and defending that 4th base location. Now it's just a little bit too late for that. So MaxPax really with the good 1-2 punch, make you, feign into the main, truly strike up the front. Ryung has to respect both positions, has to defend both locations. And he kind of gets out positioned and outmaneuvered. And losing 30 SCVs at this stage obviously is extremely costly as well, as Ryung's attempt to play mech is getting shut down. Actually, of all the ways I thought Ryung would lose with mech, I actually did not think this was going to be one of them. I actually thought he'd be pretty well set up defensively. The MaxPax really did just find a good moment to get in. The first attack up that ramp also hit like moments before Magfield. I'm not sure if that's going to necessarily change this outcome, but it does impact it, right? Like, I mean, realistically, it would have helped still if Magfield had been available there. If Magfield had come online, it's still some more damage output you would have had. compared to what we got instead. Tato Citadel for map 4. And it will be coming up right now as MaxPax takes the lead of the series for the second time. Retaking it after that tiebreaker was created by Ryung. Get into our map 4 here in just a couple seconds. Back to rest server, so it is going to be Ryung's preference. Heading into this one as well. Beautiful stuff. Alright, we'll take a moment or two. We'll get into this and... Throw my match history on. Give MaxPax up. I'll give it 30 seconds just for some ads to play through so we don't cut off the complete start of the game. And then we can go into this next matchup. What's up, Kettle is God? How you doing? 84-month resub coming in on the 7 years. That is always amazing. Always amazing. Anytime anyone hits a yearly kind of anniversary kind of level sub, it's always sick to think back, like, where we were at 7 years ago. Actually, in a very different place to where we are now. Thank you so much, Kettle is God, for 7 years of subscribing. Appreciate the support. Thank you so much for being legendary and helping us to keep on doing our thing here on WardiTV. As we are taking a moment or two to get ready to do our thing into this map number 4. Like I said, I'll just give it a couple of moments and we'll get ready to kick this off and get this underway. Beautiful stuff. I'm not linked on TL. What's happened there? That fixed up. Brilliant. Alright, just going to double check the players are ready, and we can kick game 4 off into action, guys. Now, thanks for joining us here today, and yeah, it was just a quick note. Tell you what's been very effective the last few days. We've actually had a lot of we've had a lot of people hitting the sub button on the YouTube, which I'm really happy about because, as I've been saying, like I did some digging over the weekend and it's got interesting kind of numbers and stuff, and it turns out that truly, like, a lot of people watching YouTube aren't subscribed. And we've had some good YouTube viewership lately, so I've been saying a lot about hitting like and subscribe. The last few days on YouTube, we've averaged 30 subscribers a day, which is... We've been averaging like 100 a month for like a few months now, so 30 a day is like, we're doing a month's worth of YouTube subs in like 3 days of streaming. So thank you so much if you've been one of the people to go down and hit the sub button on the YouTube. Keep on doing it if you've not already. Give it a hit, give it a click, hit the like button while you're there. We appreciate you. Like I say, it's having a positive effect all across the YouTube channel. So again, YouTube sees more people subscribing to the channel, and they're like, oh, okay, well then more people might want to watch this. Like, it actually takes it into account in the algorithm, which is our big thing. You remember watching me 7 or so years ago on Jinx TV? Oh my god, I didn't even realize anyone even watched that, man. Oh, that was like 9 years ago, actually. I think it was like 2016 or so. Yeah, that was when I was like full-time, but really like at the very start of being full-time. Yeah, I didn't realize anyone even watched that. Like, that's so funny. That was so sick. I was having the time of my life. I was getting the train to London every single Sunday. I would get up early on Sundays and get the train to London. I'd get into King's Cross. I'd go check into my hotel, and I'd set up my laptop and I'd stream Go for SC2 for like 4 to 5 hours from the hotel room, and then I'd get a taxi and go to the Jinx TV studio and do the show, which had a bunch of different formats over the time I was going. This was sick. It was like a weekly thing. I was like, man, this thing really boosted my my income when I was first full time. Not gonna lie, I was getting paid. Like, I don't know how much I got paid. I was like, there's probably like 150 to 200 for this like full like 6-hour round trip, going like streaming from a hotel room so I could still stream on the day. You remember me streaming from that office? Yeah, there was I think it's because one day I went on a different day and I had a WardiTV event, and for some reason they put me in a different hotel and the hotel internet wasn't good enough. So they were like, oh yeah, you can just come stream from our office. So I was like streaming from like the production room, which was like pitch black. They had some like lights in the background, some like red lights were like flashing all the time and stuff. I was basically like streaming in a closet. And I was streaming off of their Wi-Fi, which was so-so. I was on my laptop without the proper setup, so it was like, it was freaking hot. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. That's crazy. Yeah, that was a real thing. I think that, for some reason, that one was like, it must have been a different day, because usually I would stream Go for SC2, but I'm pretty sure that one was like a WardiTV tournament. I seen everything, like Nurture was in it or something, or, yeah, I don't even remember. And then we started dropping frames, and it was a whole thing. Man, the throwback, was not expecting that one on the resub. Very fun. Very, very fun. Blink coming up, Warp Gate on the way through, Gateway coming up, we got a Starport and a Tech Lab coming up as well. At that Cyclone, that's about to finish from Ryung's side. I'm just going to bring that Cyclone over to the Natural, and a little bit of a peek to see what's going on. The Gateway producing from MaxPax. Robotics facility on the way out. An early game which has been pretty peaceful, but with 3 additional gates coming down, MaxPax is going to open the gates quite literally to Stalker production, and 4-gate Blink is going to be his call to try and get some damage done early, some pressure made quickly, and try and get Ryung in trouble, which I think is absolutely the right call. I think the quicker you get after Ryung in these games, you're just not going to give him the chance to get set up. And it's not even that I think Ryung wants to get set up into a late game. I think it's just that Ryung wants to set up into aggressive plays. And if you can meet aggression with aggression, I don't hate that at all for MaxPax. I like that a lot. I actually think this takes away a lot of the openings that could have possibly been there for Ryung. And I think MaxPax knows he's a heavy favorite in this series. And if he plays 4-gate Blink and it doesn't do much, he's still probably the favorite to play out of that position and into a better place. So I really don't think you should be too upset about opening like this. I mean, MaxPax is almost also amazing with the 4-gate Blink, so on. Going to see the SCV at the front going down, the bunker on the way up, a second SCV will fall. Still got that Blink coming through, the Prism coming online, a couple Marines dropping as we have the Cyclone. Going to be in trouble as well. I mean, there's a Widow Mine drop across the map that will hit a Stalker and 2 probes. It's a hell of a Widow Mine, but we got to defend over here right now. Tank needs to get siege, the Banshee needs to put some work in probably. As the Widow Mine in the main base did not start a burrow, the full pro pull will scare it back. Actually puts it in a good position there, and that's actually going to give you some workers. That's a great shot. Okay, 6 workers go down on the other side, plus a Stalker. That's a very good set of Widow Mines. If we can hold on at home as Ryung, he's had a fantastic opening here, especially because this is 6 workers in a situation where MaxPax is playing aggressively, right? This is not 6 workers where MaxPax is like, oh, well, I'm already taking my 3rd. They're so replaceable. Like, yeah, they're replaceable, but it's going to sting a little more than if this was just a more regular kind of game for MaxPax, who's committed to aggression, only just found his 2nd SCV kill of this game in this aggression. It's not what MaxPax dreamt of, right, when he opened this. And like I say, I don't think MaxPax looks at this and he's like, oh, well, now I'm in trouble. Because I still think MaxPax is the player who can play himself out of these positions. And especially against Ryung, I think he's still a favorite to play out of this position. This was already a nice blink into the main base. You're going to find the siege tank on top of the barracks cancel and a reactor cancel. The only problem is these Stalkers do need to blink away again, but that's an SCV pull. And this is where MaxPax starts to get some value back and can put things back on track as the extra Stalkers come straight through. And we'll get them ready to press forward toward this natural and towards this main base. I mean, there's a lot of Stalkers. Again, because it's 4-gate, you almost need an over-defense. And while it didn't start off well for MaxPax, it is starting to go very well right now. Those Stalkers will blink again. The Banshee is met as the Observer is available. And I think we are going to have our first winner of the day. Oh, yeah, I mean, we're not quite done yet. New tank spawns. The Stalkers are already on the right side of the depots, though. Another warp in as well. It's kind of well, because I actually still don't think, like, it looks terrible for Ryung, but I actually think we're only a couple of units away and maybe a bit of unit positioning away from actually still finding our way in this matchup and maybe still finding a way and a possibility to make this a match. GG's. And that is going to be our best of... yeah, that's going to be our best of 5. All right, let me just do some map counting quickly, guys. We didn't see that map. We did see this one, and we did see that one. Perfect. All right, so up next will be Classic versus MaxPax. So we will get that ready to go. Perfect. So it is going to be some PvP, guys. This is kind of the only PvP we can get in the tournament until, like, the only other one would be, like, Zoun Heroes semi-final. And then, obviously, maybe the finals as well. Like, well, actually, it's a tournament where PvP is actually going to be something of a rarity. And what a matchup. MaxPax Classic, obviously, they're on the same side of the bracket as Clem, ByuN, and Lambo. It's just, it's a great series. It's going to be a competitive one. And it's going to be one I think is going to give us some fun games. So we're going to get into that in a few moments, guys. We'll just take a moment to run the ads. And as we run those ads, we'll just take a couple of moments here. Thank you so much for watching already, of course. Thank you for tuning in early, joining us for our first series. First best of 5 out of the way and done. Second best of 5 coming up. Like I say, lots of games today in the WardiTV Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament. I actually think it gets better as the day goes on. Like, I think MaxPax Ryung is maybe one of the more one-sided ones. And we got a PvP next. And then we got Zoun Yakov, which I'm actually kind of excited to see what Yakov can do. And then Rainor ByuN versus Lambo. The winner of ByuN Lambo versus Clem. Those are some banging matches to round out the day as well. And then tomorrow, of course, again, we round up this entire tournament. Spirit plays the winner of Zoun and Young Yakov. Hero plays the winner of Rainor. And then semi-finals and finals to follow. Tomorrow is also going to be a great day of SC2. So we got a great weekend. Again, thank you to Monster Energy for powering the Team Liquid Map Contest. Without them, this TLMC would not be happening the way that it is. It obviously helps us to have the tournament as well, which is a really good part of the TLMC because it gets you guys a chance to see the maps with the best players playing on them. And what that allows us to do is obviously just see more. And when we get to see more, like, you guys get to vote, and then the maps actually get put in the map pool based on your vote, and that's amazing as well, because it actually means we're having a proper system to try and get maps put into place. So, I love it. Thank you, Monster Energy. As a couple of videos come straight down for this PvP. Let's see what our map picks will be. MaxPax going to pick Talisman first. Ooh. Okay, Talisman for the PvP is interesting. I actually, did we see a PvP with Talisman? I think Classic plays Talisman yesterday, no? Classic versus Mana? Yeah, Classic Mana played on Talisman yesterday, so maybe Talisman's like an okay-ish PvP map, is what we're coming out with. So, hey, I actually forced Talisman as map 1 of the, of the round of 12 matches today. But what's funny is that, obviously that's not a guaranteed kind of map that has to keep on. There's not a guaranteed map on this one, and then it actually gets picked as map number 1, so. Oh. I hosted, but MaxPax hosted before me, so. Well, actually, he hosted after me, just I hadn't dropped the lobby link yet, so. That's all good. Can host if he wishes, as I'll just make sure everyone is in here. See if anyone else wants to join us. But I think we've got everybody that's lining up right now, so I think we're going to get set to go in a couple of moments. As Classic says go, go. I think I'm good to give them the go-ahead as well. I'm just double-checking any friends lists. Perfect. Let's jump into MaxPax Classic. Game number 1, straight into the quarterfinal here, guys. So again, we just had a round of 12. Now we're going to move into a round of 8. And very simply just go round of 12, round of 8. And then we're actually going to stick to the rest of the round of 12s. And then one more round of 8 the rest of the day. Obviously, the schedule is a little bit designed around just obviously making it a little bit easier for the players, right? You know, if you're, if you're MaxPax here, you show up, you play your 2 series in a row, and you're done. If you're Classic, just one. But in general, we're just trying to keep it so that no one has to play a matchup, and then all the other round of 12s play, and then it's round of 8 time. I always find that such a frustrating. Like, that kind of makes sense maybe at like an offline tournament where like you're gonna be there anyway and so on. But I really feel like online events, we gotta try and make it easy to play in for the players as well. Like, there's no point in someone playing a series and then waiting 3 hours to play again if that series is ready to go, because it's not like, because like I say, the next guy's along. If you just give them a time 30 minutes later, then they're only there for that time anyway, right? So yeah, the format, that's why we're not doing all the round of 12 then round of 8. That's why it's going to be a little bit of a mix just with this round of 8 match coming in now. Don't know if I really needed to explain it, but hey, I started to. Sometimes I start talking and I just can't stop myself. Classic and MaxPax in the quarterfinals. in the Team Liquid Map Contest tournament. You know, I talk a lot about, you know, the history of these tournaments and so on and so forth, and you know, I always like to kind of talk about like the legacy of these events as well. And, you know, we're at a point now where the TLMC tournaments, this is the 15th one that we've done. 2 of those have been team ones, but a lot of them have been obviously a lot of them have been kind of the individual events. 13, in fact, I believe have been individual events so far. This being the 13th, and Classic is a winner of this tournament all the way back in 2019, 6 years ago. Classic won this competition, and that was against Zest in the grand finals, one of our PvP finals that has happened. In fact, both of these players are the only players in StarCraft 2 history outside of Zest and Hero as well. But okay, there are 4 players who have played a PvP finals in the Team Liquid Map Contest tournament. MaxPax is the other one. Obviously, their opponents also count as this, right? But MaxPax lost to Hero in the finals of TLMC 10 back in 2023. So, like I say, I always like to go back, look at the history. I mean, Hero won 3 of these competitions in a row for the tournaments 9 through 11. So, kind of really cool to see, like I say, well, a lot of the names kind of building up their resumes in this event and so on and so forth. Yeah, like I say, I like looking back through the history and seeing who's around, seeing who's doing well, seeing who plays in these. I especially think for this tournament, though, it's very interesting because it's like who, you know, which players are really good at playing on new maps, you know? Who can adapt quickly to change? Who can play differently than we expect them to, you know? And on maps that we've not kind of tried and tested to, you know, every single extent. We open here on Talisman with some aggression as MaxPax throws the pylon down on the other side of the map, begins to build the batteries. That keeps his Zealot here for a while, and he'll begin to kill off the batteries of his opponent. This forces a lot of batteries from Classic, and now we're going to get the Oracle in the way. It's going to keep a lot of attention on the front, and that maybe gives the Oracle access into the main base as well. Let's see how that pans out. This is StarCraft. This is StarCraft. Yes, battery versus battery action. Peak StarCraft 2 in the making. And what's up, everyone? From the Hero Marine stream, welcome on the raid. Hope you guys are doing great. It's the Team Liquid Map Contest tournament. And it's playoff day. MaxPax just took out Ryung. If you're looking for some Terran action, it's going to be a little bit, but we do have some great Terran games later. Q taking on Rainor. ByuN taking on Lambo. Clem will be playing later today as well, so we have some great playoff matches featuring some Terrans further down the line. Right now, we got to sit through a little bit of PvP, though, as MaxPax tries to get down on the main base, activates that Oracle to try and drain that battery. But, yeah, I mean, battery is being drained, and hey, this battery is finally running out of energy. Oracle's still here. Finally started to get some probes. Remember, MaxPax expands later in this game, and with 5 workers killed, Classic will be on 26, MaxPax on 25, but the Adepts get in, and that's maybe an opportunity for MaxPax to shorten this worker lead again, as now we're going to have to go after those, and that actually really is the biggest deal here, because this keeps it going a little bit longer. As Classic was maybe thinking of getting out onto the map, he has denied that opportunity. Blink builds from Classic. Now, MaxPax has only just started up his Twilight Council, so that Twilight Council is on the way. It's a good bit of distance from being done just yet, but it will be coming through, so he's going to be playing behind on the Blink if that's what he goes into. And I think right now, with the kind of openings we've had, I think Blink very much so still is on the table. The other thing this could maybe be from MaxPax, he could perhaps go Dark Shrine. I don't think this is like a charge or anything, but Dark Shrine could be an opening because he sees maybe, you know, he's got Oracles himself. Maybe there's a world where he thinks he can just kind of get away with DTs and Classic would not be prepared for them. Does start up the Blink and not going to go for Dark Shrine. I mean, the Blink I think was the more obvious choice. I'm just trying to play with the fun ideas of what could maybe happen instead. 3 unpowered batteries is such a silly sight. Yeah, it is a little bit as these Adepts threaten that shade in, but the defense is good. The block is what it needs to be, so very nicely done for the moment, as actually going to catch these Adepts as well, so they will go down. Classic not having fortune on his own attempts to find damage with the Oracle stutter stepping correctly. That Adept goes down too. 2 more gateways coming up on the side of MaxPax, settling us down there as the Stalker Sentry joins together. Blink still Chrono boosting Dark Shrine building from MaxPax, so he does go Dark Shrine in the end. But there is actually a Robo facility building from Classic. Now obviously having a Robo doesn't just mean you're instantly going to defend against DTs. Having the Robo just means you have a way to build detection. You know, you could build an Observer and it can be out of position. You could skip the Observer and go Immortal. I think he'll probably just go into the Observer straight away here. But if he doesn't know it's DTs, there's no reason for that Observer to be lingering around the entry point of the natural expansion, for example, right? So there could be a good chance that these DTs get in, deal damage, cause trouble. I actually think that is 100% a possibility right now. As the Stalkers head through the center, the Oracle peeled off and chilling out to the sides. Couple gates, Robo Facility coming through, Dark Shrine, Blink, and the rest of it all coming up as this Oracle activates, and we start to kill off some probes. So gates come down, Stalkers and the Dark Shrine not going to be finishing soon. As a few Stalkers begin to poke and prod. Third next from both players. We're going to take different thirds. MaxPax just moves up to the more regular third. Classic will take that kind of mine out the main and move into the low ground blue gold base. So what's very fun about that is these third bases start to become very close together. That's something to watch for as the Oracle gets in for a good stasis ward. Classic is a moment late at getting over there and playing defense, so doesn't pull those probes in time. And that's a lot of probes getting caught in that stasis that you would have kind of like to have avoided, right? You don't want your probe stuck in a stasis ward at the end of the day. As now a Dark Templar heads in toward the natural force field. Oh, he gets it, actually! I was about to say force field available, but does he even see it? Yes, he does! What a banger of a force field. Straight down, blocks it, kills it as the Observer comes across. Next stasis dealt with beautifully as we jump onto this army. Oh, the stasis ward is going to land, and that's going to give MaxPax the numbers advantage. Classic is going to try and fight. Guardian Shield doing its thing. We need this Immortal to show up. Is this Immortal showing up into a fight that's too few on Stalkers? No, I think it might actually make the difference. But the DT is now in the main base as well. Opportunity there. The Immortal will get a few more kills, and these Stalkers about to come out of stasis will be huge. Now the Oracle hits an undefended natural, though. Classic is in disarray defensively. Wow, this was just everything all at once. The amount of attacks happening in quick succession here. The first DT attempts to get in. The Stalkers push at the front. That fight happens while another DT hits the main. The Oracle picks and chooses its battle from a stasis ward here to a pulsar beam there. An absolute trilogy of events, maybe even more. Extended trilogy, maybe. That was a great set of moments from MaxPax, and again, just Classic dealt with a lot of it very well. But it's hard to deal with that many things perfectly, right? That's why you've got to be preemptive and preventative in StarCraft 2, because if you are not preventative, you're going to have to then react on the fly, and there's only so many things you can do on the fly in the same moment, right? Yeah, I love it. What a great play from MaxPax as he sets up, coming through the frontier now. He does have a similar number count. Obviously, he does have the stasis wards in his favor, and oh my god, Classic! Did we forget Oracles exist? He just blinks straight in. And the Observer going to be the target there to open up Dark Templar play as well, with the Revelation being on it. Now MaxPax looking to capitalize as he pushes straight over. Can Classic hold on? He is bringing other units down from the main base. What's interesting is, because of the position here, he does have a good little rotation of where he can bring units to and from. Some units getting out of that stasis, but they're just walking. They need to start fighting. We need damage on these Stalkers ASAP. If we don't get these Stalkers taking hits right now, like, we're in trouble. The Immortal might save the day once again. We pull a few probes to try and be the tanks, and we will, as Classic, push this back, but MaxPax actually takes an army supply lead, which is something that hadn't happened before, and the Oracle is back once again. One battery just a bit deeper on that mineral line would be doing wonders right now, because it's only ever been the single Oracle, and it has zapped down, what, like, close to 15 workers on that mineral line at this stage of the game, which is the kind of damage you don't really get away from without some more success going your way, and there's not really been success to speak of, to be honest, on the side of Classic. In the last few minutes, it's been all about scrambling around for his defense. He's actually playing very well. MaxPax is just playing better, and he's playing for the better position, because he's not ending up in these difficult spots. Zealots show up, the Immortal gets nullified by those Zealots. We jump on it and remove it quickly. The Oracle is still lingering, and game is going to be called. Beautiful PvP from MaxPax, who just finds every possible way, chance, opportunity to get work done and push him into a 1-0 lead in this best of 5. Yeah, I mean, it's hard not to be a fan of MaxPax's PvP when it starts looking like this. Like, this is a matchup where, yes, he's dominated for a long time with his style being so good, but man, even when he gets into the more competitive games, it's so fun to just watch him hit here, hit there, go back and forth. Super fun. Game number 2 going to be on Winter Madness. We set this up. And I think what, honestly, I liked most about this last game is that Classic also played really well. I think Classic genuinely played great, you know? I think he honestly played, like, very well. Just MaxPax had one too many things going on at once, and just a couple of those things slipped through the crack, and the aggressor it does kind of make me think that sometimes being the aggressor is the easier play, which is weird because I think a lot of the time it's difficult to be the aggressor. But this is a scenario where being the aggressor benefited you because you had all the things set up to go and hit. Your opponent had to find a way to answer them all, and if a couple of them go off, being the aggressor is really going to start benefiting you, right? GG's. That was amazing. That was genuinely a very, very fun game one of this PvP. I think, yeah. yeah, I love this phrase in the chat. It was one of the most ridiculous oh my god, I can't talk. This was one of the most ridiculous sequences I've seen in SCT from the moment the DT force fielded out. Max just kept throwing more and more problems at Classic. Yeah, it really, like, it was just like, there was no end to, like, when the next thing was going to show up. This is what Terran players do, man. It's like, oh, by the way, I've got 7 different drops on the map, and I'm pushing the front. And this was the Protoss version of it. MaxPax in the bottom right, like I say, played a great game. I do honestly think Classic played a great game. We've got a great series on our hands, and I'm hoping Classic bounces back, because I want more action like that first game. I want the back and forth. I want that represented in the scoreline as well as we go into game number 2 of this BO5 playoffs here today in the WardiTV Team Liquid map contest tournament. Oh, Classic. Game number 2. Let's see if you can pull it back as we get into our second game of this series here on Winter Madness. Cybercore building on both sides to start us off. The Zealot on the way as well. You gotta build this Zealot. Because if you don't build that Zealot, your opponent can obviously, you know, block the natural. And that Zealot is needed to unblock the natural. Probe can chase, Zealot will hunt. It's going to be seeing the Stargate coming up as the Adept continues to come on through. So it chases, Probe comes along, just going to have our Stargate coming up as well. The Nexus will build on both sides, we get the probes going. We're seeing the little bit of trade out early. Here's Phoenix versus Phoenix, Stargate versus Stargate. And I'm genuinely kind of excited here. Phoenix on Phoenix. And I don't say that a lot about Phoenix versus Phoenix, but A, MaxPax is usually so good at Phoenix versus Phoenix. B, Classic knows that, so he's got to feel okay about doing this himself. And C, we actually haven't seen that much Phoenix versus Phoenix lately. So if we mix one game of Phoenix versus Phoenix into this best of 5, I'm absolutely okay with it. Especially if MaxPax comes out with confidence and shows us some Phoenix plays. It's going to lift. The Adept will go down. See the Stargate coming through. The couple of probies on the way out. Similar coming up. And yeah, Zealot and the Adept making their way to the upper left side here for the early stages. Probes will Corona Boost. Similar drops onto the natural. What's really fun about Phoenix vs. Phoenix from MaxPax is that he's usually such an aggressive player with it. Like, you do not benefit from being the aggressor in Phoenix vs. Phoenix because, typically, you know, you're going to be arriving and there's going to be an extra defensive Phoenix there, right? And it's such a numbers game. But MaxPax's control of these Phoenix is so good that he can often eke out the advantage in those scenarios anyway. And so he actually plays this matchup very differently to how anyone else does. That's why I probably wouldn't say I'm excited about Phoenix vs. Phoenix if anyone else was in this game. Because right now MaxPax just gets forward, gets the Adept to pick us off. Phoenix will gather. We just see the couple, while the sentry coming up, extra probes coming through, Phoenix still gathering up, pylons on the way. We just have our a couple extra Phoenix still producing through. For the moment, assimilator coming online. Probes in production, sentry producing. One of the more passive Phoenix versus Phoenix games. MaxPax is up a Phoenix, actually. I think he got that second Stargate down just a little bit sooner, and his build has maybe been a slightly bit more effective. Stacking the Phoenix. We have the Sentry underneath. We're looking for the Guardian Shield to make the difference here. MaxPax gets a Phoenix kill instantly, and the return from Classic was half a shot on each Phoenix. Whoa! MaxPax turns into this! That was a Phoenix 4 Phoenix, though, right? It's now 3 for 2. Yeah, just that one initial one was a big deal. Now the Sentry may be in some trouble. Classic just about gets the kill, but he's not got the numbers he needs, and MaxPax is going to run into this. He believes he's got enough. Extra Phoenix needs to join this fight ASAP, as it's an absolute mess. You need to try and right-click on the Phoenix to get the target fire down. It's going to be 4-1, and that is usually game. GG's. MaxPax game 2 is going to be his. Just wins one Phoenix at the very start. Yeah, he's just so confident being aggressive with the Phoenix, man. GG's. MaxPax up 2-0. Alright, we're going to go game 3 as MaxPax is making quick work of the PvP. That was our Phoenix versus Phoenix game. I was excited for it. It was very quick. I'm excited for game 3 instead. Magnetic North is going to come up. Let's see what we get as we get this one ready to roll out. A short PvP is a good PvP. Ay. I know, but we just need some content today, guys. You know, I've been enjoying doing these longer streams. We want 5-6 hours today. Okay, like, you know, we need a little bit of fight in the PvP to keep the timing up, okay? That's all. What's up, Hidden Variables? Thank you so much for the 5-month resub. If you guys are enjoying the stream, listen to me sell out for a moment. Obviously, if you're enjoying the stream, there's a lot of ways in which you can support. It is off-season in the StarCraft 2 competitive scene, which means we are full swing in terms of trying to run events, keep the schedule filled, run tournaments whenever there's nothing else going on, to make sure the players always have something to participate in, compete in, and play in. So we are doing our best to make that happen. If you guys would like to help us do that, obviously do consider using your Prime sub on the Twitch channel. You can obviously subscribe regularly as well, goes a long way too. And of course, more importantly than anything else as well, on top of donations, blah, 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 the Patreon page. If you want to support our tournament specifically, you can head on over to Patreon at patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of any pledge on Patreon will go directly into tournament prize pools. It's a great way to support the event. It's a great way to make sure that we have a way to keep on running as much StarCraft 2 as possible. And that really is our goal for the next little while. So if you're feeling generous, check out our Patreon page. Or just supporting the channel like Kempsington does with the Prime sub. Yay, SC2. Hell yeah. Thank you so much for the 4 months, brother. Thank you so much. Check it out. Like I say, support it if you can, guys. I make a big deal of it because we're really in a state where, you know, like I say, there's a lot of free time in the StarCraft calendar coming up, and we are going to do our absolute best to make sure that that is filled, full of content, and giving you guys games to watch as regularly as we can. Like I say, I am currently set to have like 5 days off in the next 3 months. There'll be a couple more, but like there's like 5 days I'm away for, and otherwise it's like we are just grinding StarCraft. So yes. Help us have StarCraft to grind for, you know? Help us have StarCraft to cast. Check it out, support it. Thank you for listening, and let's get into Game 3 of this best of 5. 100% of Patreon goes to Ellie. She wishes. Yeah. I'll see if I can get Ellie on stream today. She's super fluffy today. She's just been groomed. So she's super soft and fluffy and just loving life. She had a great time. She got a new toy at the pet store. She's having a good time today. Ellie's living her best life. I'll see if she makes an appearance. If she makes an appearance on stream, we'll get the camera on. She's busy barking at everyone that walks outside right now, though. She's like, oh my god, a person! She's like, today's so much fun. There's so many people around in the world. She's like, oh my god, someone else is there. Woof, 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 woof. You're right all along. No, it's not the Patreon money going on Ellie. It's clearly all of the subscriber money going on Ellie. You know? You know, we used to say $1 of every subscription goes to tournament prize pools. Now it's like 100% of every subscription goes to Ellie, because what else would you want to spend your money on than that cute little thing, you know? Stargate and Stargate. MaxPax will be a little slower to the Stargate, as we're also playing this little, you know, classic throwing the pylon and so down on the other side. So he's going to try and put this pressure on. He is not expanding yet, so that will be an advantage. MaxPax. Stargate finishing soon from Classic and start establishing a bit of control. I wonder if it goes potentially Oracle. He's going to get that Oracle started, the Adept coming through. Stargate just building up on the side of MaxPax. So that's going to be finishing very shortly. I mean, if he goes Phoenix and then there's the Oracle out from Classic, the Phoenix can obviously hunt the Oracle as well and shut that down, so that would be a big deal. Adept just going to fire a couple more shots coming over. Another Adept coming across who will have... I mean, this is always an awkward fight to cast where it's like, well, the Adepts are hitting each other through batteries. A lot of pushing around. I mean, we are eventually going to clean this out. There's the Oracle flying in, but there's a battery here. And remember, with the Phoenix out, this Oracle is kind of just doomed unless we get an instant recall. This is not working out well for Classic at all in the early stages. Next comes back over. Twilight Council on the way. We had on the Nexus. We had on the Stargate. Zealot and the Phoenix continue to come about just for the moment. Apparently MaxPax is just going to win out as not an exciting PvP just yet. Well, that was not the craziest, to be plain and simple. MaxPax with some domination. Peak PvP. Peak PvP. What did we have there for map? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, perfect. So Magnetic North got played. Talisman got played amazingly, and Winter Madness got played. Man, what a sad way to lose Classic. You know what? This PvP was actually super cool game 1, and it just fell apart from Classic so quickly from there. That just completely fell apart. Brutal. Brutal. Alright. Up next will be Zoun versus Yakov. I might have to take a moment to ping some players. We're a little bit ahead of schedule because of the fast PvP, so I see Zoun here. So we might be able to get ahead of schedule a little bit. I just need to try and check on the players, guys. Give me a couple of moments. Get this underway. Alright, hey guys, we were just, I'm just gonna check on Yakov. Give me a moment. So yeah, obviously we're a little bit ahead of schedule, so maybe Yakov's not around just yet because we're like significantly ahead of schedule. See if he's online on Europe as well, because he might just be in a ladder game too. Because again, like he could have gotten into a ladder game during game 1 of MaxPax Classic and could still be in the same ladder game, you know. He's not online on Europe. I'll just give him a ping then. We'll just wait it out a little bit. We'll go from there. Oh, Yakov's here. Perfect. Alright. What maps have not been played much? This one, this one, this one, this one. And we'll throw a couple of other ones in as well. Why have I got this written down as central? No, this is west. Cool. Alright, I'll just get Talisman hosted, guys. We'll get this started. Like I said, just give me a couple moments to get that sorted out. Perfect. Let's give the players a chance to get some videos in, guys, and we'll get ready for the Yakov series. Thank you for your patience. Sorry, I'm getting caught up just trying to figure things out. But we'll get back on track. I'm just glad Yakov was here. Awesome. Alright, 2 videos made. And then we will have some map picks and go from there. Perfect. Awesome. That was not the PvP we wanted, but you know what? I knew it was going to happen. We've really not seen many flops of a series in this event. I knew there was going to be some flops in the playoffs, and MaxPax was just playing it today. I mean, 2 games where MaxPax gets to play Phoenix in the PvP, and it's probably not going to go well for you, so... It's wild, because actually, Classic's been good lately, and he's been great in PvP, and MaxPax has not been super clean in PvP lately either. Like, it's been a bit more of a struggle for him, so... Yeah, it's been a thing. Alright, oh, Yakov going to pick one of the maps we need to get played. I love to see that. Big thumbs up to Yakov. Thank you so much, buddy. Yes. Alright, so the maps we're definitely going to see are Talisman, Satellite Years, and Winter Madness. Then the other two maps are going to be dependent on whether we get into the later stages of the series or not. Which hopefully we do, because Yakov's been playing well in his EVPs. A lot of Link Bane Hydra aggression, obviously a matchup that's kind of heavily affected by the storm change, so if nothing else, that might give Yakov a win or so here, while Zoun is not 100% on board with how good his storms are, for example. Perfect. Alright, we'll get our lobby links down and hopefully get this ready to go in a moment or two. Get ready to kick this off. Just throw some invites out. Anyone I'm missing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think we're 7. We are good. Yakov ready. If Zoun is ready, then we can go, guys. I think we are set. And we have got 2 players, both readied up. Let's get into our third best of 5 of the day. It's been speedy so far. I mean, we're still 1.5 hours in. It's not been super fast, but obviously has been fairly. It's just that PvP being kind of speedy. There is a world where this ZVP is kind of fast as well, to be honest. So, let's find out as we get ready to go into Talisman. In the bottom left-hand side, our red Zerg is going to be Yakov, and he takes on the blue Protoss in the top right corner, Zoun. Like I say, the opening map of every round of 12 will be Talisman, because Talisman is the least, and not just slightly the least played map of the tournament, it's by far and away, it's been vetoed so much. And what's funny about that is that it's not necessarily even the map per se, it's also the fact that this map has been played in tournaments before, and some players have just vetoed it because they said, hey, I want to play new maps. I already know this map. So I'm going to veto it because I want to see all the other maps that we get to play with here. Okay, coming up, assembly on the way. Get the hatchery started on the side of Yakov, and we get the first few moments of ZVP to start us off on the map we already talked about a little bit earlier on, because we've actually seen it both series so far today. Now, what's up, Goober5910? Thank you so much for the 3-month resub on the Prime as well. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for priming us up. Thanks for using the Prime on the channel. Keep them coming, guys. I had 545 subs, apparently, which is really impressive. We were, like, at 4... We were, like, way down. We've gotten, like, plus 100 subs this week, which is amazing. So, yeah, if you enjoy the stream, do consider hitting that sub button. We're on the road back to 700. We always say it when we're in this, when we're in the swing of things. 700 is a great number for us to get to and to try and stay around. It helps us a lot in terms of being able to consistently afford to run tournaments. 700 subs is basically a really good baseline for like the costs I need to spend. So if we can stick around 700 subs, a lot of our other income can go back into tournament production, tournament prize pools, and so on and so forth. So if you can help us out with that, super appreciate it. Papa Mitch on the 124-month Tier 2 resub. How are you doing, mate? 10 years and still counting. Like, it's getting crazy to me that we're... I don't mean wrong, like, we're multiple years away from it, but like, it's getting crazy to me that, like, we're getting so far through some of these 100-plus month resubs that we're, like, we're getting to the point where we could consider, like, being halfway to 200. like, this is... It's silly. Like, is that even ever gonna be... Like, that's crazy. Months flying by, they are, aren't they? Thank you so much for the big resub, mate. Appreciate it as always, and hope you're doing well as always as well. Link speed is building, the Oracle and the Warp Gate coming up and online as we get ourselves settled. For some early stage action, the Queen is going to fight the Adept there for a couple of moments. Hey, Gone for Tomorrow, thank you so much as well for the 3-month resub on the Prime 2. Yes, sir, with the 3-month Prime resub. Thank you so much. Thanks for subbing it up. Gave you the command. Responds immediately. What we love to see. Thank you very much indeed, mate. Thank you, thank you. Adept going to shade back up through this natural. Probes are getting to mining. Couple of drones on the way out. The hatchery will produce, and we just have ourselves. The Oracle is going to be on the map and beginning to move down towards the center. This Stalker already going to go poking at the Overlord, which obviously has come quite far forward to try and get some info. And I actually think Yakov might lose that. I mean, if he doesn't lose it now, he's going to lose it to another Oracle showing up, so... Oh, wow! It should have died, but the Stalker got stuck, and the Oracle will need to provide high ground vision. Hopefully Zoun realized there is a world where he didn't realize the Overlord lived. No, he actually killed it already, never mind. I was going to say, maybe he didn't realize the Overlord lived, and then maybe he doesn't bring the Oracle over, and the Overlord just gets to sit there, but it goes down, so it doesn't happen, and that will be that. Twilight Canceling Gateway coming through, the additional probes in production, a simulator on the way. We add on drones as well. That Queen's still producing on by, and these drones going to get around that right side, and you can see what that plan is. Coming all the way over here, that's very cute. So it's the safest way to get these probes to this base, because what you're basically saying is if, well, obviously if they run through the middle, there's rocks here, so they might try and do this. So he rallies them to the right, make sure they come over there, and the Oracles kill them all. It was such a cool, safe way to get the drones where they need to be, and bam, the Oracles get 6 kills, and just like that, all those drones regret ever going toward that third location. So good job from Zoun, finding himself the opportunity to get some damage done, and able to get some value there as the Oracles come back towards the top side. Blink is on the way, melee upgrade coming through, a couple gates and the Nexus coming online, and the Rotoran is about halfway done here as well. I think the awkwardness right now is that these Queens can't get to the low ground because the minerals didn't get mined out, so we're still in that process. Finally now I think Yakov will have a little bit better access between mineral lines. He's playing melee, like I said, the Rotoran coming online. We've seen a lot of just melee upgrade into Lingbane Hydra lately. We've seen a lot of just actual Lingbane Hydra with a missile upgrade lately. A lot of different kind of variations on kind of just units that are very good at swarming and are typically going to be better now that Storm is going to do less DPS. So that's one of the things we've seen a lot of from the Zerg players the last couple of days. Will that ring true in this one for Yakov? I mean, it might in the overall series, but I think he's in a bit of trouble right now already in this game 1 because, well, he lost a lot of workers. And these Stalkers are going to show up, and it is Queens, Queens, and Queens on the menu for defense. And I don't know about you guys, but the last time I saw Queens playing defense... Okay, I mean, Queens are very good defensively a lot of the time, but 3 Queens are not going to win the fight against the Stalkers that are about to have Blink. And now we're just slow to the Roaches, and with the being slow to the Roaches, those first Roaches begin to go down. With the first Roaches going down, this first game starts to slip away a little bit as Zoun finds a good little push forward onto this location, and finally some extra units start showing up, but the damage really is done. I mean, considering the Oracles did well early, now you're going to see these Stalkers just basically camping here. I think this one is actually in GG territory right from the get-go. I don't think we're breaking ourselves out of this. As Zoun just sits here, slams his way through every single unit that's spawning. Looking for that 1-0 lead. Two more Roaches going down. Melee and the Roach speed coming up as well. We see the charge on the +1 building from Zoun. Stalkers blink over, Roaches fall. Temple Archives coming up. Let's just see a couple more of those Roaches still getting dropped right here. We're just never displacing these Stalkers. Like, there's too many. The momentum has balled up and is never going to stop. Zoun game 1 victory. Oh, you know, like I say, we had great matches all week in the groups. I was absolutely terrified this was going to happen, and it's happening. Where the moment we get to the playoffs, everything starts snowballing, and people are just like, oh, by the way, I'm great. And boom, boom, bang, they just win games. I was like, what if we get some more competition in these games? And it just doesn't happen. So, really hoping Yakov brings it back. I do think Yakov can bring it back in this series. He's going to get a map that he, gets to pick a little bit now, maybe away from one of the weirder ones, onto his server preference. So, a great opportunity for Yakov to step back into this best of 5 coming into Game 2 right now. As we'll see how this goes, hosting this up on Satellite Years with Zoun taking the 1-0 lead. Zoun came through his group back a few days back. He did go 3-1 with his loss coming to Clem. He looked pretty good. He actually did lose a map to Mixu in that process though, so Zoun was not unstoppable in that group stage. And also worth noting that that was also a group stage. He lost a map to Mixu before the Storm got nerfed. So I think that's kind of a factor as well, where some people might be like, well, Mixie probably hit a timing and Zoun's Storm didn't do what he thought it would. But that was not kind of true or apparent at the time that he played that group stage. So maybe there is some weakness for Zoun in this group. As we take a second to hop into game number 2 of this BO5. Players are ready, and let's go, go, go as we take it into this second game. At least it isn't as bad as the EWC where Clem and Sarah annihilated everyone and each other in the semis and then each other in the finals. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that was kind of... The funny thing about that is, like, at least, like, best of 7, best of 7, best of 9, even if that's a wash, like, this was still, like, a... What was crazy to me on that day was, like, this was still, like, a 6 or 7 hour day of StarCraft 2, and it was literally as short as it could have been outside of a couple of cheesier games, you know? Like, I was like, man, what if we had, like, 3 back-to-back epic series? Like, what would we have done then? I wasn't casting at EWC though. I was the desk host who lost his job because they realized the desk host setup for a second desk host was not good, and then I became the side of stage reporter, which is very fun. You sit behind stage, me and Rachel sitting in the dark, and then every now and then they come to me for 30 seconds like, Wardy, what's going on the side of stage? I'm like, well, hey guys, me and State, I stood here because we got told to, and State, the middle of the series, it's 2-1. What do you think? And State's like, yeah, Wardy, that's... And then they're like screaming in my ear. They're like, no, go, break, break, break. We don't got time for this. I'm like, right, State, thank you for saying 2 words. Let's go to break. I'm like, this was the most pointless section of all time. This could have been a really cool segment if it was actually meant to be there, but because they just threw it in, they were rushing it every time. Ugh. My job was so miserable at EWC. It was fine, but it was like, I just did nothing all week. I did nothing. I think the most fun I had was casting the free-for-all matchup with cats. I actually felt like he did some work then. Satellite Years for this game 2 has been one of the lesser played maps of the tournament, actually, funnily enough. I don't really see why, straight off the bat. From my point of view, I think it's actually looked pretty fine, but... yeah. I mentioned earlier Hero streaming where I think someone said he was streaming on Chiswick, but I don't actually know. He just joined some of the games and asked if he could watch because he was streaming, and I was like, sure. So I only know because he joined the games. I don't actually know where he's streaming. Like I said, I think I read in chat that he was streaming on Chiswick, which is CHZZK. I think he's under SE2 Hero, but this is me now basing this completely off of memory from what I half read in chat, so maybe that gets you to the information where you want to be, but it might not as well. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure if it does or not, to be honest. Couple things popping out. That probe is going to retreat away. Overload overhead, going to keep an eye on things for a few moments. The Stargate coming online. We had an Adept, we had a Warp Gate. Couple of drones, Queens, and Ling Speed building as we speak. And those Lings are going to get straight in after this probe for a couple of moments. So getting in after that probe. And again, yeah, the Stargate's halfway done already. Got the Adept and the Warp Gate coming online as well for some early stage action. And that probe kill is gone. And now the Stargate going to be finishing up on the side of Zoun. Two Linglings just going to nibble their way through the rocks. Take a couple of moments. Knock through that already. So rocks go down. Ling Speed and the drone still coming up. We have a Warp Gate and the Oracle still building at the Adept, at the Gateway. And yeah, the Zergling works its way around that left-hand side as well, trying to see where we can get to. This thing's exciting, but I feel like there's other things going on. I mean, there's an Oracle coming across the map and so on, so got a couple of bits and pieces happening as this Oracle heads to the top side. And he's going to get a Creep Tumor to start us off. Queen's going to be there. Oracle gets turned away. And yeah, a couple of drones coming about. Evolution Chamber on the way through. Obviously going to give us an upgrade. And it's going to be melee. And most importantly, I think as well, we're not seeing too much damage early for Yakov, right? He's not taking any damage yet. Now, it's still only 4 minutes. There's still time for these Oracles to get in. Maybe Adepts to get it around if they want to try. But I think this is the kind of game where Yakov now gets to kind of play his own thing and not have to worry too much about what Zoun is up to and what Zoun's doing up to him. And I think that's very, very good. That puts him in a very good position and just gives, you know, Yakov this really good opportunity in this game to just play a very comfortable setup. A couple of oracles are going to head to the upper left side. The queen is going to be there with the spore crawler in a moment. Keep these oracles back. Blink building, melee upgrade on the way, Rotor on the left coming up as well, and we'll see how that goes. Yeah, guys, as far as I'm aware, the ghost bug is fixed. They just fixed the numbers, didn't require a patch or anything, so they just fixed it up and it got sorted already. So hey, at least when they're breaking things in a silly manner, they're quick to fix them right now. You know, that's a bonus, as these adepts going to try and make their way into that natural expansion, and they are going to commit. Uh-oh. But only really Lings and Queens on the defense here. He's doing okay, only 2 drones lost. If you can maintain 2 drones lost as the kind of the majority of the damage, this is pretty fine. Only 1 adept gets away into the main mineral line. If we stop that for too much more, that'd be great. Oracles do find a couple of taps for some damage. The Queen's obviously out of position. Oh, we're going to get a 7. 8 drones in the end. Zoun makes this a really worthwhile initial investment. 8 workers. Obviously loses all of those adepts. It was a very good defense at first for Yakov, but starting with a good defense does not get you everywhere you need to be, right? You need to keep it going, you need to keep the action rolling, and that's obviously what we kind of lost and broke down on a little bit as we went on through. There's a couple of stalkers in that bottom left side. We'll gather Temple Archives and Robotics Facility joining up as well. We add on a couple of extra gateways. Additional probes coming about. Temple Archives will come online, finishing very shortly, and we had a couple of assimilators there as well. Those assimilators, those gases, giving you the access to all of your later game tech as Storm starts. We do see Roaches again here from Yakov, so the second game where we're going to see him playing Roaches after he was so Ling, Bane, Hydra heavy in the group stage, which he was able to advance out of. Interesting to see him now a bit more reliant on the Roaches. He's getting that Baneling speed as well, so it is going to be kind of Ling, Bane Roach. It is obviously melee upgrades. Maybe just a few Roaches just to kind of sturdy this army out, but yeah, I would have thought it was more likely going to be Ling, Bane, Hydra, so. Oracles move about. Immortal in the High Temple comes up, +1 charge, and the Storm continue to come online. +2 melee, the Baneling speed and the Roach speed producing 2 as well, and the Spire is going to be coming about. So yeah, Spire is going to be on the way. Obviously, this is something that Yakov did do a lot of. He in his group stage matches, if you were watching, as he gets an Oracle kill too. He did a lot of like, I'm going to throw some units at you, and it's the Spire follow-up, the Mutalisk follow-up that really has a lot of potential. Something a lot of the Zergs are doing, especially as that Spire is a little bit more cheap to get to now. You can get to it a bit more easily and you can just splash it into your builds more than before. You know, where before you really had to like commit with the you know, before you had to really commit with like the Spire and everything, and like it was a bit more of an investment. Now I feel like you can throw it down, be like, okay, let's see if we want to make anything when it gets to that. It's like, yeah, okay, you know, I will make a few units here. I will make a few units there, for example. A lot of Ling Roach Ravager running to the south as Yakov coming across. The Oracles peeling back. Also an attack charge on the way through. We get some Ling Bane production with the +2 melee finishing. Spinecrawler is halfway completed. Hatchery halfway done. Additional Banelings will move in and ready and up for a bit of an attack as Ling Roach Ravager takes some shots. Again, Storm plays nicely. And for this first push through, right now you're looking to force a lot of units. You're looking to get some good trades. And then maybe you can follow up with mutas. We are banking resources. Oh, those are really good Banelings. They get rid of a high energy High Templar as well. Yakov with a great fight. 38 Lings on the production. He was like, what do I want to build here? He's like, oh, this has gone well. He's like, I want to reinforce with Lings. The only downside to this is that if he'd started building those Lings sooner, they would already be here to capitalize on what is a lack of units right now. Now those Lings are going to arrive a little bit later than they could have done otherwise. That was great. Zoun struggling to get a lot of the spellcasting off. That would have helped him there. He does start +1 fly attack. Because we just made a ton of Lings, we can still make a round of mutas. I'm just afraid that we're going to be making mutas into a group of stalkers. And not really much else being on the map just yet. His Lings are going to run out. They're going to move across. There's an observer nearby, but I don't believe we've seen the Spire. So if we don't know about that, that's a factor to think on. We're going to rebuild the static defense there. As obviously we try and hold on to that 4th base area. This is where you want to attack as Yakov. It's probably the most open space, no ramps to deal with, less choke points. What will be interesting, though, is obviously with 15 meters on the map, though, how much can you pull Zoun around? One thing you've definitely done in this game is reduce Zoun's unit count, and by Zoun having less units, what happens next is that he's not going to be able to really kind of split everywhere perfectly, and that's going to make this next fight ugly for Zoun, where if the mutas can truly pull a lot of units away in one direction, the push at the front is going to start looking very deadly as well. Often a few Banes. The Oracle comes up. Is not going to see anything kind of decisive here. We are getting a Fleet Beacon as down, but I'm not sure if that's for anything mutal related versus just he's getting it in preparation for like a mothership or so. And these mutas are going to fly in this main base. There's one cannon here, and that ain't going to be much of a defense. Now we are going to warp in the Stalkers. We're actually going to jump onto those Stalkers with the mutas. I don't hate it, I don't think. I think this is an okay fight. More Stalkers are coming over, but just trading is kind of fine as well. And I want to go after some probes. This Oracle gets lost in the chaos. As we're going to see the double Phoenix now build. So the fact we have double Stargate does open an opportunity there. I mean, you still see the opportunity as Yakov looks at the front to try and get rid of these Immortals. He's going to morph the Archons. Muta's going to try and find another good fight, but all of those cannons are putting in work. Yakov needs a little bit more bullying available right now. And I'm concerned with Phoenix coming up. We're not going to build more Mutas. Like, this does not feel like that kind of a game. This was a 15 Muta build into let's focus on the ground units afterward, and let's try and use these Mutas to bully our way into a good position. Morphing 24 Banelings currently, 5 Ravagers, all those Zerglings as well. Ready for another wave of this as Yakov is maxed out and ready to go. Ready to fling things back at Zoun here. There's all low HP probes there, actually, which is going to make some slightly faster pickups. It's going to be seeing the Phoenix going to get on top. That's going to be the end of the Mutas. I'm not super upset about the Mutas going down. I think they've done their thing already. Oh, those Banes changed direction. There's not another Storm just yet, so hey, they're going to actually get through. Not dying to that Storm. The Roach Ravager taking some hits. We get a lot of Lings on top of Stalkers here. The Phoenix are probably going to look for lifts on the Ravagers because they're low HP units that are going to go down quickly and easily. And Yakov is going to get pushed away. Zoun with the continued defense, and now with the chase as well. And Zoun's next step is going to be the Carriers. So we get Carriers already building. +2 attack upgrade coming in. And the Phoenix is going to go in after the Overseer. So the Phoenix chased the Overseer for a couple of moments. The Queen's on the ground. A couple of Carriers still setting up. Corrupted Bane on the way, +2 missiles. A lot of good stuff for Yakov that's, I just think, not going to be good enough. Because in the end of the day, what Zoun hasn't really lost during all of this somehow is workers. Like, he's lost 26. But when you consider the amount of times his base is being kind of jumped on and the Mutas are flying around the mineral lines, 26 probes is not that many. I really thought this would be in the 30s, 40s. Probably higher if you were truly successful here as Yakov. And now, Yakov's in this weird position where his army's just not as good anymore. It was very swarmy before. It was a good size in comparison to the Protoss army. None of that is true any longer, and so Yakov is going to be in some trouble. Researching Microbial Shroud, getting into Infestor Ultra. You can see where he wants to go with this, and I'd say the one thing that Yakov still kind of had in his favor was that Zoun was kind of only a 4-base Protoss. I think that was also fine for the moment, but you do want to try and deny this 5th base. I think if you can keep Zoun on 4 bases, there's going to be an opportunity where you can be like, okay, like, you know, I can be a bit of a believer in that at the very least. Just get that cancel, so that's step 1. Obviously, the future cancels are going to be more difficult to come by because you're going to be trying to cancel someone who's going to add more static defense on that location. There's no way Zoun doesn't continue to add to the cannon and battery count near there and just make sure that that base gets up because he knows it's a priority as well. Like, 4 base is solid, but you know, you're going to be in a way better position if you successfully get 5 bases up, and that base is not going to be... It's not like you just need the static defense just to get it online. The static defense is going to help that base for the entirety of the time you mine it, which is going to be 10+ minutes of this game. So it's worth putting, you know, money into structures to defend that position. Vultures are on the way out. That's what Yakov is going to use to try and max out. I don't love it. There are still fights Yakov can take where this is going to look okay for him, where he can probably succeed. But the margin for error is rapidly narrowing. Like, he's at the point where he's going to have to take very good fights, make very good counterattacks, pick very good moments to kind of strike. Like, there's no more kind of, like, second chances built into this anymore, so I do think that's going to be one of the problems here for Yakov. here in this game number 2, as he's trying to avoid going down 0-2 in the best of 5. Against arguably one of the very consistent Protoss players out of Korea, Zoun has been very good lately. I don't think anyone has Yakov down as winning this series, before we go into it, without him at least being a huge underdog. Which means that, yeah, maybe we're expecting Zoun to win, but it's nice that Yakov's putting up a fight. I would have loved if he'd had this game already. Let's see if he can still salvage it here, as we are. We see Corrupt Ultra still moving about. The Spine Crawl is going to go poking through a bunch of the Zealots. Clean those out as well. Immortals are producing. He got the sighting on the Ultras, so he knows to prep into the anti-Ultra force, which is why he's a little bit afraid of more carriers as well, because I don't think carriers are going to do too much. The problem with carriers is that they don't deal with Ultras quickly. It takes a very long time for them to kill them. So he's going to, instead of going carriers, just go Immortals. Like, he just wants to win the ground battle, basically. And that's where his priority stands. A couple Zealots stepping up. The Stalkers will be there. Roach is taking damage. A few Lings get to the front as well. Stalkers will take a bunch of shots off those Zerglings. You see Archon Stalker escaping out to the right-hand side. And a few units there from Yakov. Really still trying to push through. Storm drops onto the Roaches. We see the Neural Parasite halfway done. Giving himself, honestly, giving himself maybe a later game opportunity as well. We are seeing this kind of interesting base as well, this rich Vespene base. Just try and cause a spray down that the Ultras try and run up, but there's just too much nearby. That right-hand side is interesting. It's an area which is obviously high ground and high ground bases, so it's really like a little section where if you just hold that high ground, you hold those bases, and that's really nice for you. Yakov has the same thing himself on the other side. He just hasn't taken the other base of it yet, the one with the rich Vespene gas. This Nidus being up, I was going to say, is an issue, because at first it was just a few Lings, but you can get other units out of that. And now they start to do some damage in this main base. The carriers are the first to show up defensively. The Immortals are on the way. Yakov is doing some work. As always, this will just remain a question of, is it worth it overall? I don't mind a couple of these Ultras running back into the Nidus, low HP, and we get away. And we're not going to kill the Nexus. As soon as those Immortals were there, I think maybe all the Ultras should have ran back. Zealots on the other side trying to do their thing, but Spine in good position. The Ling Ultra gets there for defense, and Yakov will stop Zoun from finding too much in that upper right corner. Nidus denied, and Yakov even going to throw the Great Aspire down, as we do expect. Obviously a Great Aspire. We do expect kind of, at least one Broodlord switch in this game. And because we've not been super high on the air units here as Zoun, maybe having that Great Aspire in the near future may not be a bad choice. It may be something that actually catches Zoun a little underprepared, because he seems to be, again, throwing himself fully into the ground unit defense. And that's what's funny, is this, if you're successful on the ground here as Yakov, you might be able to create opportunities for yourself to kind of be successful in the sky, right? Because if you can, if you can hit hard on the ground and your opponent over-defends on the ground, boom, the air attack with the Broodlords is something that there's no preparation for, and that's going to make it a difficult defense there. So that does become a little bit tricksy. Oh, going to drop the Neurals here. That's kind of what you need to see. I love those Storms. The Storms, especially on top of the Ultras, were just so good, and the Ultras were just stood there as well. It's exactly where the Storms wanted to be. As these Neural Parasites run out, we're going to drop a couple new Neurals in, but the Infestors are in trouble. We're going to have to run away. Yakov lost a lot. He's going to have to rebuild quickly here. And he's lost a lot just as Zealots are striking as well, although it looks as though static defense will handle that for the moment. Hatchery goes down. Mothership, Tempest still on the way out. Ultras still trying to get through. Archon Immortal trying to get forward here currently. Still shoving their way into the front lines. The Queen in some trouble as well. Extra Ultras building up. +3 missiles, +3 carapace, all on the way through. Go back and forth at the moment. Big recall back home. That fight started off well. Getting the Neurals down and getting that front line of Archons to work for you instead of against you is such a big kind of momentum changer in that fight. 6 Infest is still on the field. I'm glad to see it, because I do think Neurals are going to have a huge role to play in the upcoming fights as well. What I worry about is that we are still just building Ultras, right? Like, we're 9 Ultras in this game, and I really feel we're at a stage where actually I would really love to see some Broodlords. Because I just don't... And I understand why he's built these Ultras, because it was a panic build. He lost a lot all at once. Oh my god! Oh my god! I mean, if the Banes don't connect, this Helds are going to be chased by Ultras anyway. Either way, that's a lot of minerals just kind of getting washed away quickly. I mean, at the very least, they're going to run around a little bit and make Yakov run and chase, but these Zealots did absolutely nothing bar move a few units around for a bit. They are going to try and take advantage. Zoun is going to attack up the right-hand side and try to make progress towards these upper bases of Yakov as we are drawn out into a 20-minute game now here on Satellite Years. There's a couple of Zealots are still getting busy. A couple of these Zealots getting around. Spore Crawler taking damage. Spine Crawler's hitting the Archons. Good damage dealt. Going the other way. +3 missiles, +3 Carapace, +3 Flyer Carapace as well. We have a few more Infestors, a few more Corruptors. I don't think we're getting rid of this army, and we are just under attack everywhere. All the bases of Yakov are flashing. Gonna drop a Fungal. A couple Ultras get in late to the party. That recall with the Mothership is an aggressive recall, so we go from one side of the map to the other. And Yakov, just as he got there to try and fight, he ends up having to go the other way. And this is not great as Zoun systematically one punch after the other. And Yakov is on the floor and bleeding. He's got a bank. We're just going to try and get him back on his feet again, but he's also losing hatcheries. Like lava is probably a problem for him very shortly. He's only got 6 lava left. A couple Neurals here are not supported by enough. The Neural Parasites don't think are going to change too much either. You actually do okay with the Neurals. It's just everything else is missing. You know, he's missing too much to truly make this okay. Nexus coming about. Since the Extractor going down. Hatchery in trouble as well. I think it's fair to say that we are. Gonna see Zoun just pushing through. Looking for the W. Damn. GG says Yakov. What a game. I mean, actually a game where I think Yakov had a lot of opportunity early. Zoun does one of the things that Zoun does very well. He's actually such a good survival Protoss. Like, he's not quite like a... He reminds me... Okay, he reminds me a lot of Stats. And I don't think he's quite as crazy defensively good as Stats was. But sometimes you look at Zoun's games, you're like, man, he is so good at just, especially in PvZ, at just staying alive, you know, and just keeping it going. And just kind of getting through to the stage of the game he needs to be at. It's something that Stats was always amazing at. Love it. Alright, game number 3 coming up. Zoun takes a 2-0 lead, but Yakov showing some fight, showing some prowess in that previous game. As we go 2-0 for Zoun, but like I said, a little bit more fight in that one. We're going to be going to map 3 in a moment, which is going to be on Winter Madness. So give me a second. We'll get this set up. We also have ads playing, so it'll be a moment or two, and we'll get this ready to roll. Is Stats still playing? No, I don't think so. Stats kind of came back for a short amount of time, played in a few things, and then just sort of just disappeared again, didn't he? He didn't really say anything. He just started playing a little bit less, and he just sort of decided to step back and obviously do other things. He was genuinely very good again for a little while, but it's so hard to be good in StarCraft too. Especially when your style is so dependent on like big defensive plays. Like, you've got to be such a master. And yeah. When did he last play? A year ago. Oh yeah, he played Star Zagora. He actually played in Bulgaria a year ago, and then he just didn't play anything else. To be fair, ahead of Star Zagora, he was playing in less and less. He was playing World Team League mostly. Went to Star Zagora, won some PvPs, lost to Lambo, and then he never played again. It's so sad. Love Stats. I loved him being back as well. He was a fun player that wanted to play in some of the online tournaments. He was just a fun player to have in the events for a little while. People love watching Stats as well. Like, he's such a popular player, so, you know, as a tournament organizer, I freaking love the guy, right? Yeah, sad to see him not return after that. Yeah, that's crazy that he just played in Belém Gens and then just didn't come back again. A silent exit. I don't think he said anything about like, oh, it was a good comeback, but I'm done now. I think he was just like, yeah, I'm done again. Like, he just disappeared. Winter Madness Game 3. Yakov. I feel like you can see the potential of what he's trying to do. Obviously, still took some early damage. If you can rectify that, have a good, strong mid-game push, I think Yakov can take a game in this series. I think he really can. Game 1 was a bit of a washover. Like, it didn't go his way at all from the start. And again, you're playing against Zoun, who is such a beast in the matchup. I do think there's some hope for Yakov. One of these guys who's been up and coming for a long time. And you're definitely seeing him just breaking through, just about getting to that point where he's competitive with a lot of these guys. Yakov bottom right, Zoun upper left. Game 3 of the series. Winter Madness is our battlefield. That could be our last map of this best of 5. I mean, we are an hour ahead of schedule right now. If the next series is to begin right now, we'll be a full hour ahead. So that fast PvP really doing us a little bit dirty. Yeah, even this series, if it's a 3-0, we had a longer game in there, you know. But yeah, is Trap still in the military? Trap came back from the military a long time ago. Trap came back from the military, looked amazing. He's actually one of the few pros players who was beating Clem when Clem was really at his peak in 2024. And then he just gave... So it turned into... At the start of 2025, Trap just quit. Because I'm pretty sure he quit during the build-up period waiting for EWC news. And he was just like, I'm practicing for nothing. And he just tapped out. Like, Trap is one of the few players who had won a WardiTV Monday initially. So he won one of those WardiTV Mondays. He was able to take games off Clem when no one else was really doing that. Like, he was really freaking good. And unfortunately just left us again. Very sad. He was genuinely good as well when he came back. He was genuinely very, very good. Yeah, Trap stats, both return and both good. Just not quite the consistency to stay at the top of the top. Has Zest come back? Zest isn't coming back. He owns a business or something. Someone asked me this, like, someone told me this, or someone asked and someone else said. Apparently Zest never intended to come back after military. He was very happy with what he did in StarCraft 2, and he just owns a business or something now. Zest being a successful adult, I know. And Zest was such a fun player to watch as well. Zest really thought about StarCraft 2 in just a different way. I think, you know, some of these players really, you know, are magical. Like, some players are really good because they're just really good, but some players are really amazing. Because, like, when you look back at their games, you're like, what the hell was he thinking? You're like, they just approach the game so differently to anyone else, and to do that at a high level is so impressive. You know, Dark, Rogue, same kind of guys, right? Where it's like, they do builds, and you're like, hello, you're meant to be the best Zerg players in the world, what are you doing? Hello? And they're like, Wardy, we're doing our own thing, and we're going to become world champions from it, you know? And that's exactly the kind of thing that Zest was as well, just played in his own way, didn't care. That Katowice 2020, when everyone was coming up with the 4-gate glaive builds, and... It's really funny because I remember a bunch of the Europeans were like, they were grinding hard on this build. They're like, we've got something here. We've got this 4-gate glaive build. They were grinding it out. They were practicing super hard. They were perfecting this build order, right? Day 1 of Katowice, they start using this build. People are like, oh wow, this is tough to deal with. Some of the Zergs obviously knew about it and stuff, so it was interesting. Next day, Zest finally plays. Boom, Zest does this timing. It's like 25 seconds faster or something. Well, maybe not 25. It's a bit extreme because it's like a super early build, but it's like. The build is just significantly better that Zest shows up with the exact same idea behind it, and everyone's just like, yep, we just worked on this for the last 5 weeks, and Zest shows up, and his build is like 15 seconds faster, and we're just going to copy what he did. Yeah. That's always a good. And then Zest went all the way to the finals at Katowice just to freaking lose to Rogue. You beat Cyril just to get stumped by Rogue because you refused to play properly against his all. Miserable. Zest could have had that one. He really could have. Painless is coming up here. There's a lot of links from Yakov. We're 50 drones right now, obviously looking to prep against these adepts, combining with the oracles, looking for some of that work damage. Oh, he recall home. Oh, recalls home. Oracle's taking some damage. Only 4 worker losses. Back to drones, last darts. And, yeah, not sure what Zoun saw there that got him so afraid, but maybe just felt like he'd done enough and it was time to get out of there, and he doesn't lose anything, keeps it alive. If I'm Yakov, I'm a little bit suspicious almost of like what you're doing, because I'm like, you're so cautious with the adepts that usually just give themselves up. Like, it almost makes me think, are you going glaives? Because why else are you so desperate to make sure your adepts don't die? Like, why are you protecting them so heavily here? He has the Baneling Nest up as well, and if it's glaives, it's not going to hit for a little bit because it's an Oracle's out as well. So I don't think he's like worried to the extent he's going to change up what he's doing. It's just like, it's got to kind of somewhat be in his mind, why are you so worried about those adepts? Couple of gates out to the side. Robo facility on the way. The storm is coming. This is becoming very normal in this PvZ, it seems. Just blink into storm. I had a lot of very fast storm yesterday as well out of that that Group D with Classic. He was finishing storm as he finished blink. Unfortunately, not going to see any more Classic anymore in this event, as his playoff experience was short-lived in that PvP. Hydralus Den on the way down from Yakov as well, so we got the Hydra Den up. 7 Hydras on the way. Overlord speed building as well, so you're going to create some opportunity for yourself where you're going to be able to essentially kind of come into this and you're going to be able to go, right, I'm going to have myself, you know, some drop potential maybe, you know, some harassing potential that's going to take the attention away from the front. This is a 65 drone scenario right now as we cancel the 4th base here. So it's not super all in, but it's also not these like 85, 90 worker compositions where we saw a lot of from Rainor, for example, yesterday, where you're kind of like, you're all in only on the fact that you're low tech, but you're going to have multiple waves of units before you're out of the game. It's not just like one push and you're done. In this scenario, it's like a little bit of in between. There should be some reinforcements, but God, is it important that this first wave goes well for you. Stargate dropping down, cannons in production. Where are the Dropper Lords? So maybe this is going to be a bigger Dropper Lord play than I was really thinking of at first. If we can get some attention to that left side 4th base and pull the units over there to give a free drop into the natural, it would be absolutely huge. And a lot of the army is positioned on the left side at the moment, so maybe we are poised for something like this to happen. Like, Zoun is really expecting the 4th base to be the pressure point. And yeah, these Dropper Lords are going to get units out, and they're going to get these units spread before storms can come down defensively as well, which may be the real opening we're looking for here. The Ling's going to threaten to run in. We pop a stasis, and we unload in the natural. That obviously gives you a run into the main base opportunity as well. In we go. Ling Hydra getting out. We're going to warp in some Zealots. Not sure how far that's going to go. Zoun loses 7 workers instantly. It's going to be important to see what else happens here. Ling Bane Hydra moving on the other side. Oh, that's a big catch on the stasis, but we might just go for the cancel on the 4th and get some probes on the 3rd base. Those Banelings are approaching. Good job by Zoun. He pulls the probes away. Obviously, this is a chaotic scenario where a lot is happening. Overlord's trying to evacuate some units away. High Templars are still available as well. Oh my god, the Hydras are going to get on top of the High Templar. We need to drop another storm here. Baneling goes. Hydras are still chasing. Honestly, I do not hate the choice to go in after it. And the storm kills a High Templar, nearly 2. That's absolutely massive when you're going to need more storms to close this out still. High Templar's walking into the storm again. Zoun, he's losing his High Templars to storms. Oh, how does it feel? As now the Zerglings swarm on the follow-up. I mean, Zoun's actually not bad on supply. Can he have enough up here to play defense? He's actually only 10 workers behind, but can he recover? Can he get units back in position? Right now, he's got very little splash damage as well. Yakov may have to slow this down as he gets Hydras up again, and may have to wait for them to come across the map. Gonna finish off everything that was on this 4th base. Drones on the way as well. He might just be okay with having killed the 4th base and kind of going on from this point. Wow. It is funny that these storms now are like, they actually like it's gonna take some timing to kind of figure out like not running our units into your own storm. Like, this is not micro you had to really consider before, right? Because beforehand those storms would not last long enough that it was truly scary if your units were away from the storm. There's no way they walk into it for long enough for that to matter. Obviously that's not the case anymore, so there's gonna be some micro that the pros players probably take a little bit of time to kind of start doing. Just because it's not a natural instinct to be like, oh crap, I need to make sure my Templar don't go into storms and die. Like Dent coming up as you're going to see the Stalkers there aiming for an Overlord. Just going to get back into the main base. And again, the same idea as before with, I'm just going to run one way, take the distraction, run elsewhere. don't love the placement of that first storm. It's not like there were Banes or Lings really running through anymore. Second storm was a bit better, and Zoun does push it away. Yakov, I think, getting to the lurkers is going to be huge. It's not a game where there's going to be a ton of tech units that are going to be specifically very good against these lurkers. We're a Zealot Archon Stalker army right now with a few storms available, and okay, storms can do better against lurkers than they used to, arguably, but you know, it's still 2 storms to kill a lurker, right? Full storms, that is. The storm goes down, we step away there. The Hydra's not going to commit into that position. The Lings coming by, the Banes are going to threaten on the other side. They want to force the storms to come down, and we're going to need another storm there. We didn't have it. Well, the Banes is going to kind of run in. I mean, if nothing else, you force the storms, High Templars into Archons, which is not a bad thing if you're going to end up going for the lurkers here. There is the Dropper Lord here looking to get in with Banelings, but that is denied. The Stalker's in good position. The threat of those Dropper Lords keeping Stalkers to that right side, making it difficult to have everything you need on the left side. Zoun's supply block still kept to 3 bases, and, well, the first lurkers are on the way. Mothership building from Zoun going to be a nice addition, but do we have an answer to lurkers? No Immortals on the map. Not really a lot of stuff that really is good against lurkers on their own accord. Army supplies are similar. So it's just the size of the army that has me kind of doubting Yakov a little bit, but like I say, his lurkers may just be tech enough to kind of carry him through. Overseer's non-existent, only one of them on the map. Would be nice to have an extra Overseer or so as well to help against any Mothership cloaking. Also thinking it might be nice to actually have... yeah, I mean, I guess it might be nice to have... I mean, like, these Tempests, I suppose, are going to be great as well. Kind of dealing with the lurkers a little bit. Nice Zealot counterattack. Going to take some attention as we walk into lurker shots there. So that's going to be painful as we look to get in position. To deny the 4th again, but this might be about more than the 4th and truly about getting toward that 3rd base. 12 drones already down. I mean, Yakov is losing the base over there. Ling's coming back, playing cleanup, but taking a long time to do so. In the grand scheme of things, there's the Mothership showing up, walking into Hydras, and it will win that fight. Now the Mothership's going to enable us to maybe take this engagement. In we go. Cloaking pops. The Overseer goes down. Vision is not available. Yakov doesn't see anything. And Zoun will try and play cleanup here as we run around everywhere. We're actually running out of vision a little bit. We needed the Observer to show up. It finally did. It was Revelations carrying us initially there. Yakov loses a bunch of his lurkers as Zoun crafts a way to remove that from the army. These lurkers burrow up, but they don't have any support just yet, so Yakov loses a few more units, does cancel the right side, is moving in to cancel the left side. It's actually going to be a kill because that Nexus is finished, so he will aim for that, keep Zoun as a 3-base Protoss player, and potentially keeps himself in this game, and maybe the series, as the Hydras are going to take a step forward. Oh my god, they're going to step through the storm for the Mothership, and then run back through the same storm. Archons are too slow to truly give chase here. Like I say, these Archons are good, but they're also kind of funny because you only have so many because you forced the High Templar to morph into Archons a few times over. Additional Lurkers coming out, additional Zerglings on the way through. More Tempest building. We might even need... I was going to say maybe a Spire again. So we get a couple of Vipers right now. Some Abducts could go a long way. Zoun's pushing. What if Zoun just sends this and is just going to say, hey, look, I need to just win right now because I don't have a 4th base still. I need to do some damage, and my army is just better. It may be that we struggle to play defense here as Yakov. He's going to counterattack as well, so a lot of his army supply is going to be on the other side of the map. Needs to unload. Can get after that Robo facility. Maybe gets the Prism that spawns. No, doesn't quite have enough. He has a few Lurkers, but they're not defensively placed. And you can see the Natural is in trouble. Zealots leak through into that Natural. Archons decide they want to venture into Lurker land. That's not pretty either. Now the Archons don't really have protection because the Zealots ran into the Natural. It's going to be a ton of drones going down. But how much can we really do here? We're trying to get over to deal with these Zealots. Yakov 58 to 48 workers. Army supply favoring Zoun in what's become a very chaotic game. Feedbacks and Vipers not going to make them do anything. Still kind of equalish supply across the map. I just can't believe we didn't do more on the other side of the map. Those Zealots play cleanup. I actually wonder if Yakov, upon realizing that this attack was coming, if he just unloaded those units and played for a wraparound with an otherwise defensively placed army, if maybe that would have been the better way to play. Threaten, force warpins, and then pull back over here. You're now playing equal army supply against someone who is fully fledged to kind of killing you. Sitting on your front door, and you know what else Zoun has? Finally, 15 minutes into this game, he's got a 4th base. He finally has access to base 4, and that's going to be money he's not been able to get to up until this point. So that's a major addition. High Templar adopts the Storm as he's about to die, because why not? But that is a major addition as these Lings look for the run by. That's a block. That's not going to be allowed. Nice try from Yakov. Nice idea. But Zoun very much so on top of it and not letting it get out of hand. Yakov going to try and run over to the left side. This is the point where it's interesting, because I feel like Yakov's army isn't great, but I'm like, well, there's lurkers, and I kind of want to be like a lurker believer a little bit. Look at the unit compositions. 5 Tempests out, maybe the biggest problem, especially with only 1 Viper to abduct those out the way. Still only 1 Immortal, still not a lot of like Zealot support, even 10 Zealots on the map. Economies are getting back online. Yakov has rectified his work account a little bit as well, fixing that up a little bit here. Surely Zoun can't lose a 4th base right now when nothing else is really going on. He does lose 8 probes though, and now 11 probes, so a significant amount of work is going down. Yakov in response defends on his own side of the map, not going to let that come through for too much damage at all. Zoun 140, Yakov 155. Supply in this game. Archon, High Templar, Zealot, and Tempest coming across. Looking for a push over to the right. A couple of lurkers will burrow. This forward base has a rich Vespene gas on it. It's giving Yakov a lot of income for what it is. Lurkers burrow even further forward. That's very brave, because obviously Storm's available. I think this has got to be an unburrow and pull them back. You can't just let the lurkers sit in Storms like that and take so much damage. Obviously, you do have to protect this base. I understand you want to keep the lurkers in an aggressive position coming around the left side. Storm goes down there. We got rid of 1 Tempest already. Are we going to step through the Storm to fight? It looks like we are. The couple of Archons peeling over that side. Another nice Storm on the ramp. Makes it so difficult for Yakov to push up here, and Yakov's army supply is telling us he doesn't have what it takes to hold on. Good game. Because, I like this game 2 and 3 from Yakov. He doesn't get the wins, but he plays some very scrappy games against, again, who I think is actually a very good defensive player. Yeah, plays a very good kind of defensive player, and otherwise, has a very good go at it. I like watching Yakov right now. He's a very fun player to watch. Not quite there, but gets a good amount done. GG's. Alrighty, guys, we are going to take a couple moments, but our next series up is going to be Rainor versus Cure. So we're going to get that ready to go. I tell you what, I'm just going to go to the break screen just because I'm going to make the map order and stuff. So instead of just sitting around here trying to half talk, half do the thing, I'm just going to go do the thing, then come straight back to you. So we'll be back in a couple of minutes, guys. Thanks for watching today. We've got loads of viewership. Appreciate you all. Don't forget to follow on the Twitch channel. If you're on the YouTube, like and subscribe. Helps out so much. So many people watch unsubscribe. So many new viewers on YouTube every day, apparently. Hit that subscribe button if you're enjoying what you're hearing. We do this every single day, pretty much. So come watch more StarCraft 2 with us daily. We appreciate you guys. It's Rainor versus Cure coming up next. Banger of a series coming up after this break. Alrighty guys, hello, how are we doing? Are all of today's games being played and casted live? Yes, they are. Which is why we are currently just waiting for Q to show up. Alright. Action coming through. Like I say, it'll be a couple moments just waiting for Q to arrive, and we're going to be good to get this going. So yeah, we'll kick this off, we'll get this started, and get ready to rumble. We're going to start on Talisman again, guys. Every round of 12 begins on Talisman, and then the rest of the maps are decided through a veto process. So that's what's going on. Take a couple seconds, and like I say, Kira is joining. He's logging in. Taking a couple minutes to get that ready. How's everyone doing? Again, appreciate you all being here. Thanks for joining us for the Team Liquid map contest. The 21st TLMC, the 15th time we're doing a tournament as well. Obviously, a couple of those have been team events, but yeah. I don't know, when does voting open? Do they mention when voting opens anywhere? I've been asking this all week. Shortly after the tournament, so the voting's not open yet, but like, do obviously, guys, keep your eyes out for the next week or two. Yeah, do keep your eyes out for the next week or two on TL, and obviously do vote for your favorite maps when that voting goes up. If you're on the stream, we'll obviously mention when voting goes up as well, but public vote does help to decide. Classic little situation. Alright, we'll take a moment or two. Get this set. Perfecto. Alright, take a couple moments to get some videos done. We've got players in the lobby, just waiting for the videos for the rest of the maps, guys. How's it going? It's going good. How are you guys doing in the chat? Thanks for joining us. Peter, thank you so much for the 9-month resub on the Prime as well. Thank you for priming us up. What was it? 550 subs, guys. The road to 700 is real. This last week's stream has been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun. Veto, mark those off. Beautiful. Just waiting for our players to pick a couple maps. What's up, Twadzy? Thank you so much for the 25-month resub on the Prime as well. Good to see you. Thank you so much for priming us up. Also, guys, get that Prime out. Use it. We appreciate it. If you got a Prime, make a use. How's married life? You know, it's wonderful. Yes, every day I have to wake up and fight for my right to cast StarCraft 2 in my free time still, clearly, but, you know, that TL thread saying that, like, you know, Wardy's life is going to change, will he cast StarCraft still? They were almost so correct. But no, that's good. Been busy. We've been a few places, just chilling, trying to get back to working now. Try and get the, you know, try and put some money back in the bank accounts after paying for a wedding, you know. But that's how life is for the most part. Some confusion between the players, but we'll get that sorted and get this figured out, and we'll get back on track, guys. Thank you for a little bit of patience as we sort this through. What's up, Twixter? Thank you so much for the 7-month resub on the Prime as well. In your country, do parents not pay for the wedding? I mean, I guess that just, I mean, that's like a very old tradition, though. But yeah, I mean, We did not get our parents to pay for the wedding. I don't know. It's like that's such an old kind of. I guess it's not necessarily like completely crazy, but it's like I guess it's not an assumption. Yeah, my parents gave us some money, but you know, really we had the we went all out. Wasn't gonna make all the wonderful StarCraft people come to Sunderland for some crappy day. Gotta make it as good as we can, Who are we waiting for? We're waiting for the players to figure out what A and B means in the veto system. Yeah, it was a thing. Basically, Kua vetoed first, but it was Rainor that was meant to start the veto. So Kua vetoed, and then Rainor vetoed. But then Kua was like, okay, just to make it clear, this was my veto, and I'll let you pick the first map. And then Rainor is like, did you just veto the same thing twice? It was a thing. The players were figuring it out. It took a moment, but we're ready to go now. Kua, Rainor, TVZ, best of 5. Let's hope for a banger of a series. Rainor is in Korea, Kua is in Korea, so this is a same server matchup as well. This is not West, Central, West, complaining about ping or anything. This is straight up Korean server. Everyone's happy. And the winner gets to play against Hero tomorrow. Isn't that a bunch of fun? Yeah. I'm sure for these guys it doesn't feel like a bunch of fun, but yeah, we'll see. Alright, let's get this going. In the top right hand side, it is going to be our blue Zerg player. This is Rainor. As we are going to play map 1 on Talisman again, all of the round of 12 matchups will have Talisman as map 1, and then the rest of the maps are vetoed down from a selection of 6. And then after this, from the round of 8 onwards, we will not be forcing any more maps, guys. So the rest of it will all be veto only. So, yeah. So for round of 8 games, it's all vetoes. It's just round of 12 that have Talisman forces map 1, because it was only played twice in comparison to a bunch of the other maps that were played 5, 6 times, and so on, and more. Some of them being played 8 times during this event. So we're just trying to narrow that distance between the least played map and the most played maps, and just make it so all the maps get a reasonable showing. Obviously, I think basically forcing it as map 1 in the round of 12 is pretty much the fairest way we can make a map catch up. So here in the bottom left-hand side, Rainor in the upper right, and what a treat of a series here in the Team Liquid map contest. Tournament by WardiTV. I get the feeling, okay, I don't do this a lot, but start the series, and this one's probably, potential to be a good one. Probably ends up on the YouTube as like a separate upload. So I'm just going to make sure to quickly say, if you do watch this on the YouTube, you can obviously like and subscribe if you're watching live, but you can like and subscribe if you're watching this as a VOD on the YouTube as a separate upload as well later. Obviously, we do live stream everything on YouTube nowadays, but we also still upload one of the best series that we've had on the stream recently per day. We're going to try and get a bit more up-to-date on the YouTube, so we're going to be skipping a couple of tournaments and going for some more recent uploads instead of having as much backlog. So that'll be starting soon. This is one of the first tournaments that will be kind of part of the skip ahead. So yeah, if you're hearing this, you're liking the YouTube, like and subscribe. Always, yeah, always worth just mentioning. Like I say, we don't mention it in-game a lot, but it's worth saying for the times that it gets put up onto the YouTube channel separately. That's the Vita Patrol, and we do have a couple of moments of early game kind of calm. It's going to be a Reaper coming across, but everything else looking pretty neat and tidy early on. What's up, John? Watching on YouTube. Nice that you can pin a message at the top. Yeah, I love getting the bracket at the top. I think, can we pin messages in Twitch chat nowadays as well? I don't know if that's a feature we have. I can't even remember, but it's nice to get the bracket at the top. It's always there. If you're watching the YouTube live stream, pin message will always have the bracket in it, or information of what you're watching or expecting to watch through the day. Just in case you weren't aware. Talisman, funky map to start us off on. We do see the blue gold base being taken over on this side. Reaper sees the chance to get a drone, trying to open up his pathway here. Rainor responds in time to actually save that worker, which is impressive, because I think a lot of people would have just let that go down. But now this Reaper going to pay the price. It's going to get stuck in the corner. The Queen trying to make sure it doesn't get away. The Lings will try and get the block. It's good. And oh no, the Reaper grenade bops it back as well. And the Reaper goes down. So we nearly get a drone, but we don't. And then the Reaper ends up dying. Nice pick off for Rainor. Less scouting availability for Kua at this stage. As Kua, you can see he's setting up to do the same thing over here, which is to get that command center down, put it in position to move to that blue gold third base. This does seem to be the most common expansion pattern. When we've seen Talisman play out, it has been this natural into blue-gold third more often than not. A couple of those drones going to come and nibble, just going to get their way through these minerals on that ramp, open up that space, and meanwhile it's Banshee, Hellions, Marine all coming through on the side of Kira as well, so we just get a lot of that setting up, a lot of that coming in. The Hellions they get one drone. We're still not quite mined through those minerals yet, so going to struggle to get some units down here defensively. The rocks on the right side block off this area as well, so it makes it difficult to come across with other units just from the natural. We will work on just cleaning those out and opening up the space between these bases, and that's something which I imagine both players are going to want to do in the near future. Now, Rainor has a roach on. He's got a good amount of gas, but he's not using it yet. I don't think this is going to be like an aggressive set of roaches, and as he makes 5, he's going to go into drones as well, which suggests that no, this is not aggressive roaches. It's just going to be some roaches to help him play defense in these early stages, and then we can go from there. Obviously, you can use those roaches to help knock down those rocks if they're not protected either. As the Queens step forward, a couple creep tumors coming down, and the Hellions just going to step back on that left-hand side. Evolution Chamber still coming up, drones on the way. Barracks are coming through, Banshee on the way, cloaking being added on. The Hellions get back to the center, and again, we still have that cloaking coming up for the moment. Hellions to the right, Banshee up in toward the natural, and the Overlord just sitting overhead, keeping an eye on things. A couple of Spore Crawlers building from Rainor, we get those underway. The Banshee firing, a couple of drones nearly going down. One more Spore Crawler gets put into position there. The Banshee will again be there to try and push the... Queen will be there to push that Banshee back. That is just cloaking on the Banshee. Obviously, we have started to see a lot of Hyperflight Rotors usage in Banshee play in ZVT and PVT, actually. Hyperflight Rotors is becoming just an alternative to cloaking, depending on how you want to play the Banshees. Sometimes depends a little bit on the map control, on the map layout as well, and just how you want to control the map. So, yeah, those Banshees get different ways to kind of be aggressive nowadays with that choice of upgrades both being kind of viable. Get the 1-1 coming through. The first Roach is taking some shots there. Lings and Roaches together will run back through the natural, pull back toward the further back location here. Evo Chamber taking a few shots as well. Carapace upgrade still building in as we get the extra drones in production. Stimpack 1-1 all coming about. The extra barracks coming through also. And just the Hellions back down into the center. And again, considering continuing to relocate themselves, figure out where they can go and what they can do in the near future. They're going to come up this right side, find a random just active tumor spreading slap bang in the middle of all the other tumors. Going to get rid of that one easily. No scan for the rest just yet. And the Roaches are there to continue to try and play defense. Queens and the wall off as well, so as we try to kind of get through and kind of maybe, you know, have the chance to potentially threaten the natural. The Roach is in position, and that will be good defense for the moment. Queen step over, Banshees will push this, will push back as well. 1-1 upgrades, combat shield continue to come about as the medevac, marine, and tank continues on into play. The Hellions going to get after a few more creep tumors. Banshees get after a couple of creep tumors there. The Roaches are going to step across. Banshees going to be in position. The Queens will be stepping forward as well. Banshees already in some trouble. Hellions come over. A couple drones going down. I mean, nice poking from these Hellions, but it's not been anything super crazy. I mean, Reynor's done a good job of negating them for the most part. Obviously trying to push creep out in toward the center of the map. Becoming a 4-base Zerg on the top side. And I wonder where he goes for base 5. Oh, he already shown us the middle base. I mean, then I wonder more so maybe what Kira is going to do overall for himself. And where Kira is going to try and push on this map. Where he's going to try and find the pressure points. Where he really feels like he can maybe break Rainor down and kind of make a breakthrough and make a push through in certain positions. These Marines are going to stem into Roaches, so that's going to be a short-lived adventure. They try and fight. There's too many Roaches, though. This is not a fight where you can knock a couple Roaches down and you're going to see the Marines win out. Ain't happening. As the Hellions will scan and get rid of a creep tumor. Good guys, trying to clean up that Monster Energy logo, looking nice and shiny again. Freaking Zergs, just creeping all over our sponsor logos. They didn't sign up for this, Zerg players, They signed up to get some advertisement and not get creeped on. Unbelievable, as per usual. The Marines actually take out an Overlord there. It's going to be a nice little grab as we still see 2-2 upgrades on the engineering base. The Queens will be there. Marines go on the other side. And the Feelings are going to run in just to completely force this back. The Hellions show up. We do have Bane speed on the way, so Rainor eventually going to end up on Ling Bane Ravager. Is going to be the plan from the lair tech, and we'll see how quickly he goes toward Hive. Starting to make melee upgrades here. That's how quickly he goes towards Hive. He's already on the Hive, but he's going to add Vipers on first. So that's going to be his Hive tech choice to start us out at the very least. There are siege tanks on the way. Remember, tanks can't be abducted no more. That doesn't stop them being blind and clouded. So Vipers will still definitely have a usage here. As it is still kind of roach heavy as well, so it makes sense to kind of knock those tanks down and give the roaches a good chance to advance forward. Good couple of biles landing on a medevac and a siege tank, not bad at all just yet. And that's going to be another bile. That tank and medevac were absolutely just magnetic to those biles. That was not ideal, getting biled down like that. Not quite what you're going for. As the Queen here taking quite a few shots off those Banshees. Queen goes down. Now Marines pressing forward. Queen is going to fall in the center. Roach Ravager trying to hold up. The hatchery in the center goes down. The Roach Ravager still pushing through. We are going to try and make our way across. The Lings go on top of the siege tanks, and they will clean those up. Rainor on a little bit of lacking supply overall, though. Has not got much in the rebuild bank. Already rebuilding a lot. Getting rid of the tanks is big, because obviously that does reset the splash damage of Kira, and that does a lot for you already as Rainor. Can he then get enough Banelings out to maybe run into this army and really have a high impact play? As Kira comes pushing up now around this left-hand side. Vipers available, Blind Clouds are going to be big here. As you do see the Banes flanking as well. Kira needs to start splitting up. The Banelings are taking a long time to go down because the tanks are all blind and clouded. Now the Banelings do not reach the bio in the background. Too much running off of creep. We try and get the energy back on the Vipers ASAP. Going to have to relocate them as they're under fire. The Banshee's trying to be annoying on the right-hand side at the same time as Kira will not break through yet. Getting close. But Rainor continues to make a hold. Kira behind all of this is saying, okay, time for a fourth base. He's actually getting Liberators, an extra factory on the way as well. So Kira looking to tech up now to this next stage. He's about to kill off that hatchery, which would bring Rainor down to a 4-base Zerg. A couple of corrosive vials trying to dot themselves in between those medevacs, trying to maybe get a cheeky grab or two here or there. Another Ravager finds itself going down as well, as you do see Broodlings popping out. That hatch that just goes down. Rainor, the 4-base Zerg play, does not have me feeling great. He is looking to either wrap around or counterattack with some units on the map. Counterattack may not be bad. If you can deny the fourth coming up from Kira, then you can kind of get away with being a 4-base Zerg a lot longer. Resources lost 2.5k in Kira's favor, so it has been efficient trades. I think we could have guessed that based on what we've seen so far. I don't think that is too surprising of an idea. This ends up just being a big wraparound. Reinforcements had not shown up just yet. Parasite Bomb on the medevacs is going to start killing a couple of them. Corrosive Biles looking for the Liberators. Rainor continues to stream through. More Biles. Liberators going down. One last Liberator does fall there. The Bio now getting some revenge fire as it does push back the other way. A transfusion to keep the Ravager alive. And Rainor clings on for dear life in the middle of Talisman. Let's do melee upgrade on the way through from Rainor. Seeing the Ling Bane Roach still continuing up. The Banshees are going to get there and actually land themselves onto this hatchery. We can't let that go down. We do have transfusions available. I just love that these Banshees are still alive, just showing you just how much value you can find with these a lot of the time. Marines get underneath, the Overlord goes down, hatchery cancelled over here as we still can't find a 5th base. And what is a problem is that Kira got to base 4, right? So Kira gets base 4 online and now starts to mine from that, and that makes this a much larger issue for Rainor, who is on his way to that Ultralis Cavern. +3 Carapace on the way up, 3/3 upgrades coming through from Kira as well, getting those online, bringing those into play. The Bio army still settling down as a few Banshees settle themselves together as well, and we have this army in general coming back across. Ling Roach Ravager still moving between the bases here. +3 melee, +3 Carapace coming online. We got the Ultra Cavern about to finish up as well. Rainor's close to being maxed, but he's not there yet. He's actually got 60 Lings in production that aren't on the field yet as well, so missing a lot of his army. And Kira is once again in this position. You can see the power of this for the Terran. Zerg can't really fight through that mineral line choke point very easily at all. This hatchery is super low. I mean, you're basically going to be forced to fight here in a second. Units are going to try and go around the other way. Rainor's splitting them preemptively, and it's just going to be the Lings running through. In we go. It is going to be running through this choke point. I tell you what, those Lings are going to have a good opportunity. They do ram this army in close together. So Kira actually takes a lot of splash damage off the Banes. Again, good Viper spellcasting gets rid of a lot of units here. Now we use Biles on that choke point to stop the Terran from chasing. Kira coming out of this once again a little bit beaten up. Resources lost about a 3,000 difference. The last 3 trades good for Rainor. If you've only lost 500 resources more in those last 2 big engagements, then these fights are going better for you than expected. Unfortunately, This is a base going down. Corrosive Vial gets rid of, I think, one full medevac died. I think it was a full one. Didn't quite get to see. The base goes down, but maybe at a little bit of a cost. Queen's on the right side trying to play defense. His units just run in. Queens will buy some time, and they will live, 2 of them, and this base will survive. Essential for Rainor after losing that top left base. He can't afford to just lose all of his base here and have nothing remaining. So getting back on track. Doesn't rebuild this hatchery here, does just rebuild the top side. Obviously, being down hatcheries means you're down on production because you're not going to have as much lava. And not that he has an excess of resources right now, but maybe that could be a factor. Burrow on the way. We do see infestors added on. A couple of fungals could be huge in this game. There's been a lot of stacked up bio units, right? So taking a couple of moments to try and make things happen there could be nice. Couple of bios coming in. Bio gets pushed back. Ring on the bottom right side as the 5th base comes up from Cure. That's my issue, is that Reynor's just not had any way to really do anything about these bases of Cure that keep coming online. So Cure's just going to be able to keep on expanding, keep on getting more powerful. Meanwhile, Reynor's always the one that's just about hanging on in there. Definitely seeing this map be pretty good for the Terran, being able to get forward. A lot of the fights here will happen in the center and be immediately on top of Terran bases. A lot of positions you can sit behind choke points and take advantage towards the Zerg bases as well. And Cure, once he's been set up in these positions, has definitely been able to make advantage of it. It's been some great fights from Rainor to get him out of trouble here and there. It's a massive fungal grove. Holy cow. Yeah, we actually have more infestor energy. We could have gone for more. He decides to back off and not go for it just yet. He has no follow-up is the problem. He has no damage output in the army. A lot of the units across the map setting up. Ultra's already dead. I mean, if nothing else, those fungals, though, will keep the medevacs drained of energy for a bit. And now we're going to get some counter damage into the main, into the natural. We're going to see a lot of SCVs available for grabs here. And this is going to force you to kind of come back as Cure. Now, he can run through his 3rd base and into the main base, so that's an option. Bling's looking for a wraparound. The Baneling gets target-fired. Great job, Cure. Looking over there and paying attention to it. Not letting that get away from him in this moment. Hatchery low. Reynolds going to be forced into a fight. Ultra running through, but there's Liberator Fire that's going to rain down from above. Parasitic bombs across the medevacs. Reynolds really going for the play, which is to deny the medevacs, deny the healing, and eventually you kind of bleed out of this game because you can't keep stuff alive. Reynolds did okay on this counterattack, but it's just not being good enough, and he doesn't have the army supply. And because of his hits on his bases, he doesn't have the resources to rebuild the army supply either. Yeah. Ultra coming up, Bling's on the way. Marine Marauder, tank and medevac building through. We had the missile turret, we had the planetary fortress. Still there's a couple of additional ultras coming up. The infests are coming about. The Vipers ready themselves. 2 more Lings going to go around the left-hand side. Going to get an immediate catch on a tank, but it will be saved. Lings will get there. The depot will go down. Still trying to make a defense on this side with Fungal Ultra. It's getting messy. The tanks as well. Choke point is just deadly right now, but Rainor has no chance to really do much else in this. Couple of Marauders stepping forward. The other Ultras coming through as well. We are going to be seeing another battle. We get rid of that first Liberator. We get rid of the tank as well. Can Rainor keep this going some way, somehow? Catches one more Fungal. Those units in the front are dying, but so are so many of the Zerg units, right? I mean, these Ultras are so low, and we're just about keeping them alive in this game. Boy, do we need to. We desperately need these Ultras to just stick around. If those Ultras don't stick around, we are in so much trouble. Medevac takes a chance to boost forward and see what's up. Looking at this army, there's no anti-air here apparently. Oh, just going to give us the vision for the snipe. Drops the Fungal on the Ghost. We will kill the Ghost in return, but we're not in the business of really affording replacement infestors right now, especially as this hatchery dies. Rainor will have to send these drones to the far left side of the map. That maybe changes the push direction from Cure a little bit. But I mean, the top left is not a fun base to hold on to either, because there's going to be high ground above it that you can siege up on. So it's going to be the same issue for Rainor. Like, it's so tough to engage into this Terran army at every point in time right now. 18-minute game. Infested burrowing up underneath, going to get under there, but it has no energy currently. Cure kind of sets up to play more the middle. I mean, if there's ever a time for Rainor to maybe win a fight, this could be it, simply for the fact that it's a more open space. But if there's ever a time for Rainor to not win a fight, it's probably right now, because he's down 40 army supply. Cure is maxed out, and Rainor just does not have the money to stick around on it. A couple scans across the board, a few Zerglings going down. Ling's going to take the chance to knock down some rocks on the left-hand side. They're going to break up into this mineral line where depots will be under fire. A few Marines take a chance to run across at those Zerglings, trying to play cleanup, trying to shut it down. Ling, Bane, Ultra, Infester still in production. Rainor just getting the scraps of anything he can afford here. What's dangerous now is that Kira is obviously going to be in a position to kind of push where he wants. B, he's going to have a bank account because he's not actually lost units in a little while. So the rebuild from Kira is now going to be nigh on instantaneous. And I just don't think Rainor has enough to take one big fight to kind of, you know, punish the Terran production, you know, the way that Terran production works. There would have to be a fight in small parts, in which case the bank account will always replace. Run by does nothing. Good tank positioning. Love it in a choke point as well. Another parasitic bomb. I tell you what, the Vipers have worked overtime in this game. They've done so much. That Infestor burrows only to be scanned, taken out anyway. And Rainor again is clinging on for dear life. He is going to be close to maxing out, 115 to 135. A couple barrels onto the siege tank. The medevac's coming over. Bio still joining up together. Overlord's pulling back a little bit. The Ling Ultra back around the natural, the main. Couple of shots going down. Drones taking damage. Marine Marauder continues to come into play at the moment. Army is going to step forward. A couple of ghosts are going to snipe. Going to move up. Hatchery will take a few shots of damage. A couple of Ultras will be under fire. This base is going to be going down. The Viper's gathering as well. A couple of ghosts still on the way. Marine Marauder tank producing through, trying to get cloaking on the way as well. Vipers with some parasitic bombs down onto the medevacs. I mean, your main base is under fire. 21 minutes in, Reynor's going to collapse on the back line, only to have a bunch of ghosts snipe through him. And Kira is going to drag Talisman into his favor. Kira to get the 1-0 lead on the map that was again forced upon these guys, and I get the feeling that that might have been a veto from Rainor, should Talisman have been a vetoable map in this series instead of, like I say, a forced map 1. Kira takes a 1-0 lead. I think Rainor played very well following up, but let's see what happens as we go into more games, because I think, like I say, the map has a lot to play for there. We'll see what the other maps give us, because Rainor, I think, played a very good defense from very tough positions, and there's so many good places on the map for Terran to sit their armies. Like, I didn't realize just how aggressive you could kind of just sit and, like, you're always choked up. Reynor's messages to me after the game suggest he does indeed confirm he's not quite a fan of the map. I honestly, I get it. Like, it looks very, very anti-Zerg. Like, not even necessarily anti-Zerg, just very good for TVZ, right? There's so many bases you can just sit on. Like, you're attacking bases while having so much protection is the factor. Yeah, we'll give this 30 seconds, guys, just for some ads to play out quickly, and then we will start up game number 2 on Old Republic and get this series continuing. Round of 12 action, WardiTV Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament. And, yeah, we appreciate you guys being here. Thank you so much. The viewership's going up. Oh, I mean, why not? It's been some great games. It's good to see you guys. Good to see the viewers back up looking good as well. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you all watching. It's been fun. It's been a lot of fun. I really love doing this event. Obviously, we've got the final day tomorrow, so we've still got a bunch to go today. I'm just having a real good time with it all. Thank you so much for the donation. Crush SE2 on the £25. Let me get the dashboard open so I can quickly read what you said. Well, I saw the message, but I couldn't read it from where I'm sat. Thank you so much, Crash ST. Let's meet the Meet Daily Quota Captain Wardy. Thank you so much for filling up our donation bar. Super appreciate it. Thanks for keeping on supporting StarCraft and WardiTV and everything we do and the games we cast and all the rest of it. Appreciate you, mate. Thank you so much for a generous donation as we go into game number 2. Let's keep SE2 alive. Absolutely, buddy. Well, like I say, the next few months, this off-season, we are just going to grind. We've got so many games we want to bring to you. We've got so many tournaments we want to run. That is going to be our goal, just event after event. And support like that helps us to keep on putting prize pools up, putting up tournaments, and giving us more to work with. In the top right-hand side, We've got some TVZ to work with right now. Our blue Terran player from Team Liquid is Cure. He's up 1-0 in the best of 5. Playing against the red Zerg down to the bottom left-hand corner from Basilisk. It's Rainor. Round of 12. Winner meets Hero tomorrow in the round of 8. This section of the bracket is brutal. So that's the beauty of these competitions. That's the beauty of the groups kind of going a bit funky at times. Some of these bracket sections become absolutely stacked. Obviously, top half of the bracket isn't exactly much easier. MaxPax Classic was a round of 8. Clem is in a round of 8. Win for ByuN or Lambo. That's the next couple of matches up as well. Wardy, do you ever think about making tournaments for lower level players instead of pros? I mean, so I actually, when I first started casting, that was pretty much everything that I did. I just transitioned into working at, putting on I transitioned into making content based around, higher level players and stuff. And the TLDR nowadays is that a lot of the time I would say I just don't have time to run events for lower level players. And the reality is obviously that the viewership's not there. I mean, I'm very real with myself, and, a lot of my viewership is here because we have great players on the screen, and we consistently have great players on the stream, and so people support us more as a tournament organizer point of view than an exciting streamer point of view. The reality is that there's not a lot of value in me running tournaments for lower level players because people just don't want to watch me talking about lower level games. People really show up to the stream for the higher level players a lot of the time, so... It's a lot of the time it's just more worth it for me to put on another high level event than something lower level, even if it costs less to run the lower level thing, because what we get out of running the lower level tournament just there's not really much of anything. And like I say, I already usually cast a lot of StarCraft, so it's never something we look to run as a bonus, Can I nerf A levels? You don't have time to play StarCraft? Ugh. Yeah, I mean, I can't help you on that one. Just work super hard for like a month, pass them early or something, and then boom, bang. Take the rest of the year for StarCraft. Surely. Surely. Let's take a moment or so, Reaper coming about, that link speed coming online, early game looking cozy. We do have a forward third hatchery here from Rainor, so expanding toward the center of Old Republic pretty quickly. This map's actually had quite a lot of the mirror matchups played on it in this tournament, so while it's been a heavily played map, it's actually been played in a lot of mirrors. So happy to see it in a matchup like TVZ. Traditionally, one of the longest matchups that we have in StarCraft 2 is TVZ, and again, because TVZ is a lot about the mechanical back and forth and map control fighting, it's a really good matchup to test out maps a lot of the time. So, excited to see some Old Republic here for this map 2 of our best of 5 round of 12. As yeah, starport coming up, link speed on the way. Well, Helena's building through. The Queen and the link speed is coming online. No surprises in that regard just yet. You just see the Reaper going to get turned around and pushed back the other direction. If you guys, so just to, well, you have a moment or two of calm, just if you guys genuinely were interested in seeing some like lower league events and stuff, like we could try running some, like I haven't tried running lower league stuff in a long time. The reason I just gave is based on, how it was a long time ago. Like we could arguably make some lower league stuff. I also just don't know if we get like a player base, right? Like, we need enough players to make it worthwhile on the day and stuff as well, so it's one of those things where it's like, is it, would it work out? Like, it's a bit of a step out of my comfort zone. It's like, it's almost like it sounds weird, but it's like a risk where it's like, I could just also just cast more great StarCraft at the high level, I think as well, like, I enjoy StarCraft at the higher level too. I know for a fact I wouldn't like to cast my own replays. They're miserable to watch, so... And that's not to me... That doesn't mean that, like, lower level StarCraft can't be fun to watch. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway. I'm going to see the couple Hellions and the Reaper just going to move about. The Lings will take a chance to open up some rocks. Almost always want to have open space as a Zerg. Less places for the Terrans to put their tanks behind and settle down armies is going to be... a lot of fun. Plus, a couple of Hellions coming through. That cloaking coming up. Baneling Nest is starting. We add on that lair. Get a few drones coming out. Queen in production. Oh, and Q is going to play mech. Wow. Doom Wall Factories and mech on the way. Like, this is really a, really an interesting time to crank out the mech, isn't it? And obviously mech is, you know, are we going to play Cyclone mech, even though Cyclones are nerfed? Because the bug was fixed and their lock-on time is now reduced. There was the, I mean, the other bug was that the upgrade now works properly on Cyclones. I'm not sure how big a factor that is versus just being able to lock on repetitively. This could also be one of those things where if Rainor just doesn't see what's coming in time, it could be very troublesome where you just don't know about the fact it's mech until too late, and then you're in a bit of trouble right off the bat. And right now, Rainor's not making any real bid to kind of scout here. He's just sat back, doing his thing, and meanwhile, Q again as greedy with the mech as you can, right? Extra factories, extra armories, straight into all of the infrastructure, straight into the upgrades that are going to, you know, really power you up through the game. And Rainor is building to Bane speed. Pretty sure as an unranked player, people would watch you for comedy. Yeah, maybe it's just a different style of StarCraft. People aren't watching for the entertainment. They're watching for the laughing entertainment rather than the, oh, that's so cool entertainment. I mean, like I said, like lower level StarCraft is still fun to watch. Like evenly matched StarCraft 2 is typically just fun to watch in general. Yeah, it's been a while since we tried stuff like that. Hey, what's up, Jeff? Thank you so much for the 100 bits. Wedding dowry from Papa. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. You run an event with players between 5 and 6k MMR. Yeah, it'd be interesting. Yeah, this is the sort of thing we could look into. I'm just scared of like putting the time into an event like that and then like 4 people sign up and I'm like, oh, and I feel like the day is wasted, you know. I don't know. Anyway, +1/+1 coming up. Vehicle upgrades, that is, and Infernal Pre-Ignited, that blue flame coming online as well. As Banshees have already gotten themselves through a few drones, now picking themselves through a few creep tumors in the early stages. Taking the chance to step on through, Banshee will put a bit more work in. Infestation Pit will drop down into the back as again melee, carapace, and the missile upgrade all on the way at once, so Rainor just going to get a flurry of upgrades. Going to be working on Burrow as well, and now starts up the Hive. A lot of options for Rainor at this point in terms of what he goes into. Currently just kind of roachling Bane. Obviously with Hive coming up, you're going to give yourself some options as well. We'll see what his decision is in terms of the composition he wants to play against this mech army. The music could be slightly quieter. It should be the same volume as always. It's probably just that this map is... or this current track of music is just a bit louder than some of the others. It should quieten down if it changes song or so. I don't think it's... the settings are the same as they've been for a year, so it shouldn't be different. But if it really is too different, let me know. I will, you know, push a couple things around if we need to. These Hellions are having a very good time initially. Finally, some more Lings showing up. Can they do enough surrounding here? I'm going to say not really, right? Like, these Lings run in, but the Banes never catch up. The Roaches never really get much of a chance. Spire on the way from Rainor as the Hive is about to finish. Now you've got Blue Flame Hellions chasing down Roaches, and that's never a good sign. If the Terran feels like their Hellions can take a good fight against Roaches, something has gone extremely wrong. So really not a pretty situation on that one. His +1 missiles, Roach speed, and +2 carapace continue to come up as well. Greatest Spire on the way, so Reyno's going to rush the Broodlords here. Q gets a couple of Vikings coming out. In general, that's just good against Hive Tech because the Vikings can then zone out the Vipers. I can't believe how much he's doing with just the Blue Flame Hellions on the map. Like if this was like Hellion Cyclone, I'd be like, yeah, that makes sense. But it's just Hellions. Now they're going to run up over here. Yep, this is a wraparound that's going to get the kills. So this time we do clean the Hellions up. Rainor gets that KO. I mean, that's what he was kind of looking for before. A new wave of Hellions on the map. The problem is with your when you're playing against mech is that Hellions are super replaceable. So you clean out one set of Hellions and the next set is already here. And this time it's the whole ass army which is already here. Greatest Spire isn't ready yet. We're a mile away from the Broodlords, and I think Rainor is in trouble. He's going to dive while a lot of the tanks are on siege, but the Hellions are now Hellbats, and they roast the Zerglings out of here. And I mean, realistically, you can't just be playing for Broodlords and not have the Broodlords, right? Is what it's coming down to. He's going to have an attempt to play defense still because he will be able to morph in some broods. The fact there's already a few Vikings in the sky is a big problem. We're going to need a couple of Corruptors to remain as Corruptors. Maybe we move 6 broods right now, and then the rest of the Corruptors in production are the defense against those Vikings. It really is just 4 Vikings versus the Broodlords. Like, there's no Thors out either. Because this is very fast. Yeah, immediately he sees it now, and immediately a Thor starts in production. So this is the first time Kira realizes what's up. Rainor will lose the forward hatchery, replacing it with the base to the left side. It's not a pretty position, but it's likely going to become a defense, no? Because, I mean, there's just nothing to kill off the Broodlords. Like, the Vikings, as long as we get Queen and Corruptor after these Vikings, the Broodlords can push forward. And now these siege tanks are just going to start going down. Kira is not trying to unsiege, letting the Corruptors fly on through at him. Extra tanks showing up. I was going to say, Kira, I think we really got to start turning around. Like, it's all well and good bringing these extra tanks in, but that's not what we need. You're going to get those Broodlords through to clean up those last couple of tanks, and that is Rainor pushing this back. He gets a lot of value on this, but the problem is the next fight is not going to look the same. Because next time around, Kira is going to have an army that's made to deal with Broodlords as well. With those Thors on the way out, that's going to become much more of a problem. Aliens moving the Hellbats over here, and that base is just going to go down, so it's just too disconnected from the rest of the map for Rainor to really get there and truly defend against it super comfortably, so not exactly ideal. Roach Ravager shows up. I mean, you're trading Hellbats into Roaches, like, that's gas for minerals. Rainor doesn't love it. Like, he's got to clean this up, but it's not super fun. Here are the Corruptors once again, pushing back the Vikings. Kira coming in aggressively, and I mean, the couple of Broodlords are trying to try and do their thing. There are the Queens to transfuse a little bit, try and keep these Broods alive. Queens off creeps who are missing the transfusions. Gonna drop another few Broodlings down, forcing friendly fire. Corruptors trying to get through and on top of the Vikings once again. More Thors on the way out. Yeah, Rainor is just going to be hanging on here. I mean, the story of this series, Rainor is going to be hanging on by a thread. That was true in Game 1. It's becoming true here in this Game 2. Like I say, Broodlords are typically this kind of like one-time, boom, I'm going to make a Broodlord switch, and that's going to be fun. And it usually is fun, right? Having Broodlords as your defense at first and then continuing to play Broodlords throughout feels very, very difficult. As the few Ravagers get there, pushing the Hellions back the other way. Additional siege tanks coming out. A little bit of lag, guys. That's on our side. That's on our screen. It's probably just that connection to Korea. As we are going to see Ling Bing jumping on. There's the tanks going to get jumped on quickly. The Thors are hitting Lings. Can I argue this is a good fight from Rainor in some way? If we can get rid of the Thors, maybe. But the Broodlords are not doing enough. The Thors stand strong. Right now, a swarm of Lings that he had before would have been amazing because all the Hellbats are gone. It's just Tank Thor. Lings could have done very well. Kira morphs Hellbats into Hellions, tries to run them into the mineral lines here. Smart Servos doing work as well, letting those Hellbats transform so quickly from one way to the other and just making it miserable for Rainor to try and find a defense. You get into Hellion mode, you're mobile, you get into Hellbat mode, you're great against Zerglings. So frustrating to try and clean up, and man, like even this last Hellion is putting on some work. Finally, the Zergling gets the kill on it, as Kira has been still trying to push down this location here. Rainor is maxed out. Has a couple Vipers being brought into play as well. Nice additions. Is it going to be enough? It's a lot of Lings counterattacking. I mean, hey, there's going to be an entry point there. That's not a full wall off. Little mistake made, and obviously maybe take this wall off down and leave it open for later. If nothing else, this forces you back a little bit as well as Cures, so you actually have to pay some attention back to the other side of the map. And that's not happened in a while, and Reynor's actually going to get through for a few SCVs as well. Gets all of those depots. Doesn't supply block Cure, but obviously opens up that space where now you're not walled off like you were before, or at least as you were intended to be, because let's be realistic, the wall was not actually complete, believe it or not. A little bit of a gap there, a little bit of a mistake made as Thor and Tank army will move toward the middle of the map here. Will take some steps forwards. Hellions, Tanks, and Thors making their way into the center of the map currently. Vikings and Tanks still building through. We add on a ship upgrade as well. A few Zerglings getting around, and a couple of those depots are going to be under fire once again. Tank shooting, dealing good damage. The Lings taking some shots. It's an army through the middle of the map right now from Q. A big push through the center. as we go and try and force Rainor into a fight. He wants to jump on this quickly before the tanks are siege. Oh, the blinding clouds all over the first layer of siege tanks. Is that going to be good enough? Corrosive Vials coming down. Now the tank's getting freed from their blinding clouds. A lot more lings on the way. Did we keep enough alive here from Rainor for the reinforcement wave to clean up? He's going to start coming in as some of the Zerglings start spawning. I mean, Thor's in the front, getting jumped on. The few Broodlings coming down are taking some of the tank shots as well. We're going to get forward. We had no additional Viper, otherwise a few blinding clouds in the back here would have been amazing. But Rainor is going to clean up this army. He's going to push it back. And this army from Kira is in full retreat mode as Rainor chases it down. Thor dead, tank dead, everything dead. And Kira is down a 150 supply. Rainor with the fight as he jumps on that quickly and easily. Dismantles it and takes it down again. Sorry guys, the game is a little jumpy right now. That is simply, again, just our connection to Korea. The players will not be seeing that. So it is just, again, it's in-game. It's not the stream even. It's literally just the Korean server not being our friend. Like I say, the players do not feel that. It's not affecting the engagements. If it was, they would have paused by now. Couple Hellions will get to the top left. They're going to go in after that hatchery, so the Hellbats morph and Hellbats start to do their thing. The Lingbane, Roach Ravager, Viper coming around the right-hand side here as we make a dive up to the top. And in we go. Planetary Fortress immediately in some trouble. Those few Balins could get these SCVs. That's a big base denial. Right now, we've got enough numbers here from Rainor to kind of run in a bit more comfortably, especially because he's got a lot of money in the bank. So as he loses a bit of this fight, his rebuild potential is huge. Wondering what he rebuilds as well. Is it just going to be more Ling Roach Ravager, or do we have something else he maybe wants to start adding on later in this game? Corrupt is, of course, spraying a base on the other side as well. They do insane DPS, so there's a chance they actually do some good work there. This fight's still ongoing, like it's super drawn out, but anytime you're getting rid of a tank, it's money that Kira's going to struggle to replenish. I mean, this orbital is savable, right? Like, there's enough SCVs to stop this from dying, and it's just the lack of anti. I mean, you need to pull a few more SCVs onto it. The command center is now not officially dying anymore, but it is stopping mining. It's annoying. Now the Vikings show up and the Corruptors are okay with what they achieved here. I mean, it was very unlikely they got the kill, but it was still a distraction and annoyance. We are going to lose those Corruptors' mind. Ling, Roach, Bane, Viper, all still coming through. A few additional Queens coming out. Extra Ravagers morphing from Rainor on the bottom side of the map. Going to rally those across into the center here. The Lings are going to continue to join up. The Cyclone's still on the way. The Magfield Accelerator are part of this. Planetary Fortress not far from being done. Cyclones now, yeah, I'm kind of wondering about it too. I wonder if Kira suddenly feels the need for mobility in this army and something a bit more kind of versatile than the tanks, but I mean, I haven't seen a lot of battle mechs since the Cyclone change, quite frankly, in TVZ, so I don't know how it's going to fare. I don't know how those Cyclones look right now, but it doesn't feel great. I can't imagine that this is something that's going to feel good right now. As Rainor sets up for the counterattack up that right side, the Roach Ravager settling on the left side. Good depot raise. We see the Ling's just going to attempt to go through the depots, going to go after a couple of the Cyclones. Those are good free pickings. That's value, right? It's minerals for gas units. And Rainor at this point is starting to be rich, and he's taking base after base. 2 hatcheries on the production tab right now already. And it's just a case for him of just keeping Kira from ever really kind of feeling overly comfortable. I think Rainor's army is always going to be good from here on out. The main thing is if Kira gets a max, there's always that chance Kira takes one really good fight, and maybe the game has some kind of snowballing potential from there. A Planetary Fortress goes down, Corrosive Vials are well placed. We are going to be seeing this mech force trying to move through. Just unsieged tanks kind of tells it all, as Kira is desperate just to get forward and do something, but unsieged tanks are also not great at dodging Vials, because they're slow moving, so that rain of Vials has been surprisingly effective here. And we'll drop a few more Vials again, just force those tanks to back off, and actually getting some connections too. Going to try and drop some mules onto that base. There's Lings now showing up. Again, the numbers are just there in Rainor's favor. He doesn't need fancy units at this point. The low-tech units in good numbers will get it done, because there's just not enough from Kira, as he's going to go sub-100 supply with these losses. And at that point, it always feels bad when the Zerg is still swarming you in every way, shape, and form. GG gets called, and Kira Rainor continues to be a banger, with Rainor tying this series 1-1. Man, Kira Rainor is going to deliver a little bit then. We get tied up, and we look toward a game 3 of the series and look to see who may be able to take the advantage, take the edge, and move into the leading position. We'll be jumping into our third map here in a couple of moments. Just have to pull up, and it is 10,000 feet. I actually have been loving this map, so Rainor played a game on this yesterday against Bunny, and he was just about able to hang on against like the 8 racks aggression. It was kind of a wild one too. Excited to see what it means for us in this series with Rainor and Cure. A little bit of TVZ coming online. Rainor needs a moment or two, so he'll be right back. And yeah, he'll take a moment before we get into this next matchup, guys, or next game, I should say. Game 3 of the series coming at you in just a few moments. Thanks so much for watching, guys. Across YouTube and Twitch, we've just broken the 2,000 viewer mark, so thank you so much. We've got 500 people on YouTube right now, 1,500 on Twitch. It's amazing to see. Thanks so much for supporting and being here today. If you guys are enjoying the games, if you're on YouTube, again, take a moment to hit the like and subscribe button. We do this every day. Subscribing will let you see more of our content, more of our live streams, more of our tournaments. There are over 50% of people watching right now will not be subscribed. I said at the start of the year I'd love to get to like 50,000 YouTube subs this year, and that was a very ambitious goal. If we actually start getting a lot of the YouTube viewers to just start converting and actually clicking the sub button, it's actually doable. Like theoretically, like based on the numbers all year long, it's not. But like if we actually have so many people watching, actually just hit the sub button, like we could do it. Bit of a crazy goal still probably at this point, but like, you know, it's a thing. Just buying some time because, like I say, Rainor is BRB. So we'll take a couple moments for him, and I will just use that as a moment. Where does Wardy come up with these stats? It's called the YouTube Analytics page. It's very, very useful as a YouTuber. It tells you all these things. If I go on my live, if I go on Analytics, Audience, in a moment. Okay, where's the... Not subscribed in the last 28 days, 52.1% of the viewers. Now, you might think, well, what is that on everything? So if we just click on, I think I can get the live analytics of this stream. Right now, in the audience of today, not subscribed on YouTube is 51.4% of viewers. So that's 51% of viewers on YouTube right now are not subscribed. So there you go. That's where my stats are from. I've gained you as a YouTube viewer, but lost you as a Twitch viewer. Can't be in 2 places at once. That's all good. You guys, you watch wherever is better for you. Watch whichever platform is better for you. I understand you can't be in both places. I mean, the whole point of YouTube is, you know, streaming on YouTube is to give you guys the choice as well, right? So. Should you subscribe if you have this page bookmarked already? Black Bear, you're here every day already. You can do what you want. You're already doing your part just by being here. Where's better for me when I watch? Twitch or YouTube? It's a great question. I don't know. I think, in general, I make more money per viewer on Twitch. Because on Twitch, I can run more ads. And the reality is, if I can run more ads at you, you will be worth more. If you just watch and do nothing else. So I think Twitch is better. But I honestly couldn't tell you directly. Like, it's actually very hard to specifically find information about the money YouTube makes just on like a live stream, because it adds in so many other things. So I'm not even sure if it's necessary that like YouTube, it's not even that like about who pays more. It's the fact that like Twitch lets me run 3 minutes of ads, right? If I click the ad button on YouTube, it inserts one ad, and then I think YouTube is way less reliable at inserting the ads to the live viewership than Twitch is. So like, you know what I mean? Like, Twitch is... I think in that regard, Twitch might be better for, like, how we do our stream. But the reality is, it's probably so marginal that you should just watch wherever you prefer to watch. Like, if you like the Twitch community, watch on Twitch. If you like the YouTube features, watch on YouTube, you know? So, yeah. Honestly, watch wherever you like. It's not about what's worth more to me. What's worth more to me is that you guys have a good time and you enjoy coming back, and you watch what, you know, whatever's going to make you watch more, you know? So, yeah, that's the simple answer. Ready? Players are set. Thank you for the patience, guys. Obviously, Rainor taking a moment after 2 games, and we're going to jump into 10,000 feet for Game 3 of the series. It's 1-1. How much money does Monster Game Juice pay for ads? Look, Monster Energy, they're sponsoring the TLMC. That's nothing with me. I have no idea. They sponsor the tournament, they sponsor the map contest. I don't know anything about it. I just get paid to run the tournament. and cast it. Well, actually, I actually haven't been paid to do this tournament in a while because I actually usually turn my my fee for running this event into prize money. I think this is going to be the first time in like, I want to say like probably like 3 or 4 years of the map contest tournament where I'm not turning my fee into prize money because we've been using my fee just to buff the prize money a bit the last couple of years. This year I actually need the extra couple $100 that come in as my fee, so I'll be taking it. But yeah, that's usually we just kind of appreciate the good content we get, and we run the ads and we make the stream money and all of that stuff. Anyways, enough about me, enough about money. I know money's a big thing, but let's sit back and enjoy some StarCraft instead. In the top left-hand side, our red Zerg is Rainor, and in the bottom right, our blue Terran is Cure. Thank you, Sesames, for the 6-month resub. Cheers for the support of SC2. No worries. Thank you so much for supporting SC2 with your sub. When was the last time Blizzard chipped in for the TLMC? I don't know. Whenever you go on Wikipedia and find the one that wasn't sponsored by Monster. Monster basically replaced Blizzard as like the TLMC sponsor, I'm pretty sure. You'll probably also see when the tournament prize money got cut down. Is also when I think it changed. Yeah. Because this used to be a $4,000 event. And then it was a $3,000 event. And this time it's a $2,500 event. So, yeah. You can probably figure it out if you go back and backtrack. I can't remember when that was, though. What's up, Cranky Ducklings? Thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody, from the Ducklin stream. Hope you've had a good time. We are in the middle of a great Cure versus Rainor series. It's been a banger here so far. And the last thing I'm going to say, off topic, is thank you to Black Bear for the $3 super chat. Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much. Let's see what this TVZ has in store for us on 10,000 feet. So, this map's interesting, and I do wonder if Rainor approaches it any differently today than he did yesterday. His forward hatchery is what he took yesterday, and this map base is very interesting, where you've got these kind of rocks that kind of stop you going left and right as the Terran for a while in the game, but eventually you can kind of move that around. Obviously, sieging tanks here can hit this position. That's really the only base that's super abusable. I mean, maybe up here, sieging tanks. This is an interesting choice as well for this base. Rainor mines out these minerals early and goes in that direction. Does not save the drone. And that is going to be the Reaper hopping to the high ground as single kill still for now. Not going to find much else just yet. Remember, back on Talisman, he lost the Reaper early. So right now, this Reaper is causing a little bit of chaos as Rainor is playing greedy. So he's playing no Zerglings, which makes it more possible for this Reaper to stick around for longer. So it's a little bit of greed out of Rainor at the price of it being way more difficult for him to actually, you know, keep stuff alive. I mean, that's a drone that's going to just about be saved there. I think the Queens are going to cut this Reaper off now. Oh, yes. I thought the Queen had taken one step too close. But that is going to be good. So defense made. It's going to have the Creep Tumor going down at the front. A couple of Creep Tumors dropping then. We start to spread out on this natural expansion. Queen, drones, hatchery, all still building through. We have a couple of Marines going to sell down. Observer going to take a look at this bouncing ball. Oh, yep. That was my first criticism of this map. But this, I think, has become one of my favorite maps of this TLMC. I said this a lot yesterday. I'll say it again now, for fairness' sake. It's been really fun to watch. I love the way that the middle of the map works. I love the way the rotations go. I love how armies move on it. It's just been such an entertaining map to bear witness to, you know? Like, all of the games just have, like, an element of fun, and they're very active. So, I've really been enjoying this map. Excited to see what the players think of it as well when we get some feedback from them. But, yeah, I think this is one of the ones that's going to get one of my high votes. I think I'm starting to think as well about which maps I'm going to add to the WardiTV map pool for WardiTV Mondays and other events. You know, trade out some of the maps that are currently in the ladder map pool. We're probably going to put 2 or 3 new maps in. So this is definitely one of my candidates for that right now. Kind of like this. I kind of like Ruby Rock. I mean, the thing is, so much of it is just preference, though, as well. Because honestly, like, so many of these maps in this TLMC could just be whacked onto the ladder right now, and they'd be great, you know? At the end of the day, like, so many of these maps are just a very fun kind of play state. They're fun to see new maps. They play good games. You know, very few of them have a lot of... very few of them have, like, issues that kind of keep them from being playable, as the Orbital is going to come around over to that right-hand side. Hashtag Team Talisman. Yeah, you know what? I think, well, maybe Talisman will make it through a community vote, but based on player feedback, I think it may not. To be fair, Talisman's probably not bad in a 9-map map pool. Because I think it's kind of bad in a couple of matchups, but it's probably kind of fine and fun in other matchups. So like in a 9-map pool, it's probably okay. As long as it's going to be an insta-veto for some matchups, though, is the reality of it. So just going to see the Marines get a few creep humors here. Rainor going to be supply blocked as well. Roach is coming out to play some defense early. It's not been an easy series for Rainor. Like, that last game was a lot of surviving and hanging on in there until the last seconds, and then turning the game around. It'd be great to see him have like a more comfortable opening of the game, and then just, you know, have a bit of an easier time from the start. Cure diving for that queen, does not get queen number 2. He got the first queen kill there, but move commanded through a little bit as we're going to try and drop to the high ground. Rainor will help to speed up the killing of those rocks and just access up here as well. Like I said, I don't think you want to have that place unaccessible, because if it's not accessible, you're in a weird position where like tanks up there could support a low ground group of Marines. Obviously your creep is there, so it's going to stop the rocks dying off naturally. So I think Rainor is kind of okay to speed up the process of knocking some rocks down and kind of opening that space. It looks like, oh, he's going to expand down the left side. What an interesting kind of change of expansion pattern from what we saw from Rainor yesterday. So just working all the way down this left side of the map in comparison. That's going to be his 4th location with an infestation pit already coming online. And these medevacs just looking for opportunity. They're going to boost heavily toward the natural. There's a spore there. Queen showing up. Roach is already in position as they go all the way toward the main base. These medevacs are going to be in a bit of an awkward spot where they're probably, they're going to have to boost again to minimize the damage taken. And they're still going to end up a little bit hurt. I actually think Queens have just intercepted them too. Yep, those medevacs are not having a good time down this left-hand side. Surely Queens don't reach that. I was going to say that would be disgusting. That would have been a nerf territory. As the medevacs up the right side going to go after some creep tumors. As I have a quick moment before I forget, Headfield's Downstroke, thank you so much for the 29-month resub, using that Prime, supporting the stream, supporting the tournaments. Thank you so much for being awesome. Appreciate you. Thank you so very much. As the few Marines step back, a couple of Lings going down, Roach is stepping forward as well. Yeah, I think we're going to be okay here, right? A few more as Marines going to be forced to lift up and pull back. Just seeing the 2-2 upgrade still building in on the side of Q. We got Marine Tank on the way up, Medevacs on the way, Melee and Carapace upgrades building, Balin speed on the way out. I mean, Rainor on his way to Hive Tech. The later this game goes, I'm always going to feel good about Rainor, right? The longer these games go, the more he has a chance to kind of secure the map and have multiple engagements to decide, you know, the game. I think I'm always going to like Rainor in those scenarios. It's the early, mid-game pushes and shoves from Q that are so deadly and dangerous that get me worried, and especially when he has good early games and starts putting on pressure early. He's going to show up here, and he's going to get those tanks sieging. This is a very open area of the map. Like, you can engage from top and bottom onto this army very easily, so if you can do that as Rainor, then this army is going to be in a little bit of trouble, perhaps. We'll see if Rainor can find that opportunity, as right now he might just let this hatchery go down, 5th base being denied. Here, not wasting time, just moving up, getting in position, taking that out, and he is going to establish his own 4th base over to the right side. Kind of makes sense. Honestly, it's the middle base is one that I imagine the Terrans are going to be more likely to take than the Zergs. Explosive Vials there do get through, knock one tank down already. Rainor is not eager to rush into a fight or anything. He's not pushing toward anything too soon. Bottom left base, the only thing I'll say about it is it's very far away from any creep spread, right? So it's very disconnected. Right now, Q is not putting attention down there, but it's the kind of position that I don't imagine is going to be easy for Rainor to hold on to. If Q ever catches wind and thinks about the fact that this is down there and that maybe we should do something about it, it's going to be a tough base to hold on to. Obviously, Rainor not exactly having much more fun in the middle of the map, mind you. As I thought he might have felt good enough about maybe collapsing on that army, but like I say, maybe getting from two sides. Right now, Q is going to push further up. He's going to have a siege on the natural. I mean, this position becomes kind of nasty. I didn't really consider this position because I never really thought Rainor would let Q so far to the right, but because he's playing so much of the left side of the map, this right side is actually pretty exposed. I have to try and set up some Widow Mines here initially before we truly fight in and get some good connections off. The Roadtron going down is fine. What's more dangerous is losing your Carapace upgrade. No, no, no. Blinding Cloud to try and buy time. Oh, the Blinding Cloud saves the carapace. And we are going to finish the upgrade as well. Corrosive Vile's going to go for the double kill on the siege tanks as well. What a save for Rainor as +2 carapace finishes. That Evo Chamber will now go down as we are going to bust in on the other side of the map. Counterattack with a lot of units, and Rainor is going to find Kira, I think, pretty unprepared. Splitting some Lings away from the Widow Mine. The only thing I will say is that those Marauders are holding that ramp very well. What a turnaround from Kira defensively. He's actually going to make that a hold. That's very nice. Now, Rainor does end up losing his +2 melee upgrades, but I mean, I think I like Carapace a little bit more, especially because Ultras are coming out. Adrenal Glands will be done soon. Kindness on the way. Rainor's going to have a more comfortable time very shortly. Cure currently supply block nothing. Well, okay, 1 CC on the way, and now the depot's on the way to fix that. Rainor's going to be maxed out soon. The big interesting thing now is that Cure obviously had a lot of units back down on the bottom side of the map. Yeah, they're going to take a turn to that bottom left base. So I think Rainor's going to lose that, but he's going to get to this point where he's getting Ultras coming out and maybe can take an army advantage sometime soon here. We'll see what these Ultras can do. Kindness is a little bit away. Oh, I love this. Coming back in with these Lings. Another little run-by opportunity. First Ultras popping out. Viper's around, and we are going to hit with the Banelings as well. Cure not watching, honestly, and takes a lot of damage. Rainor has money to spend to rebuild with. Cure not so much. As you are going to see, this army over here, though, has gone from one base to the next. The Banes are going to show up, and I think this hatchery is going to go down. Marines are getting caught by the Banelings. A lot of bio did go down, but Rainor is now a 3-base Zerg player, having to replace the 4th and having to replenish that base. Definitely seeming problematic for him as Rainor gets himself a few more Ultras out. Infesta, Burrow continue to come through. The Lings are in production. The Liberator Bioforce coming online as well. We add on the 3 upgrades. And the army comes over to the right side. Double expanding Rainor. He wants to get back on track. Triple expanding Rainor, actually. So 3 hatches coming down. Adding on an Infestor, something that can maybe help him to buy time against some of these pushes. Liberators and Ghost Academy now on the way up as well. So the preparation for the later stage comes up from Cure. Rainor's made some good attempts at Cure's bases, but he's not actually been as successful as I originally thought he was. That first run by of the Ling Bane I thought was going to be deadly. But those Marauders held that ramp so well for other units to come back and reinforce. There's 1 hatch going down. That's allowable when you're rebuilding so heavily here. Still got an open area to attack in over here. 9 more SCVs dead. Pyro starting to show up from the main base, so we will probably fall back with those Lings now, but it's another chunk of SCVs going down that Cure has to consider as a loss. Cure now, here's one of the issues we're having right now, is that getting out from this right side is going to become a difficulty. So Cure expanding on the right, going to start holding the right, and that means Rainor may have to go back to that bottom left base, but that's far away. I think Rainor is just missing one easier option for 5th from being super comfortable in this game, and it's just made this game extremely difficult. Sensor Tower goes down, the Lings hold position now. Burrow, we'll see if Cure caught that. There's a scan over here, he does scan over there, the Lings unburrow, so Rainor's going to pay attention to that too, runs away, and captures a fungal growth, parasitic bomb as well to get some good damage onto the Medivacs. The problem is we got to break our way out of your natural here. Liberator sieging the natural ramp is not pretty. Oh my god, the Ultras get some chomps off. And Liberator is still in the skies, though, doing a lot of work. One Ultra decides to donate itself forward, and with 40 army supply less, I think Rainor is starting to bleed out a little bit here, and then loses a Viper. Would have been a very expensive loss also. Another couple of Widowmine shots going off. The Zergling's taking some damage. We're still trying to chase through. Widowmine hits some of the Medivacs for friendly fire. We do load up. We do escape away. Last Liberator will fall to Biles. And Rainor cleans up, but not easily. And again, it's a serious base issue. The bottom left gets denied once more. Rainor needs to get rid of some bases of Cure or slow him down some way, somehow. That's just not happening at the moment. Rain Marauder, Ghost Lib, all coming up. Widowmine's Connect Force, use Zerglings there, nothing too crazy. Rainor up 20 workers. If he had somewhere to comfortably mine from those workers with, brilliant. But it's just been holding on to base 5. Cure's done a great job of denying all the, the viable locations. There's only 3 places you can really go to. He's denied the middle of the map well, the top of the map a couple of times, and he's denied the bottom of the map also. This Infestor sees this army on its way, so Rainor will know that Cure approaches. Ling's looking to counterattack once more. Those counterattacks, one of the few things that are definitely keeping Rainor somewhat in this game. Knocking the Terran economy down a little bit here and there has done a lot for him. That Widowmine is not as deadly as it could have been. Great split. Still finding the ability to do that. Once more, we're just kind of sieging this natural area, and it's so weird because Rainor's kind of defending so far to the left, but because of the map layout, the natural entrance is exposed. It's been an issue a few times over, and the actual hatchery straight up dies. Reynor's maxed out, but he's down 30 army supply. No money in the bank, really, apart from a bit of gas, which is, I'm not sure, really going to come into play. And you're going to have to fight into a pre-sieged, preset Terran force. I don't think that's a position you're breaking into comfortably, easily, or happily in the slightest right now. Blink Bane Ultra going to turn into the bottom right-hand side. Liberate is still sieging. We are going to see the Ultras jumping to a base. Hey, we're going to kill a base. That's something we needed a while ago, Frank, honestly, but we'll take it now. Better late than never. Now we're going to run to the upper right side. That's a base we could go and kill as well, maybe. And then Q would be a 3-base Terran, and maybe we're talking. Oh, the ghosts are here. Oh, no. They're going to cloak, and they're going to snipe, and they're going to say bye-bye, Ultralisks. Yeah. That was a great choice of defense. It doesn't mean the ghosts aren't over here, but Rainor does not find the chance to capitalize. And that was a ton of Ultras that go down. Ghost defense is going to be comfortable. There's a lot of ghosts to be able to defend that amount of Ultras too, and like I say, maybe it opened the opportunity to dive on this army if Rainor had known a bit more ahead of time, and also had this army not been in such a complicated position to engage into. Rainor runs up with the fungal growth, now a blinding cloud, parasitic bomb as well, putting in work, man. I mean, the spellcasters are doing as much as they possibly can. Rainor trying to drag himself out of the grave in this game, and it's just not happening yet as the Ultras trying to come through once again. Not going to get there. The Bioforce looking good. The Vipers, the Ultras still being chased away. Ultra trying to run down that ramp. One Ultra top right did burrow and still around there. A lot of stuff just not mined from Cure, but I just don't know if it matters. Reynor's mining way more. If he loses his main base, I mean, all the tech is here, right? And that's rebuild that you just surely cannot afford, even if you're mining more right now. I just don't believe that that's a realistic possibility. What do you even rebuild? I mean, the Ultra Cavern can't be rebuilt anyway, so he just adds on a few more Ultras. This feels very, very rough. He's going to try and go top right again because he knows now the ghosts aren't in that top right side, so what provided a defense before is not going to be there this time. He actually, Cure just ran the SCVs away. Funnily enough, the Ultras are going to pop out and they're going to go for this entire mineral line. Planetary Fortress to kill an Ultra. It does. Rainor kind of selected. I thought he might burrow it and do something cute, but it doesn't happen. Like, I mean, we're at a point of the game where anything you keep alive is great. Cure supply block, but he's still maxed out, so for the moment, it's kind of a whatever kind of question mark. Nice fungal, decent biles. What am I going to get? An infestor, though, which is expensive. Ultras on the other side! Oh my god, this army is so low. Like Cure's army is so low on HP, but we just have no follow-up. Infestor doesn't dive up for the fungal. Rainor now is having issues building anything because he lost his production in the main base. It's kind of wild that Rainor, I mean, did he really kind of wrangle his way out of this? Not really, but like he's close to wrangling his way out of it. If just a couple of things hadn't happened, he might somehow be able to make it work. I do think that base is a smart base for Cure to take, especially now you're going to stop playing so much around the top of the map and you're going to play more to this left side because that's the realistically only bases on the map you need to hit from Rainor anymore. So taking that base just makes a lot of sense. It's going to be a very easily defended base. You're going to be close to it to pull back to it and play defensively on it as well. I can't imagine that Rainor finds a chance to take that down. This base is going to fall for him. He starts to re-expand to the top, but he's 80 to the 160 army supply. He doesn't have what he needs here. And quite frankly, Cure does have what he needs. Rainor Cure, man. Game after game, 20-minute bangers. This is still there. The Banes, the Lings all continue to come up. Liberators and Marauders coming out as well. Good numbers coming through. There is the new lair on the way. I mean, respect to Rainor. He is trying to hang on in there with everything he's got. And he made a lot of good moves. If he found the Ultras to deny those right side bases a little bit earlier. Because Cure, I think those bases were pretty open to attack. A lot of his run-bys were Lings, and they hit the natural on the third base nicely. I think if he found his way to those upper right bases a little sooner with some Ultras, this could have looked a bit different as well. Perhaps maybe that could have been his way to success here. Hatchery finishing in a moment as... well, Cure is back on that right-hand side. Link counter again, doing its thing, but man, yeah, how do we fight this army? The reality is we do not fight this army. This army is too good. Fungal is nice. You're going to need a lot of consistently good spellcasters to win this. There are only 2 medevacs, by the way. 2 more just spawned. Like, there is a healing issue for Cure. Like, he doesn't have a lot of healing. Does that make up for the fact that Rainor has half army supply? I don't think so. What am I shot onto a couple of Banes, the Ultras Moving through, the Infestors will take a chance to move toward the center of the map as well. Overseer still producing through about halfway done. Currently adding the hatchery on. Missile turret from Cure at the moment. Just reading the production tab because I'm kind of waiting for the final fight. Cure's going to systematically again go bottom left. Deny this hatchery trying to come in. Rainor hanging on for dear life but just not getting the chance for it. Cure is 172 army supply, guys. I mean, he's got one mining base. Rainor was just about 80 army supply away from this being a winnable game. if only you just had 80 army supply left, huh? Those resources lost that 13k difference. It's honestly not too bad, considering it's been a pretty bully-heavy game from Cure. Scans up to free a base there. Cure doing the right things, which is putting himself more ahead. He's afraid of attacking into the Zerg army, because the Zerg army is scary, right? Like the spellcasters, so he's going to make sure he's as ahead as he can be before taking the larger fight. Is Rainor getting time to get back into this? I don't think so. Because the reality is, all Rainor can build right now is Lingbane anyway. So I don't think you look at this as Kieran being, you're like, oh, I'm giving him a chance to play again. Like, yeah, his army supply gets bigger, but it's getting bigger with terrible units. And it's at the price of you then being able to, you know, be way more, way more better set up in case you do for some reason need to rebuild or so. I'm pretty sure Rainor is just waiting for Cure to attack him and to basically, get him out of the game. Rainor's not going to just leave the game out of nothing, but, like, he can't be far away from, like, like you say, he's going to try and fungal and stuff. He's going to try and play to the bitter end. But the reality is that Cure is, going to win. It's just he needs to commit to the fight to make Rainor leave the game. As Rainor is going to go down to one single base now. Trying to play some miraculous defense. Even if you won the fight, I don't think there's... Which is ridiculous to think of anyway. There's no way he'd have enough to run across the map and do all he needs to do. Surely not. 180 army supply for Cure. As Rainor rebuilds his spawning pool for what, the second time this game? He's lost it twice. Jeez. There's a little bit of creep left on the map, guys. There's a little bit of creep left, and we're going to cling on to it with everything we got. Rainor has 1,000 minerals. I mean... I don't even think good fungals are even like a saving grace, because I'm pretty sure this Terran army is so large, even if it's fungled, it kills anything that gets close to it. Like I don't think there's any possible follow-up that from a fungal that can make this work. Cure scatters some missile turrets around. Oh, fungal up the ramp. Don't really have a good way to get rid of the liberators. It's a massive fungal. There's just no follow-up. GG. he killed a lot. He killed a lot, but he lost so much more because his army just wasn't it. Cure 2, Rainor 1. And this best of 5 will go to game 4 with Cure on the verge of victory and on the verge of moving to the round of 8. Alright guys, long games, so I'm going to have to drop some ads in between each time, unfortunately. As the games are long, we'd rather have them ads between the games than during the games. Oh my god, Celestial Enclave next. I'm not sure Rainor's going to like that map either, to be honest. Celestial Enclave. I do not think he's going to like this map at all. Let's find out. Alright, we'll get into this game number 4 coming online. Alrighty guys, missing a Rainor from the lobby. He's complaining to me about maps. So I'm sure he'll be here in a second. There he is as Cure readies, and if Rainor readies, we will get into it. So Rainor's comments on the map are basically that it's, to paraphrase, feels it's unfair that he's not allowed to take a base. Which... I mean, I definitely agree with that on Talisman. 10,000 feet, I think 10,000 feet's interesting because I feel like, I guess all the four... To kind of get beyond the 4 base, you really kind of move into the middle of the map a little bit already. So, I mean... I feel like that's just how that map's designed to work anyway. So, like... Yeah. I feel like that's okay criticism on Talisman. I think 10,000 feet can work, personally. Anyway. In the top right-hand side, our blue Terran player is going to be Team Liquid's Cure. And in the bottom left, it is going to be our red Zerg, Rainor. Celestial Enclave, the map, as we have the hatchery to the low ground. Obviously, again, we've got this half base in base as a worker only pathway into it. So we are 2-1 now, currently in favor of Cure. Cure won the mech game. No, the one game Cure lost was the mech game. He won Talisman and he won 10,000 feet in kind of similar ways, just stopping Zerg getting beyond 4 bases and keeping... I mean, honestly, I think the bigger issue for Rainor was... I actually think he would have been okay on the bases he had still. I think the bigger issue he truly ran into is that Cure denied a 4th and was immediately in a very good position... Sorry, one sec. Clear my throat. I think he denied a base, and from denying the base, he was immediately in a very good position to be able to... Yeah, he was immediately in a very good position to be able to kind of then pressure the next base for Rainor. And then Rainor is kind of caught in this choke point, and he has to kind of hold Cure off there. And Cure then obviously just makes sure he's got a couple of drops denying the bases in the bottom left, and so Rainor kind of feels a bit stuck as to where you're then meant to go. The problem is that Rainor, the far bottom left base was so creepless that defending over there overall was tough, especially because Cure was sieged outside of Rainor's natural. So Rainor can't shove too much to the bottom left, and so he feels he has to stay to the top, but then that bottom left base hence goes down, leaving you in a pretty rough sequence of events to kind of keep a base alive and to play the game through, and then end up kind of playing from behind the majority of the game. Rainor is building 4 bases early. That's a 4th hatchery coming up, so he's taking that half base in base and also taking his regular 3rd. Cure is going in base expand as well to the triple CC, so Rainor is going to match a bit of greed with a bit of greed and just go to 4 bases nice and quickly. Cure is not doing anything to really punish this. He is going to have a second barracks before he goes into the factory, so there's arguably going to be some marine play, but I think Rainor's got plenty of time to get link speed online and prep against that marine play, because you've got to get the factory finished, starport on the way, before you can really drop those marines to the other side and get some damage with it. The lack of the factory does mean a lack of Hellions, and the lack of Hellions does mean that there's really no map control here from Cure, so Rainor's really not going to be punished for having like a late link speed at all, and so I think Rainor's build choice here is actually going to get him into a pretty good spot to begin Game 4. Just joining us again, guys, and you're wondering what else is coming up. Obviously, Rainor Cure right now has turned into a great series. After this, ByuN takes on Lambo, as we have some more Terran versus Zerg action. The Shopify Rebellion boys up against each other. And then it is the winner of that ByuN Lambo series to battle against Clem, as we have another quarterfinal to round out the day. The rest of these playoffs all happen tomorrow, so you guys can join us for that. Rainor Cure definitely making up for that faster PvP we had earlier on. We're almost back on schedule right now, 15 minutes off, so Yeah, we're almost back on schedule. Looking good after some faster series. Starting the day off initially. The Marines is going to step on forward. The couple of depots coming online. We got settled down over here. Engineering base, Marines and medevacs in production. Adding on stim pack. Engineering bay about to finish. Couple depots coming through. We have the Lings, the Queens, the melee upgrades all coming about as well. And yeah, just double upgrade. I mean, it's all greed from Rainor, right? It's pretty much as greedy as you can be. You know, double melee upgrades on the back of 4 hatcheries. Yet to start the lair up. There is, I mean, right now you need to make sure you've got enough units to fend off these medevacs and these Marines. I think it's going to be fine, because like I said, Curious played the triple CC early as well. This is not a 2-1-1 initially and Reynor's being greedy. This is greed versus greed, and then you kind of go from there. So you're going to take the chance to throw a hatchery into that bottom right corner. There's another base coming online. With 3 more barracks coming up from Kua is going to power him straight up to 5 racks on the 3 bases. It's the 3 extra racks beyond that we kind of question in terms of, are we going to see an 8 racks or what are we going to start seeing here? Fun position here because you obviously set up outside the in-base and there's a lot of dropping potential in different ways you can maybe move that Marine medevac army from Kua. Just going to get an Overlord and then route elsewhere for the moment. Marines pull back to that right side. Lair about to complete melee upgrade. Not far from being done. A couple of creep teamers will begin to go down. The Queens and the Lings will be there to push the Marine medevac force away. And we see the extra barracks coming up. So I mentioned getting up towards 8 racks and maybe looking toward that big old kind of solid pushing composition. That's where we're going right now. I'm not sure if this is a great 8 racks map off the very get-go. I'd be curious to see what direction Kyo wants to attack into, what sort of area he looks to really punish. Because right now, I mean, it's a sizable map. You're going to have to come out the front of your natural. Remember that it's also... Okay, he's going to start a 4th base. So he's going to go 8 racks, but he's going to have a very fast 4th base behind it. So he's not super committed to the... He's not super committed to the kind of 8 racks attack winning the game. He's very happy to have a transition out of it. So that's good to see. Rainor going to play straight into the 2-2 upgrades in the Infestation Pit, by the way. So this is going to be Ling Infested, no Banelings. A style that we have seen a fair amount of lately. It's really kind of popped off and become a bit more popular as of late. I'm going to see a little bit of it here today as well. The big macro game. I mean, this has just been full on setting up into just pure heavy economy. Heavy economy, heavy infrastructure. These guys are loading up to play the big macro late game. First Infest is on the way out from Rainor. Hive on the way is going to give you access toward an Ultra Cavern. This time you see Rainor obviously bottom right. If that gets struck, he'll then make sure he defends the left side. So he's got that kind of double base to work from for base 5. I don't know if he wants to really fight this right now with these Zerglings. Sorry for the couple of frame drops, guys. That's, again, just our Korean server connection not being our friend. It's not being seen by the players. It's not you guys. It is just us in-game. Not really much we can do about it apart from hope that someday the Korean server gets upgraded again. Or something, or whatever it used to be. Just bring it back to how it was. The Lings will be now teamed with Infestors, and that's nice. We are going to get a Baneling Nest down later in this game with the Ultra Cavern coming up. Adrenal Glands too. A lot of prep. Rainor is, what, a minute and a half away from maybe having a really good kind of composition that he's been aiming for in this. Here is going to start shoving with the rest of the army, though, so he's going to start coming across the map. Definitely going to be some time to buy here as Rainor. With the Infestors, with those fungal growths, going to have a huge role to play right now. Ling's going to get up to the top, threaten the counterattack. Got a lot of units through the center. Trying the counterattack or trying to come in from the other way. That's a massive stim that you forced, and that's a lot of medevac energy going to be drained already. It's a few steps backward for Kyo, where he's not stepping towards the army of Rainor and not stepping toward a Rainor who is now going to be able to start building Ultras if he wants to. Gain speed starts up from him as well. He starts 1 Ultra, kindness plane, so again, a lot of investment in upgrades and setting up. The Lings are going to find this base, and the Planetary Fortress is just about to finish. Not sure if the Lings really want to fight that bio versus that's just where they end up, kind of, you know, feeling as though they can maybe get some value out. The Lings are not going to get this planetary, and Kira is set up on the left-hand side, so he is going to find himself the hatchery of Rainor. Rainor has the bottom right back, though. Again, as long as you're ping-ponging from one side of the map to the other with the bases, Rainor's going to feel okay. As long as he has some kind of access to a 5th, It's probably going to feel alright overall. He's going to get back on this planetary. That's a dead planetary this time. That's too many Zerglings to really deal with. He doesn't even have adrenal glands yet, but that's only going to make things better for Rainor with those Ling trades. I mean, there's not enough units here, and that's Rainor. He's going to have access into the main base even potentially. Infestors are going to try and hold this position over here. This is the important part. Can Rainor hold off that position? He's in the main. He's going to be on top of the production structure. Secure in some trouble over there. Ultra going to try and come forward. Kindness plating not done just yet. Big stim in. Fungal growth's dropping. The Infestors hitting fungals everywhere. The Ultras, despite the lack of kindness, are still getting through and chomping their way through the army. Cua's supply has been ultralisked as he gets demolished, chomped and chewed on, spat out the other side. Rainor is still in the main base, shutting down reinforcements. A complete and utter shutdown as game number 4 goes to Rainor, and we will have a 5th game of this series. We will go the distance, all 5 maps. Rainor bringing it back, and our final map of this series will be missing. Hang on. Hold up a second. What map is it? Satellite years. I feel like we just played a map that wasn't even in the picks. Sure, we just played a map that wasn't in the map list. I don't know how that happens. Sure. Satellite years coming up. Okay. Don't know how to fix that one. We're just going to send it, I think. I don't think anyone's going to be that bothered. We're just going to send it on another map. I don't think the players care enough. They are just happy to keep playing. We just played. TLDR, one of the players picked a map that wasn't in the map list, and the other guy didn't call him out for it. He just was like, yep, that makes sense. I'll pick that map. Right? Yep, I mean, no one realized it. They set the map order. If they set the map order with the wrong map, then it happens. Like I don't think they even realized beyond the fact that I just realized now trying to figure out which game map I was meant to host. All good. We move through. I only noticed because I'm tracking the maps on the side. Otherwise, I would have just gone on the next one anyway. So that's all good. We'll just continue through. It's not a big issue. Like I say, it was actually Raynor's map pick, so Kua still gets his map pick out of the pool anyway. So, it's fine. It is fine. 2-2. Tied up. And into Satellite Year is going to be our deciding map for Game 5 of this series. So, in we go. And let's get this going in. Yeah, well, guys, we're not gonna replay a game. I mean, the general ruling from my point of view is if neither player complains for the entirety of the game, then we just move on. Like, mistake on my side, I didn't catch it. Like, I just took the maps that they were saying. That's my bad. Neither player picked up on it. We're just gonna move on. It doesn't need to be a big deal. It's not a big issue. I think everyone is fine and happy. So we just continue. And even if you complain now, like, say Kyo's like, wait, that wasn't the right map. Like, you can't complain when the map's over is the problem. Like, if you don't realize it when the map's starting, then, you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of on you to kind of keep it right as well, you know? So, the TLDR is no one's going to complain because it's not that big of a deal, so, yeah. No issues, no punishments, nothing like that. It was my fault, it was their fault. Everyone, no one picked up on it, so it's, like I say, it's a whatever issue. What's up, Borga711? Thank you so much for the 6-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you, buddy. Should ban them both from ever competing? Yes. You know what? I like that approach. And I should also ban myself from casting for not picking up on it as well. I love it. This is going to work out brilliantly for everyone. Incredible. Hatch gas pool coming online. Reaper orbital coming up as we take a few moments here. Overload coming into play. We get settled down. Reaper on the way out. Game 5 of this series. Satellite years. That we've not seen too much of throughout for the most part. Excited to see what the I'm excited to see what the base denial situation is. I'm excited to see where Q is going to be attacking, where Reynor's trying to expand to, see if Rainor can get up towards that extra base. In the games where he's been able to get the extra bases up, he's looked great. In the games he's not been, it's been a struggle to survive basically throughout. That's being the situation. Couple queens coming up, the factory on the way, the few Zerglings will step forward, and the Reaper already taking some nibbles. That Zergling is low, that Zergling is dead, and the drone will become a spore as well, so that will be a save. We actually do lose a Zergling there, we push back the Reaper, and the Reaper will be low, has to step away. We're taking a middle of the map expansion initially, so expanding forward here, outward. Could then move over here for 4th base. This high ground position, I think 4th and 5th together could be interesting, although this base surely is going to be difficult to hold against a Terran. You've got a bit more option of left and right expansions, which I think is going to keep Q moving left and right as well. Not the huge, largest of maps to go left and right on, but it does kind of keep, force you to make that move as the Terran player, and that should do a lot for you as well, so. Just being annoying to the Queen and trying to keep it away from doing its job for a little bit with the grenade off of creep spread. Takes a few shots there as the Reaper just confirming the hatchery and so on. Creep tumor comes down. The Reaper is not in position to deny it. It's already low, so there's no way we deny the creep tumor now. And that is a big creep tumor because it connects the natural to the 3rd base, which obviously does a lot for you. Twins and Lings coming up. The starport swaps to the tech lab, and the command center will finish in the main base of Q very shortly. Reaper Hellions going to try and come around the left side. A couple Queens are going to be there. Still got Banshee, Hellion, Marine coming up. Ling Speed and Queens in production. Drones on the way. What features on this map are just standard? I would say this map's just more about the layout. There is this kind of rich Vespene base, so it's a 6-patch rich Vespene gas if you can hold a more central position later in the game. Outside of that, it's a pretty typical, you can kind of take your 3rd here. This kind of is an interesting area, right? The fact that this 3rd and 4th are kind of high-grounded together. So that can be kind of maybe interesting. But otherwise, and then there's a couple more kind of central bases. Terrans are going to love the middle of the map bases, right? So I think it's more about layout than specific features. The towers are blocked by rocks as well, so you can't take the watchtowers until you clean the rocks up. So you can only take towers later in the game, not early in the game. So that is, I think that's a pretty good summary of quick tidbits you need to know. Like I said, I think the majority of the rest of it is just, let's see how the players expand and let's see what they do. You can see, Q, I mentioned this back on Talisman, that, Banshees have multiple ways to harass nowadays, and he's going to go for the alternate pathway now in this Game 5, which is going to be the Hyperflight Rotors and the Speed. And it's not with mech, it's with bio. So this is just, instead of Cloak, you're going to build Hyperflight Rotors, and you're just going to see the value in being able to outspeed the Zerg defenses and to reposition those Banshees and be able to get so much done with them. And I think what's been cool so far is its speed has not been, or Hyperflight Rose has not just been a direct replacement of Cloak, because we're still seeing Cloak used a fair amount as well. It's been a fun kind of way to switch it up, so it's just like Banshees are now not a one-dimensional, we're going to Cloak. They're a little bit more kind of, you can pick and choose. Cloak might be better on some map layouts. Speed might be better on other map layouts where you feel like you can ping between 2 different bases very quickly, where you feel like your direct route from mineral line to mineral line is quick and the Zergs is perhaps a bit slower, for example. So it's pretty fun in that regard. I'm not sure if the Protoss and the Zerg players are finding it fun, but I'm finding it fun. Queen's in great position there from Rainor. plays a defensive position straight away, gets where he needs to be. Banshees are turned around. Meanwhile, Reapers and Hellions gather themselves in the middle of the map and will just sit there peacefully for the moment. I tell you what, we have not got much going on for KUA. The creep spread is pushing across nicely from Rainor. He's double expanding up to the 4th and 5th base options. He's taking left and right side. The creep is looking good. What is KUA going to start doing about this? I mean, Stimmin 1-1 on the way. Once we get there, we might be, be a bit more out on the map. But the Hellions have not been super active this game. Going to get a couple of creep teamers in the center now, but man, they've really been pretty slow going for the most part of this up until this stage. For the, I mean, this is nice. A couple of these creep teamers right in the center going to open up your main pushing direction. It's interesting because usually you want to push and end up on a 4th base of the Zerg, but in this case, I wonder if you want to push through the center and just hold the middle of the map. Because what happens if you take the center position here? Like, if the Terran sets up here, how does the Zerg surround that army? It's very difficult, is the reality of the situation, because you're just... It's so hard to get units all... You basically have to run units down to the far left, far bottom right of the map, and then in to make the surround happen. That's very difficult to pull off. These Banshees do eventually start getting some drone kills here, as this Queen's trying to dance back and forth, reinforcing Queen's coming over. Banshee's finally going to give it up. 8 drones. It's a little bit later in the game, which means that those drones... go down at a point where they're a little bit more replaceable. You lose 8 drones the first time the Banshees show up, and that feels really bad. You lose drones when you're on 70+ workers already. That feels a little bit better. Like, yes, you don't want to lose those drones, but the timing of losing those drones is important to note. So, yes, let's take note that, there is success on the Banshees. It's success on the Banshees at a much later stage, where it's maybe less impactful. Also note, 8 barracks this game, and no 4th base behind it, so Rainor is going to be up against a Zerg who is ready to run at him. It's going to get interesting. We have got a few Fungals available. The Lings are going to be looking to put a lot of work in here as well as we come across right now. Queen's going to fire. A couple Hellbats getting pushed the other way. Rainor already looking to wrap around with the Zerglings, maybe intercept, maybe hit the run by. His choice is there. A lot more Lings coming out. Another Infestor coming through too. Time is Rainor's friend, as he has 83 workers. These Lings are going to get a catch on those Marines. No combat shield yet, by the way, on the Marines. Fungal growth buying you some time. The Queens are dealing with the Hellbats, so the Ling's not having to run into those just yet. Ling's doing a good job, like I said, of cleaning up those reinforcements. Looks as though it's go time from Rainor. He's happy with the chance to clean this up from both sides. Great Fungal in the center to begin with. There's a couple Hellbats in the back that are going to be great defensively there. Oh, Rainor just does not have the Lings to do this. That was not the fight he was looking for. KUA just going to decimate. Wow. Rainor picked the fight as well. He chose the moment to go. It was not the moment. And that is going to be Rainor falling away in this game 5. KUA going to knock down one of our Zerg hopefuls in the round of 12. And even though we have 3 Zergs make the playoffs, there's going to be 1 Zerg left with a chance of making round of 8 in Lambo, taking on ByuN up next, because KUA right now has a little bit too much. And I wonder if Rainor had to pick the fight in that moment. I feel like he was doing a good job. He chose to take this fight, and he just didn't have the numbers to really follow through. The Fungals were good as well. He was just missing Zerglings, I think, at the end of the day, and just couldn't quite get those through on it all. Continue to push up. Tank sieging. Lings absent right now. We're going to try and get to a couple of Ultras, which would be great, but I mean, he was asking to get to a lot, basically, was the problem, and I think right now we are just going to be stuck in trouble. Banshee's going to get a couple more creep teamers. Marines still pushing through. Ultras pull back a little further. Medivac setting up. Nice fungal growth going down onto the Marines. Doing what we can to try and survive, but the reality is that KUA has a lot of stuff right now, and he's continuing to rally forward with a lot of stuff. Is there a world where Ultras can come out with kindness and change it? I'd be very surprised. I'd be very surprised, but I mean, he's going to give it a go, right? Like, Rainor has nothing else to do than to try and attempt for that. Those Lings actually doing better against those reinforcements than I thought they would. They actually won that fight, looking at on the minimap, by the way, as we're going to try and run down here. Queen's trying to get involved. Fungal growth on those Marines. Good transfusion on the Ultra, giving it a chance. It actually chomps through a bunch of those Marines. Ultra coming over. Siege tank in the front going down. Ultra is up against some very low HP Marines right now. Rainor is making a defense. The tech is powering up. The ARAX is being dismantled. And we are equal on supply just like that. The fight is good, and Rainor is going to live for the moment. I did not dare believe in the Ultras, I'm not going to lie. you kind of think like Ultras are against Marines, there's always a chance, but he was like in tough position. Still took a really good fungal. I mean, right now, here's the issue, is that Kua sets up onto a 4th base, so he looks toward the future. So can Rainor play this out into a good kind of game that kind of plays on from here? He's still a multi-base Zerg, he's double expanding to get back towards a 5th and a 6th base. If he can shut down these medevacs and keep this game, like, okay for him for these next few moments, like if he gets through the next couple of minutes, then yeah, I maybe kind of like it, because Kua is still yet to put his 4th base on location, right? I can't believe that those Lings won that fight against the Marine tank that were running by as well, by the way. That did not look like it should have happened to me, as we are going to see the Ultra again trying to get chomping. Good job by the Marines. Get behind the mineral lines, and the Ultra can't get behind those minerals easily, so it can't come in to help that fight as much. What are we left with? 2 Infestors, 6 Ultras on the map. Here with a big wave of Marauders now coming up as well. That's obviously going to be a major aid at this point in time. Marines step up, the Ling Ultra going to step around. We are going to see that Infestor, Fungal available, and that's super scary. The last thing you want is to get Fungaled on the ground with an Ultra nearby you and to lose those Marines that can't lift into a medevac anymore. Kira on his way to 3-3 upgrades, that will definitely help things. Do we have Adrenal Glands? Yes, we have a lot of the upgrades here from Rainor. He's working on the Baneling speed. A little bit of an army supply lead for Kira. He's going to push up this position again. Rainor does not have the creep to help him fight all over this location, but he's got some creep, so maybe there's something doable for him right now. Ultras are going to look for a bit of a fight. He's actually just trying to evacuate that position. He's counterattacking Ling Ultra on the other side of the map. Okay, I mean, he's going to find a lot of stuff over here. That Ultra especially is going to be difficult to get rid of. There's not a surprise group of Ghosts to play defense like this, beat in an earlier game of a similar situation, as we are going to see those SCVs are pulling into the map. I mean, Rainor supply blocked right now. But yeah, these, okay, the SCVs ran towards the Ultra because there was reinforcements arriving. Lings are still trying to do their thing. Adrenal Gland Lings on equal upgrades are surprisingly effective. And we will see Rainor able to do a good bit of troublemaking. And this is amazing! The extra Lings show up and they're going to come in. The second wave catches Kura off guard and he gets a bunch of extra SCVs. Now Kura is a 45 SCV Terran and that economy is hurting more than it should do. He is actually doing a good job of kind of just going blow for blow there. That last little bit was painful. Rainor is still a 5-base Zerg despite giving up this left side. The bigger issue of giving up this left side is that Kua can now set up a defense on this high ground, set up the middle of the map position, and try and play from there. I imagine that will be a bigger factor than anything else, having that position to play with. Rainor trying to get the +3 carapace will help him a lot. Guess what's back? It's the run by! Zerglings into this mineral line. There's a tank on the high ground playing defense. Hey, that tank is not safe though. These Lings stream in. That wall off is not completed, and so in we go. Tank will fall. There are some bio units coming back the other way. Ultras are taking a moment to just clean up some units in the front already, as things are separated a little bit right now from Kua. Here we go. We've got a fungal growth coming down, and this time there's Banelings to join the party. They're down the bottom as well. Ultras all around, and they are giving a big old cuddle to this Terran army. And that Terran army is not having a good time. Pushed away once more. Lings in the main. It's 12 more SCVs dead, and Rainor said, Wardy, you need a Zerg in the quarterfinals. I got your back still. We might even have 2 still, because there's still another ZVT to go. Don't count Lambo out. This is going to be a cleanup on this top side. This army is going to go down, and Rainor is going to force Kua to lift and get the hell away. Well, get the hell away, get the hell back to defend, because he's going to have to pull back here, maybe. Yeah, I was going to think, can we keep going as Rainor? It's a scary moment to kind of make that decision, isn't it? But it's going to pull back for now. A few more Zerglings set up and join back together. They move around, the Spire coming through, Marine Marauder tank continuing to build for the moment. Bio back to the left side, Ling Ultra looking to make a dive through. Couple of shots, Ling's going down, Ling's on the right side again, of course they are, because who is Rainor to stop running by? Oh, he's not that man. Push back right away. Spire is about halfway done. Spire, 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 just in case there's Liberators, I guess, right? I'm just trying to think what we really want to Spire for right now, and I can only imagine just make sure the Liberators do not become too big of a factor. I wouldn't mind seeing like 1 or 2 more Infestors, just to kind of make sure that this army supply of Kua doesn't get that one ridiculous fight. Yeah, more Libs on the way up. The thing is that Kua is not rich enough to build Ghosts, but Libs are usually a great stepping stone against Ultras to kind of get you through the game, usually. So the same idea here is basically that you can use these Liberators to kind of survive where you can't afford the Ghosts. It's a good position for Kua. Some of the Ultras will start to catch up. It's time to lift and leave. ByuN needs to take efficient fights like that if he wants to try and stay in this Game 5. We thought it was over. We thought Rainor was dead. But ByuN is not winning this game right now. And like I say, I like the libs. I like slowing it down. But Rainor's doing the right thing in preparation for that. Corruptor's producing. I think the only thing I'd say is maybe, possibly, could we do with like a couple less Ultras and a couple more Infestors and maybe a couple of Vipers? I think it might just be time to look towards some spellcasters, or some additional spellcasters, right? I understand filling the supply with Corruptors, but Rainor also, like, I looked at his unit count, I'm like, man, why does he have so few units? As we are going to be seeing the Corruptors looking to cut off these Medivacs, and they are in trouble if they're going to get stuck in the corner. One of them takes a turn over here, there's a Spore there, but nothing else. I guess units can respond. Rainor, I think, is on... well, okay, not much gets out. A couple of Marauders. The units in the top right. The Medivacs are actually not... yeah, the Medivacs have not gone away yet. We're going to see a couple of Corruptors trying to corner them, but probably just going to aim for the drop because the Corruptors try to get to the top right side. So these Medivacs are doomed. I mean, like I say, it's just going to be about getting what we can out of it, but everything will die. And that's not what you want to be having right now as ByuN, who's desperate to try and max out, because if he maxes out, he will have more standing army supply than Rainor. Losing units like this right now takes away that potential army size advantage he's looking to play with. Rainor is missing that +3 melee upgrade. I think that was a choice earlier to go without the +3 melee, as just like I gotta prioritize what I spend my money on right now. We're diving through Liberators, but man, there's just no good answer to these Ultras. Once again, they're coming through and it's chomping time, and it's see you later, ByuN, as Rainor takes Game 5 and fights his way, grinds his way, and struggles his way to victory in this series and into the quarterfinals, where tomorrow he will meet Hero. For if Rainor Hero is half as good as that, that's going to be an insane series, because that was the series of the tournament. You just witnessed the best match we've had in the TLMC. That was awesome. If you like that, you want to watch more StarCraft, like, subscribe, and follow. Up next, we're going to go to NA. It's going to be time for Rainor. It's going to be time for ByuN. Nope, it's not time for Rainor. It's going to be time for Lambo. It's going to be time for ByuN. I mean, hey, if you're Lambo and you get mixed up with Rainor, I feel like you're okay with that. It's Lambo versus ByuN coming up next as the Shopify guys get down to business against each other for a shot against Clem in the round of 8, and that Clem quarterfinal will be our last series up to date. So we have banger series still coming up. Do not go anywhere. The games are only... It's hard to say they're going to get better. The games are going to keep coming in. They're going to be fun. I promise you that much. We'll see you guys on the other side of a quick set of ads. I'm just going to take a quick moment away from the PC, stretch the legs. We'll come back for ByuN and Lambo. Welcome back to the WardiTV Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament. How are we doing? Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being here. What a set of games. Rainor versus KUA just cracked out in the round of 12. We have one round of 12 match left. And that is going to be ByuN versus Lambo. So ByuN Lambo, winner will advance to play Clem. As we get into game number 1 of this best of 5. In the top right side, our Red Terran player repping the Shopify Rebellion as both players are in this series. It is ByuN. His teammate, hence in the bottom left corner, will be Lambo. Game 1, best of 5, and away we go into a fresh series. How do you reset after a series like Rainor and KUA? As a caster, we just sit back and hope for more great games, I guess. As a viewer, you sit there and watch for more great games too. I guess as these two players, you sit and be like, well, they made us wait a little bit, but hey, it was fun to watch as well. So I think everyone just is happy. It was a good time. And now we get into this BO5 game number 1. So I'm going to take this base straight away. Needs to get these minerals mined out because it's multi-racks Reaper from ByuN. So you can't really afford to not have your bases connected, so this has to be a priority. These are 65 minerals, wow. That's a lot of mining. Look down as Lambo is going to prioritize drones onto that. Obviously, the good news is you can obviously put 2 drones on it straight away, and 2 drones mine this should happen quickly, but obviously it's just a countdown until those Reapers are out and ready to party. And those first 2 Reapers do start up in production right about now. First Reaper stepping across the map, a couple Queens coming through, extra Reapers on the way. ByuN doesn't know. So he's actually going to waste some time going to the actual natural first, and then he's going to go up here, then he's going to double check that base is there, and he can hop down to it. Queen pops out. This is fine as long as those minerals are mined soon, and they're mined now, so it's actually going to be okay. Lambo's priority there is absolutely spot on. As extra Reapers show up, and it's time for an extra Queen to come and try and play defense. We'll lose 1 drone right away. That's fine. 1 or 2 drones here is manageable. It's about stopping this from collapsing into a state of disarray that you can't recover from. So, try and do that so far. Drone's going to pull back. Queen's going to step through. Another grenade going down. Queen's still taking some shots. As extra work is on the way. Just going to see the Reapers to the low ground. Hatcher will take some damage. Reapers get chased, but this is honestly a pretty good defense in the early stage. Command Center and Starboard still coming up. Link speed and so coming through from Lambo. And, you know, from a fun start from... Oh, look at Lambo's expansion. 3rd base to the bottom. It's fun seeing these maps that are obviously a bit weirder and then seeing different players take some kind of the, you know, the expansion pattern you should go for. I like it a lot. It's very fun. Still a good Queen movement from Lambo. And ByuN on his way to that stim pack and a marine-based follow-up. These next couple of moments here. Looks like ByuN will go to that blue-gold base for his 3rd, which has been kind of the typical approach as well. Take this one and get a creep teamer. Maybe we'll get that. Queen's going to be there. Push the Reapers back the other way. Marine Banshee Stim all coming through. The extra SCV's coming up as well. Wings of Lambo will move around the center a little bit. And we're just going to be seeing our Stim Pack, Engineering Bays, Marines coming around as we just take a couple more moments. Those Engineering Bays halfway done. Stim Pack going to be done in a moment as well. Those Lings are going to take a jump onto some rocks, open up the map as the Banshee will try and be the next stage of this harassment game out of ByuN, trying to get a little bit extra done. Good just for a single drone. And this is the concern for Lambo. He is clueless to this Marine move out. He's just going to die. He's going to see it with the Overlord now. He has no Bane Nest, no melee upgrades. That's not good. He's got 18 Lings. As these Marines will stim in, the Queen's going to have to pull off some miracle magic here, right? As the high energy Queen is the first to go down. Unfortunately, she was kind of just in the front. A lot of Queens dropping. We need more Lings. I just don't think we can fight this. A second stim brings the health low. That's the most damage that's going to be done to this Terran army. As now the Lings run in, but I think a little bit too late. Lambo, he didn't see the move down that right side. He didn't know the units were coming. It's a little bit too greedy. He's one less round of drones and a round of Lings away from being able to hold on against this, but ByuN just hits him where it hurts. And Talisman is going to go in favor of our Terran to start us off. Alright, so we will jump into game 2 here. Second map, I didn't see this because I was AFK. It's Ruby Rock. We haven't seen this map too much because it just got played so much early in the tournament. It didn't get vetoed at all. People were loving it, so yeah, we didn't see too much of this one before. And I'll drop the lobby link down. And we'll get ready to roll, guys. Sorry, I just need to catch up on a little bit of my admin work here before I continue. Perfect. Just because I was genuinely AFK during the during the break. Oh, back on track though. Love it. Alright, move myself away, put ByuN and Lambo into position, and we should be pretty much ready to go. These guys are going to want to play, I'm pretty sure, so we will try and let them do exactly that. Alright, I think everyone's good. Let's click start, and let's jump into Ruby Rock, map number 2 of Lambo and ByuN. ByuN taking the 1-0 lead. The nice thing for us on this one is if ByuN wins, it's not a TVT in the quarterfinals, right? Because Clem usually plays PVT, so either way, we get a non-mirror matchup round of 8. Kind of into it, guys. I'm kind of into it. Alright. Let's go into Ruby Rock, as in the top left-hand side. We're going to start off with the red Zerg player. It is going to be Lambo, and I will say I think he's okay to see Talisman slip by. Like, okay, didn't go in his favor, but that's probably a Terran favorite map anyway. We'll see what the rest of the map start to look like as we get into some of the picks. Obviously, vetoes were made, and we're at the point where obviously some of these vetoes, players have seen these maps, their vetoes are very well determined based on like, oh, I just don't think I can get something going for me on this map. These guys knew about the maps for this series as well before the Rainor Cure series, so they've both had like over an hour to kind of look through their map list, figure out what their vetoes and picks are, and so yeah, we'll see what Ruby Rock plays out as for game number 2. ByuN in that bottom right with the 1-0 lead in the best of 5. I do think ByuN is a difficult opponent for Lambo because I always feel like in ZVT, Lambo's difficulty is, can he get to 10 minutes? And if he gets to 10 minutes, I love watching him play. But man, getting to 10 minutes against a Korean player can be so tough, and someone like ByuN who's so tricksy just catches Lambo out sometimes before Lambo really gets to show us his genius and his, honestly, his awesome kind of later stage game of play as well. I mean, and it's not necessarily, I think it's just, I mean, Korean Terrans are just tough to play against, right? Like, they're aggressive, they're fast, they have a lot of sneaky builds. They have so many ways to steal that advantage early and just kind of shift the game in their favor, which is why I think it's right that Lambo, you know, if anything, maybe struggles at that phase of the game. I don't think that's a crazy concept overall. This map looks dark, easy to hide those wooded mines. That's true. Just in the main base, though. I think everywhere else is quite light, because it goes into this grey color, then the red color. It's just that dark main, huh? Is that what it is? It was a Terran map maker, and they want to hide their widow mines? Sneaky, sneaky. Figuring out all these ulterior motives of the map makers now, aren't we? Reaper going to set out onto the map. Command center coming through. Queens, Lings in production. As you do see the Reaper of ByuN making its way to the upper left-hand side for now. Sorry guys, my throat's catching a little bit, so if I suddenly stop talking for a moment or two, I'm just clearing my throat or coughing. Or grabbing a quick drink, because, yeah. It's been a lot of StarCraft the last few days. I mean, we've been like 6 hours a day minimum the last 4 days. It's like 24 hours. The last 4 days, we've streamed like 25% as much as what we streamed like the majority of the previous months. So, the last few days have really been some grinding StarCraft too. I'm loving it, man. It's so nice to get into some nice long days of StarCraft again. I'm sick of these, like, oh, we show up and the cup is over after 3 hours because, you know, the round of 8 was fast or the semis weren't very long. I'm so bored of that stuff, you know. Bring us back into this good old feisty long days and so on. Love to see it. Queen gonna fire a shot. Reaper will take a nibble. Link speed still coming online. The couple Hellions building. The starport halfway done. We have drones in production at the moment from Lambo as the Queens will just sit at the front, turn the Reaper away. Obviously, Reaper is going to be joined by the Hellions for the early stages here. Link speed is about to finish. Lambo will have a bit of defensive ability with that link speed, and then ByuN is also going to add a Banshee on into play. So you see that Banshee being added. Going to be a major part of the next few moments, I imagine. As yeah, Reaper and the couple of Hellions moving about. Drone going to move over to the side. We get the couple of Queens moving back into position here as well. Overlord still just chilling overhead now. Sorry, I went for the microphone move rather than the mute. Should have gone for the mute. As our factory pulls back and that reactor will land and be eaten up, and yeah, I'd be able to kind of give space for something else to have that reactor going in the next few moments. Starts this new reactor and engineering base. It's very standard is the TLDR. I'm really just giving out. I'm really just spelling out normal Terran versus Zerg happenings. They're on the way up from Lambo, as we do see the drones and the Queen coming through too. Queens get hits, the Reaper takes some damage, we go out over that right side, Queen's in good position, the Hellions have to turn away once again. Baneling Nest is just now starting up, those couple of spores coming through and into play. Let me just have a few Zerglings gathering together. Reaper Hellion is going to take the chance. Sorry, it's just going to take the chance to come through the center. I don't know if you wanted to get some group spread or just look at that beautiful Monster Energy logo, you know. I don't know which one ByuN was aiming for. Maybe a bit of both. Monster, the sponsor of the Team Liquid map contest. 1-1 stim, all coming through. We got ourselves the barracks still building. And of course, a couple of evolution chambers coming online as well. We do see some drones still producing through. Lings on the way. We get the Baneling speed started up. And Lambo just comfortably getting the 4 bases. Even getting a little cheeky little macro hatch down, huh? It's always fun. I'd rather take a macro hatch than a 5th base. It doesn't feel super confident. Then the main thing about that then is you've got to make sure you defend your 4 base, right? Because it's fine to just take a macro hatch, but the benefit of taking the 5th hatch early is that, hey, if I lose my 4th, I can run across and play with my 5th. So Lambo's going to prefer here to just take the 4th and just hold the 4. He has got good creep spread out in front of each base so far. ByuN is yet to make the bigger move on the map, which is coming now. 1-1 upgrades and combat shield finishing is going to begin giving you that opportunity. As a grenade goes down, the couple of queens are going to get set forward. And the Lings are going to make their way through the middle of the map as well. Oh, actually going to get rid of a couple of creep teamers immediately there. Love that. And the Lings should get the catch. Should be able to minimize most of the Ling losses here. Not too bad. Both melee and carapace upgrades on the way through. The Bane's speed is about to finish up as well. Now the Lings around that left-hand side. Couple of Banshees looking to make their next play. Just seeing. 2 drones going down already. The Queens are going to be there. Banshees get pushed out. Marine Marauder. I don't know why I said Marauder. There's not a Marauder in sight. Marine Tank up the right-hand side. I mean, that's the 5th hatch. I don't think we need to keep this alive right now as Lambo. Like, if you're just not in position, you don't need to force a bad fight because you are out of position. This is also a game where he does have Banelings. He is playing with that. But no melee upgrades yet. So we're playing Baneling speed, but no melee upgrades. So the next couple moments, you want to try and be careful with the fights because you're down on upgrades for now. And I see those Lings still trying to move through. The Baneling's trying to connect. Trying to punch right on in over here. The Bane's going to get through. A couple of the Marines are going to get caught. Those Zerglings are going to go down at the end. I mean, this was not a terrible start to the run by, but the tail end of the run by was not super pretty. Now these Marines are just going to be breaking on through, so they're going to be able to get straight through those Queens. Now onto what this hatchery Ling Bang going to try and come across. I mean, those Marines are low. Can we do something about this? Maybe, possibly. Well, drones going down. The Ling Bang going to continue across. I'm going to try and run into that mineral line. Hey, that's a nice run by. I just don't know if we have enough to really keep everything else going at the end of the day, right? Like, now we get into this mineral line, Bane's going to blow up, a few Lings are going to get busy, we see the Marine Banshee coming across, 8 SCVs going down. It's nice. It's costing Lambo a lot of units. Supply is actually catching up a bit for Lambo, so he's recovering from that fight on the top side. Can he do enough here? Maybe now as well, with some units held back, he can actually get in position to jump on those units top, or keep the run-bys going. Just what we try and go for right now is a couple extra Banes morph in SCVs. Going down, the Marines are going to pull back a little bit. The Infest is coming around, Bane's coming up. There we go, Ling Bane shoving forward already. We do see the Ling still coming across here. And a couple Marines going down. That Ling jump onto the siege tank. The Queen's getting chased away as well. Just not enough from Lambo. Again, cannot win the fight on the top side. And he pairs it with a great counterattack, but you got to win the fight on the top as well. And you just need a few more units to win the fight on the top originally, but then could have made the rest of this work out. The Infestor's trying to find a fungal. It will grab a few of the units in the front. That's a bit for the moment. A couple Lings still just going, SCVs falling. I mean, again, Lambo's doing a great job on the other side. He needs to clean up this army that's been a big pain in the butt right in the middle of the map for him, or previously to the top side. And if he's not able to clean that up effectively at this point, I think it really is looking doomed. The resources lost is looking doomed. Double resources lost already, 10 minutes in. It's not like you're a 6-base Zerg, you know, with endless economy either, right? Is kind of the issue, because that 5th base got denied. He's going to try and go to Microbial Shroud, but I mean, that feels like a mile away and a real effort to get to at this stage of time. But ByuN is going to run in on the right side, going to find a couple of drones as well. Going to find an opportunity to knock those down. The Lings are going to run up. They are going to get us around. This medevac just getting forced backwards as well. I think there's going to be another game where we build Microbial Shroud and we're just not really going to see much of the Microbial Shroud at the end of it all. So, yeah, Microbial Shroud is, it's on its way, but it just ain't done yet. A few extra Banes coming through. The Infestor Ultra on the way out. can see these Vanishes just picking off morphing bane lanes. Not fun. ByuN is max. We'll see if he can force a fight while max against non-maxed. Otherwise, maybe Lambo could get a maxed out little opportunity. Maybe some chances. I'm just stepping up. Couple queens in some trouble. You have the Infestor's going to get caught as well, which is sad. One high energy Infestor going down. Seeing the lane bane still trying to jump onto this. Trying to get towards the rest of those Marines. The Marauders in the front trying to tank. And this army of ByuN is just looking to sling through, looking for a Game 2 victory right now as we just continue to shove on in. I mean, the Ultra is going to show up. Doesn't have Kindness yet. Sometimes the Ultras change the momentum a little bit. I just don't see it. There's not enough here. GG's. ByuN is going to end up 2-0 into the lead right now. A quick fiery start from him. Guys, I'm going to have to go get some water because my voice is dying. So I'm going to BRB a couple of moments. We're going to get this game 3 set up. And while people join the lobby, I'm just going to go get some water quickly. So give me a couple. Because I'm struggling to talk. Which is not ideal if you're a caster, believe it or not. Not ideal. Alright. Be right back, guys. Give me a sec. Alrighty, guys. Apologies. Try and keep the voice going. And kick off into game number 3. Right now, it's going to be a leading situation for Mr. ByuN. 2-0. And Lambo claw this back. Celestial Enclave for our map. Get this ready to go. In the top right side. Down 0-2 and looking to bounce back here in the round of 12. Lambo is our blue Zerg player fighting to get back in this series against teammates in the bottom left-hand side, ByuN. And ByuN is, you know what ByuN is really consistent for? ByuN is a really consistent guy at like beating the guys who you kind of expect him to be, and like I think Lambo is very good, and I think Lambo's got a lot of success, but I would always, I think I would favor ByuN going up against Lambo. And so when when I favor him going up against, I favor him going up against Lambo, and then I'm like, okay, cool. ByuN, Lambo, ByuN, I favor you, and I'm like, usually when ByuN is a bit favored, I always feel like he gets the job done, There's just something about it. Like, he's very consistent against those guys he's kind of meant to beat. I don't know if he's meant to beat Lambo necessarily, like I say, but, like, I would say he's a bit favored. And so then it feels like, because of the fact that he's then consistent when favored, it feels like he is meant to beat him. It's kind of like a weird thing to, it's kind of like a weird thing to say, but, yeah, I kind of just believe in him a little bit. I mean, I don't know if that's just a biased opinion, but what's interesting about it is, to me, ByuN is a bit of a volatile player as well, so to then kind of stop and think about, like, he is pretty consistent against the guys he's meant to be consistent again. I'm like, oh, doesn't really fit the style that I initially thought of him. command center first on the in base. Obviously, that's a half base, so it's not max value, but it is still going to be good to go to. Infantry finishes up on the low ground, so obviously Lambo takes the base, which is going to have a few more resources from the get-go. Probably as a Zerg, you just take 3 bases normally here, and you just take that in base later on. You know, if you want a macro hatch, take it, and you've got an extra gas you have access to. Couple of queens, the overlord, the drone, all coming about. Command center factory and 2 orbitals on the way up as well. Get that going. And the queens coming by, the drones coming up. Factory and the orbitals very much so on the way, so again, double orbital coming into play right now. Because we went CC first, so both the orbitals come in line at the same time. If you ever miss a start of a game, you join 2 minutes in, you see the Terran building 2 orbitals at once. You know it was a CC first, that's what you can look for. Overlord heads down the bottom. Factory is about to finish. We got a couple SCVs on the way as well. Queens and drones all producing on through, just having ourselves a couple SCVs building about. Command center on the way. The refinery is going to be finishing very shortly as well. A couple of those Hellions still coming by. As you just have the lair building onto the natural. Link speed will build. And it's going to be that lair. Like I say, it's a 2-base lair from Lambo. Wonder what his build decides to be. Like, how aggressive does he be? Is this just fast tech into like a... You know, like, is it like a Nidus sort of aggression? Is this like 2-base muta kind of aggression? What are we aiming for here? You know, there's very different ways to play fast tech. Some of it's a bit more all in than the others. Couple Hellions. We do start stim, and we have our first sighting of Marines. We also see armor upgrade on the engineering bay. Excuse me. Just a moment before the attack upgrade will join it. So a combo of attack and armor now on the way, which is kind of the expectation, but took a moment or two for us to get there. Spire in the Bane Nest coming up. Just going to be seeing that link speed is about to finish. Extra lings on the way, so it's just the Spire. We'll have the 3rd hatch coming in with this now as well. Queens will be in position. A couple of Hellions. Just going to turn back the other way. Again, 1-1 stim coming up. Spire in the Bane Nest coming through as well. We get that going. Armory is about halfway done. We get those extra barracks coming online as well. So we get the numbers coming in nicely. Yeah, Spire's fast, obviously, so we're going to have early mutas. Gun's going to have stim and a few Marines, but Marine count's going to be an important question here, because like having a few Marines does not necessarily mean you can push the mutas back easily. And those Marines can't be everywhere, so if the mutas ping-pong between bases nicely, there's still a good chance that they can take some good control for the moment early on. Queen's going to be there. Hellions are going to get chased. Queen's going to get there. A little bit of cleanup going down. 1-1 upgrades about to finish. Combat shield starting. Muta and Baneling speed is in production. It's just bringing a lot of that through right away right now. Getting that up and running. Have the +2 attack upgrade coming by still, so just get that on the way through. And yeah, I mean, 2-2 upgrades on the way. Combat shield is coming up. We have the few Marines going to stim, and those mutas going to get turned around instantly, so they get pushed the other way. 20 newlings on the way from Lambo. This is where it gets aggressive from Lambo, because he's basically looking to overwhelm with Lingbane muta with no tech, so he's down on upgrades. This is all in, right? 45 drones. You're looking to basically pull units around a lot with the mutas to create an advantage you can capitalize on with the Ling Bane. You do want to keep a few meters left because they're going to be great for cleanup if you kill enough Marines here. Does ByuN recognize it right now? He's stepping out onto the map into this. And this is scary as well because you can't just kind of lift up as a defense, because if you lift up, the mutas are going to target down the Medivacs. That Widow Mine gets a few Banelings in the back there. A couple Banes still coming up. Lambo is breaking through for the moment. That missile turret in the main base is so annoying, by the way, because it means the mutas can't just take free reign of the main. They're just going to sit at the front, and was it enough for Lambo? I'm going to... Not really yet. I mean, he needs more. He still needs to kill SCVs realistically, and obviously he's behind heavily on upgrades. So, like, you got to be in a winning position after this, and right now we're just not there. The Marine count is coming back through. The mutas are going to try and dive in again. If you can't get enough Marines up, if there's not enough anti-air, then the mutas can overwhelm, but then the mutas need a Widow Mine shot right here as well. Lambo's still trying to surge on forward. A few more SCVs going down. 20 workers killed so far brings us to equal worker counts, but against 2-2 upgrades, I'm not a believer. We need more. We are not getting rid of enough Marines this time around. Probably means that this one is heading towards the wrong direction, I think, unfortunately. The Lings are trying to get the wrap around on the Marines. The Widow Mine will split forward. The Ling will go down. Grab one more mine. Another Widow Mine gonna go, and a couple of Lings gonna go down there as well. The Bane's now gonna roll up this ramp. And ByuN is gonna just get the GG from Lambo because he sees that he cannot do enough. Lambo has to tap out, and ByuN is gonna be Team number 3's winner. ByuN takes it to the round of 8. I guess get a little bit fortunate for ByuN, because that was not a huge draining series, and that's important because he plays against Clem right now. We have one more series left today, guys, in our opening day of playoffs here in the WardiTV Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament, and that is going to be in the form of Clem versus ByuN. So let me go and give Clem a nudge, and we'll get that ready to rumble. What have I just done? I just turned my spreadsheet into a table. No, thank you. Perfect. I gotta get a map order set for this. Obviously, no more Talisman as map 1 or anything, guys. Let me also just write down the maps we just saw. Talisman, Celestial, and Ruby Rock. Alright, we'll get these videos started, guys. Perfect. Alright, yeah, we'll get videos started, and we'll be hopefully in game on this sooner rather than later as we get into what will be our last series of the day. It's been a fun day. We're right back on schedule as well. 5 hours deep, one best of 5 to go. While they veto, and while I actually don't have anything else going on for once while they veto, let's take a quick peek at where the bracket is at and just show you guys what has happened and a reminder of how the day has gone. So, that might be too much of a zoom in. So that is our bracket, and obviously ByuN just took down Lambo to make this a 3-0 advance into the round of 8 to battle against Clem. MaxPax earlier started the day off 3-1 against Ryung, and then he swept Classic very quickly. That was not Classic's best PvP showing. So MaxPax, our first semi-finalist. Obviously, by the end of this series, we'll know exactly what that semi-final will be. That will be our 4th series of the day tomorrow, just before the grand finals. As tomorrow, we're going to be focused initially on Spirit versus Zoun, who 3-0'd Yakov. That was a pretty fun 3-0. Yakov had a couple of good games, some good opportunities, just wasn't quite good enough to break through the defensive prowess of Zoun. And then Rainor against Cure, without a doubt, has been the series of the day. The 3-2 to send Rainor in against Hero in the round of 8. Genuinely the difficult section of the bracket right now. So Hero Rainor in that round of 8. So again, tomorrow, obviously we're still not done today, just letting you guys want to know what is happening tomorrow. Tomorrow will be Spirit versus Zoun to warm us up into Hero versus Rainor, into semi-final, into grand final. So there you go, guys. That's what's going on the bracket. So hopefully I'm going to open StarCraft, and they vetoed, and they have not. Classic moment of belief that gets shut down. Oh, I love it. We're back to vetoing Talisman. Talisman, I'm so sorry. You're just a permanent veto in this world, apparently. Oh, Clem veto's a fun map as well. Unbelievable. Alright, game number 1 going to be decided in a moment in terms of map. Reynor's our Zerg hope. Indeed he is in the end. Indeed he is. That early aggression of ByuN and just that consistency. I mean, to be fair, Lambo kind of get the aggression going in that final game as well. That was fun. He's like a couple of better mine shots away from it going much better for him and actually maybe being okay. Just a couple moments he needs to get a couple more Marines and he really can just kind of overwhelm and run on through. Our map is Magnetic North, guys, to start this series, by the way. It will be Clem's server preference because he is playing from the better seed, so he will start us off as the better seed here, like mentioned, on Central. And let's wait for the rest of the maps to be decided. Magnetic North will be this map 1, though. This new today will be map 2 and White Rabbit map 3. Those are the guaranteed maps, so those are the ones we will mention. As we wait for one more map pick, otherwise everyone else is joining the lobby. White Rabbit map 4. And Andromeda map 5. Alright, well, I hope we get to map 4 and 5. Can you explain the reason of giving the ping advantage to the already stronger player? Yeah, because you did better in the tournament, so you get an advantage for being the better player. It's an extra reward for being better, you know? It's like great job, you did worse, you get punished for it. Doesn't make sense, right? It's just like a seeding thing. It's not like it's not like, oh, I think Clem's better, I'm gonna give him the advantage. It's he performed better, so he has a higher seed, and the higher seed has the whenever we run a tournament that has like a seeding thing, or like a way to potentially see players are seeded better than others, we always do server advantage based on that. So in the group stages, server advantage is just coin flips. But in the playoffs, like, we have group stage performances to base the seeding advantage off of, so rich get richer. I mean, play better in the groups if you want the server advantage. You know? At the end of the day, like, don't get me wrong, like, server advantage is not nothing, but server advantage is usually not swinging series to the point of, like, you know, server advantage is not usually swinging series to the point of, like, complete devastation. Like, it's the end of the world. Like, the underdog can't win if they weren't going to win before, you know? So, coin flip feels much more fair. I disagree. I think if you play well in the early stage, if you do better in the early stage of the tournament, you deserve an advantage for your better seed. But I mean, it's whatever. It's waiting for Clem to actually pick the fourth map here, because White Rabbit was already going to be map number 3. I was very excited. Clem has been sat as Terran in the lobby for like 5 minutes. And I'm like, is he actually going to play TVT? I'm actually excited because I've not watched Clem TVT in like a year and a half or something, or like a year. And I'm like, I'm actually kind of genuinely excited to see a TVT. And I'm like, is the race good? Because they just readied up and it's double checking, and he's like, oh no, my race is wrong. I'm like, it is gonna be TVP. God damn. I mean, okay, yeah, no mirror matchup, but it would be fun to be like, Clem's like, nope, you know what? They're right. They fixed Storm. They fixed Storm. That's it. I'm back to TVT again. In the top right-hand side of this best of 5, we are going to have TVP, and it is going to be the Terran player from Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN here in the quarterfinals of the WardiTV Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament 15, part of TLMC 21, sponsored by Monster Energy. In the bottom left, our red Terran from Team Liquid is Clem, as we get this underway. It's interesting how server advantage interacts with who picked which map. So the map that guy A picked gets played on guy B server. Yeah, I mean, I usually do it like this because I almost in a way feel like if you're going to play a worse server, you should get to pick, like you're both going to pick maps anyway, so I always feel like the guy on the worst server should get the map pick for that server. Because there might be certain maps where you're like, well, I like that map, but boy, I don't want to play on it on that server. Like, you know, so there's potentially more strategy to it. I mean, you could argue it the other way around. But, I mean, the other way around, there's no strategy to it where you're just like, well, I'll always pick my favorite map on my favorite server, right? At least I would think so. I also do it like this because that's what I started doing, and now I always know who's A and B. So I don't even know if it's as much about the fact that it could be interesting versus it's just like it helps me know who's meant to be which veto. So that helps as well. It means I don't have to do a coin flip for map picks. It's already predetermined in my head. All these years of tournament organizing, I've got so much streamlined going on in the back of my head already. It's one of those things where like you could do it either way, and it's not really an issue, to be honest. Like, you know, you can pick and choose. It's whatever. I honestly don't think a lot of these things, we put a lot of emphasis on server preference, right? But like, man, like I honestly think, like, don't get me wrong, West Central West is obviously worse than West Central for Europeans, but like, I really don't think the majority of the time people are losing playing the final game on West versus Central. Like, sometimes, yes, like, very close games, maybe it does, but like, I'm not saying it's no advantage, I'm just saying people make out as though it's like, god damn, it's unwinnable. I just don't know if that's the case. As we are going to see the early units here show up, it's an SCV initially, as now the Adept goes to try and get a little bit more done. So it costs you a Zelt and a Pro, but you get an SCV so far. And I'm going to take a drink because my voice sounds horrendous right now. One sec, guys. My throat is just... I think that Rainor Cure series kind of did me in a little bit, so apologies if the voice is not as good as usual. The couple of Adepts try to get up, use the high ground vision via the Shade, and the Blink is going to start on the side of Clem. Use that Shade for a little bit more vision there. We get rid of one more Marine, and these other Marines are going to continue to chase, looking to try and grab the Adepts here in the early stages, looking for some value, and just going to push those Adepts away a little bit. So nicely done there just now. What's up, Mr. Dingleberry? How you doing? Thank you for the 30-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you so much. Thanks for priming us up. Thank you for supporting the stream today. Hell yeah, we passed 550 subs as well, guys. It's really been a crazy week on the stream. We've been grinding, we've been putting out, we've been having the numbers have been good. It's been so good. What a great week. Hopefully feeling the energy in the cast as well. I'm feeling good about streaming. It's just a nice week. It's a good week of StarCraft. As we do get some action from ByuN coming across the map to put some work down to the bottom left side. Cyclone coming through, going to get a lock on to an Adept to begin with. The Stalker is going to come around as well. And it's going to fire a shot up. Cyclone taking the nibble there. And the Medevac going to unload a few Marines back into the center. So, a few Marines plus the Cyclone to apply some pressure right now. And we have one more Stalker warping in. That's an unfortunate position because it just can't micro back at all. So it's an easy pickoff. Now a second Stalker didn't fall back in time either, and that means the second Stalker goes down too. And that is going to be a big deal. Siege tank and Marines come up, the barracks on the way through, the Blink is about to be done. Bunker on the way, refinery in production. And the Stalkers are going to go across the map from Clem, of course, try and make use of that Blink. as ByuN is still threatening with the medevac around the back of this natural. He's going to drop straight in here, and he's going to look for a few probes right away. So in we go. First probe's in some trouble. The few stalkers are going to come across. The Marines are going to gather up. And across the map, Clem is going to be jumping into the main base. It's a big, wide open main. And ByuN does not have defense there, but at the same time, Clem's got to figure out the defense over here. Focuses the medevac. Probes helping, but 10 workers down. Stalker's not really doing enough, and this early game is going all wrong for Clem. As 11 workers died for him. He's down 8 workers at this point in the game. That's not pretty from a PvT perspective from the Protoss. And ByuN is having a good old start. Clem needs to do something. Like, these Stalkers need to start getting a couple of SCVs, need to start drawing the numbers back a little bit. It's just not happening. Gonna get a couple blinks, one more, lifts into the prism. Yeah, we really need to get as much done as possible right here. Because, like I say, this is not being good for Clem back on the other side of the map, so we need to start making it good, else we are truly in a bit of trouble, like I say. Charge on the way, next in a couple of probes come through. And as Clem tries to get back into the worker count, gets that third base operational. ByuN has his own third CC starting, but like I say, him being ahead on workers already, definitely going to net him a bit of an advantage you would not typically see here. The Stalkers will unload into the corner, going to nibble at the depot for a few moments. The Marines get up. They actually scan, they get the Observer, that's a kill. And the Prism getting pushed a bit further back as well. A couple of sentries charge on the way, the Forge and the Gateway still producing by as well. The Stimpack, Combat Shield, and the +1 continue to produce. Marine Marauder Medevac, all coming up right here from ByuN. Got that ready to go. Charge is so close to being done here on the side of Clem. So that is going to be a bonus for him. If ByuN gets aggressive, that charge will be a big step in the direction of being able to hold this off and being able to make this happen. I've seen Immortal coming by with this as well, as those upgrades just come through. Getting the extra gates coming about, all the upgrades of the Stim Combat Shield and the +1 coming online. Just going to lower a depot, open up a bit of space to get us out onto the map. And Clem's just sat here with the store because he's looking for a couple of free shots off as these units move down the ramp. He'll hit the tank initially. There's never a world you lose this tank as ByuN. Apparently there is. It's ByuN. I mean, I thought I was safe in presuming that ByuN is going to pick the tank up in the medevac, but apparently he did not. I thought he was leading with the tank specifically because it had the range to start hitting the Stalker's back, and he was just ready to mic. Yeah. I believed so hard. I said the sentence before it happened, and yeah, cool. That was so surprising. Stalkers are getting pushed back a little bit, though. We are seeing Clem lose a couple units, too. It's not been a clean game, to say the least. Force fields come down, but 2 sentries dead immediately. These Zealots don't have a lot of life on them. The +1 attack is putting in work for ByuN, and they kind of melt those Zealots pretty quickly here. Clem is going to play the Robo Bay, by the way. Storm as a guarantee is obviously out the window right now, and so Robo Bay to start us off. Now, I want to remind you guys that back when we first kind of, back when Clem first started playing PvT, it was not actually Fast Storm that was the meta and the way in which Clem was winning out these PvT matchups. He actually, the first time he played, it was with all of the with all of the Colossus play, and what Clem was so good at was just somehow making so much happen while having 1 or 2 Colossus, and just being able to keep getting units going. So you might think, oh, Clem, can you do this? Like, no Storm anymore. That was what was broken, right? No, Clem was really good at this matchup before it became reliant on Storm anyway. I mean, I'm kind of excited to see his PvT without it just being like a Stormfest, so. Couple of Zealots coming through. Marauder goes down. Zealots are going to dive by. Widow Mines will go off. I was going to say maybe Clem gets the second mine there, but he doesn't. He steps away, afraid of all the damage output available for ByuN, who is heading into the Ghosts. 3 of those already on the way up, so we get those Ghosts added in. The Viking Marine production continues through. A couple of Zealots from that right-hand side. Bio going to be there, pushing back the other way. Sentries again getting caught, so good damage being done. Army continues to fight. A few more Vikings showing up. We will see the medevacs in the sky, and this army is going to have to retreat away. Clem lifts up into the prism. Drop the Colossus! Oh my god, Clem, are you crazy? Yes! Oh, well, maybe that's why, because the Colossus is actually going to be caught by the Vikings. Oh my god, now we lose everything. He probably didn't make he probably made the right call keeping it in the prism at first, as he just doesn't have enough. Right now, ByuN is winning this fight, and Clem obviously losing the prism micro potential, losing the Colossus for the power behind this. He is starting to be in a little bit of trouble, and this is starting to get a little spicy as ByuN continues his way down and across this map. Stalker has to blink backward here. +2 attack. Stalkers and a Colossus in production. Let me take a few more moments to settle down. I think Clem is in, like I say, a lot of trouble right now. Let's have the Stalkers can get back down and still try and just get a couple of catches. ByuN controlling this game nicely, though, here on Magnetic North to open up the series. It's Clem's server preference as well. If you do fancy taking that into account. Nope, this one is Clem's server preference. It's not looking pretty for him just yet. As I'll call off the Stalker goes back the other way, so I'm gonna fall back up here and see if we can again force something of a fight, try and feign some, you know, power by just stepping on the map and be like, yeah, I'm confident, my army's good, I can fight if I want to. The reality is absolutely no, you cannot. Not with one Colossus, not with the drips and drabs of gateway units that remain from those previous exchanges. Yeah, self-EMP is not advisable, guys. Do not advise self-EMPing. I'm still setting up army in the center of the map. +3 attack, +1 armor. Building from Clem, so we get that on the go. The Colossus is still producing, and we have battery. On the way up is a couple of Zealots are going to get, I was going to say, potentially caught by those units there. 1, 2 Zealots going down initially. The other couple of Zealots peeling away to that upper left-hand side. 2 upgrades still coming about, as well as the Ghosts, as well as the ship weapons, Marauders. Bioforce just getting across and playing a bit of cleanup already. So we'll take a dive in over here, but I mean, Clem, okay, he's going to come in with the rest of this force as well. Viking count good against those Colossus. Clem has to try and find the right engagement right now, trying to make his way around the left. Still threatening with the Zealots on the right side. Difficult for ByuN to deal with those because you need so much to deal with them. I think this is a good move for the Vikings, but they're not in the right place. If the Vikings are close enough there, that would have been a difficult position for the Stalkers to kind of get defense, because it would have been on the other side of the minerals they would have to be. 1 Colossus goes down so far. ByuN losing supply, so is Clem. Pretty similar for the moment. Amounts of losses just now. A few more Vikings come up. The fusion core is in production. All of that being brought through for now. Zealot Stalk again, turn around again. That's a massive Widow Mine. God, dead center on a lot of those Protoss units. Talk about softening them up and making them a little bit more exposed for the next phase of whatever fight is about to happen. Couple Zealots on this ramp going to get taken out. We do see more Zealots in that main bit, and in that natural, sorry, we'll go for some SCVs, so I mean, Clem did a great job of really posing and waiting for the right moment, I think, for that Zealot run by. In the end, does get some value out of this. He isn't fighting elsewhere with the army, but he's still trying to play for the position of this army in the middle of the map. Vikings are going to go onto those Colossus. First Colossus goes down, the other couple stepping away. Stalkers after the Viking. Well, I'm going to have to turn around once again. Stalker's going to have to get rid of the Vikings again. I was going to say, hopefully that's not a lost art in PvT, because it was one of the big reasons why Colossus started doing so well a few months back. And it is important to get rid of those Vikings to keep your Colossi safe. Clem is actually taking a good fight. He went into this disadvantaged, I would say, and he came out of it pretty darn okay in the grand scheme of things. What I don't love is those Colossus are bruised, you know? We need to warp a healing shrine into Magnetic North right now, because yeah, we could really do with bringing these Colossus back up to HP. It's rough that they're in the reds and the orange. It makes them easy targets, and it doesn't give you a lot of longevity in the fights before those Colossus are dropping. And when they're your only splash damage right now, that's particularly scary. So, you know, I think that part is, like I say, a little bit scary right here. As the ByuN and the Ghost join back up together, we will have the Medevacs and the Vikings join back up too. Couple Zealots going down. 1 Colossus will fall. The Vikings get back over here. I mean, yeah, the first Colossus dies quickly. The second one's going to be very exposed as well. The Vikings are going to play catch-up, and they are going to get the grab. Now there's 1 Colossus left. I don't think you can fight this as Clem. You don't have the splash damage, surely, to do what you need. There's a couple of Immortals out here and try and buff and beef this up. The Zealot front line is falling, though, and as soon as those Zealots are gone, everything else here will melt against this Bioforce. ByuN has just had the edge and the hand ahead of Clem for the majority of this game. And another fight here that goes in ByuN's favor, as he's going to be able to push back through, push back down toward that bottom left side. I'm trying to get the Shadow Stride, DT Blink, and just ways in which he may be able to recover in this matchup, but I don't think it's going to be enough. A couple ghosts are going down. The Zalt are still running through for them. The Pyro coming back the other way. The couple of Immortals getting hit once again. Stalkers are going to get around. Marauders still getting jumped on. The army coming back the other side. The back and forth continuous for the moment as the 3-3 upgrades of ByuN will be on the way. Bringing those up right now. +2 ship weapons, cloaking on the ghosts. A lot of good stuff for ByuN, and Clem just about 40 supply down. Really needs the Blink DTs to get in and do some work. At the end of the day, right, he needs to get in, get those DTs active, and just start finding some damage, because he is going to be in trouble. A couple of the libs still firing through. The Bio army is getting at it. Stalkers and Immortals. Just not really going to do much. Hey, the DTs are putting work in. We have to scan, and we do blink the DTs back. Not bad at all. Continue to stand and fight. The Immortals are trying to fight through. The Stalkers are going to sit right there. We still have Marine, Marauder, Liberator, Ghost producing. The DTs are going back to the other side, so away they go to the upper right. Going to swing on in and get something done here. DT gets picked off. Going to make it a double. I'm going to make it a triple. In Clem's position, the DTs are so valuable as well, so losing them and not being able to reuse them or recycle them essentially is very unfortunate. Clem is still hanging on in there, man. 76 works. This is the exact sort of PvT that we were mesmerized by when Clem first started playing this matchup, because it was just like, man, how is he still alive when he's lost fight after fight, trade after trade, and yet he still keeps on coming with so many more units? And I mean, like, he's still alive in this game. I truly feel like ByuN has been in a winning position most of the game. I feel like most of the fights have been won by ByuN. 7k resources lost better off. He's been trading great. And yet here's Clem, almost maxed out yet again. Looking to still try and cause some fights. Running around with DTs now as well. Second Colossus trying to join this fray. There are a couple of Vikings showing up from the tail end of that Terran army. Finally going to join us here. Disruptor shot lands. A lot of those Marauders are going to be weak. They're going to be easily picked off from now. I mean, again, both sides just dropping in supply a similar amount. Clem's still about, I feel like he's constantly like 20 supply down when I look at the numbers. Clem just refusing to drop down in this opening map. What's up, the Taminian? Thank you so much for the 29-month resub on the Prime as well. Appreciate you. And thank you so much for priming us up. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Disruptor shot down into the center. The units are going to split for a moment. You can see that obviously ByuN wants to try and maybe still dive in on this. A couple of those Zelds going down. They are missing a +3 armor upgrade, so maybe not quite as tanky as you want them to be. A couple of snipes going down too with the EMP. Surely this time ByuN capitalizes, kills off this army, and actually gets through to kind of take the lead in this series. As ByuN runs up, the Colossus, the Disruptor, all in trouble. The Stalker's in trouble. Continue to shove our way into this, and a few extra Zelds are going to finally show up as well. ByuN will step back. He will continue to trade, but I think he is going to be all right. GG gets called, and ByuN is going to take game 1 of this best of 5. Ooh. TVP. Dare I say it's almost fun again? Probably not. Someone's going to be mad at me. Game number 2 will be coming up in a second. We're going to go to Missing You today. And get our second map started up here in just a couple. Central West. So Clem playing West now to try and tie this series up. Man, win-win for me. You know, we either get Clem versus MaxPax in the semifinals. Great matchup. Everyone wants to see it. Or we get ByuN in the semifinals. I love a bit of ByuN. I literally cannot lose with this series. It's a great feeling. It's a great feeling. Drag some people around. Put some people in positions. So we'll check our list of people, but I think we're good. Players are ready, and we are going to dive into Missing You today for map number 2, guys. It is the action continuing from the WardiTV TLMC. Appreciate you all tuning in. Thanks for being here, and let's get ourselves into a second map of ByuN and Clem as ByuN takes the 1-0 lead. Into an actual very interesting map. This map is very choky. Late game, I feel like Libs are going to be awesome here. Mid game, I feel like Protoss is going to have a feast of a time. Let's see how it plays out on this beautiful green map. In the top left, playing the Terran. We are going to start with the blue Terran player. It is going to be Shopify Rebellion's ByuN. And of course, he has a 1-0 lead in what is going to be our final series of today. And again, after today's final series, tomorrow we come in and finish the tournament off. Tomorrow, 4 best-of-5s and a best-of-7 to round out the competition. I'm in the bottom right side. You know, funnily enough, never won this tournament. You know, of all the things that Clem has won, of all the tournaments Clem has played in, and all the things that we have run as WardiTV, Clem's won pretty much everything there is to win. He's never won a Team Liquid map contest tournament. Lost in the finals last time around to Cure, playing the PVT that was earlier this year, back in March. Just never won one of these, which I find a little bit crazy, honestly. And Hero winning a bunch in a row definitely helped. ByuN has been in the finals a couple of times. He's also never won this tournament. Yeah, I find that very interesting. I think some of these players are, like I say, this tournament is really fun to look back on because it starts to tell you who can really do well on new maps and who kind of, you know, relies a bit more on kind of being able to practice the maps and having well thought out, you know, everything and so on. I always find that kind of an intriguing factor. Game 2 of our best of 5. Guys, if you're taking a moment to tune in on the YouTube, I'd just love to once again just say I'm obligated to tell you to obviously take a second to scroll on down, give the video a like, give the stream a like. It helps out massively, helps more people get to the video and the stream. It gives YouTube more reason to recommend us to people as well. And if you're really enjoying, don't forget to hit that little sub button on YouTube. It's also free to do. I was saying it earlier, but we are, you know, 50-50 on the amount of people subbed and not subbed. So if you're sat there and you're not subscribed, it takes a couple moments. It's super easy. It takes a second. Again, it helps us so much to help build the YouTube channel. Obviously, we are, you know, getting pretty deep into kind of just streaming everything on YouTube nowadays. Like, this really is a thing. It'd be great if we could get that to expand to more people. And there's definitely more people that watch StarCraft on YouTube than what we reach right now. So, like I say, hit that sub button, help us reach more people. Because, again, YouTube sees sub growth as such a massive metric on the channel. So, if you can afford to hit that sub button, super appreciate it. Again, I probably sound like a broken record if you've been listening all day. You're probably like, Wardy, shut up. But unfortunately, it is my job to say it, so. Give us those clicks, and we are going to have the Adept coming across the map. It's a Marauder opening. Clem needs to be careful, because concussive shells can kill this Adept. Couple of units coming down. Just going to see the Marine Marauder going to be right there. As the Adept takes a step back and is going to get the shade off. I think he's going to be fine. Concussive Shells wasn't done yet anyway, so the first shot from that Marauder didn't do what it needed to slow it and catch it and to get it killed. So Clem will get those units away. We'll see if he feels the need to add a battery defensively on the front doorstep. That is a possibility. It is something you can go for here or something you can try and do. Couple Marines and Marauders pulling back a little bit. And just get those structures added on, the add-ons finishing, Reactor Tech Lab all ready to play, the engineering base settling down as well. And yeah, Blink coming up, plus one on the stim, all coming by. Peaceful few moments, but it is obviously bio-heavy, so there's that chance of a very aggressive follow-up here from ByuN where you try and get across the map quickly, put some damage out, you get map control. A lot of potential value there as the bio joins together right now, and yeah, one Marine going to go one way, the Marine Marauder going to go the other. Blink is going to finish very shortly, still got the +1, the stim in the combat shield coming through, the Marine Marauder army of ByuN continues to go into the center. So just going to push straight to the middle here. What do you forgot to call Cyril as he's not in this tournament? Look, if I asked Cyril to play in every tournament that I know he didn't really want to play in, I feel like he would have blocked me on Discord. I'm pretty sure Cyril is very well aware that if he ever wants to play a Wardy tournament, if he ever fancies taking part, he is more than welcome to send me a message, and he would get an invite in an instant to pretty much anything. So he is I'm not going to spam the guy, Anytime I'm like, oh, I could do with someone else to play, like, Cyril doesn't play much, and that's okay. I also don't ask Maru. You know, some guys just don't play in the online stuff a lot. Yeah, I don't, I'm push. If I had a bigger event, if I had like a higher prize pool event or something specifically very, you know, much larger and much more kind of, you know, a bit different that I think you might play in, I'd absolutely reach out, but yeah. I mean, Cyril is a champion of this tournament. No, he's not, sorry. He was a runner-up. The very first WardiTV TLMC, he lost to Sue in the final. I thought he won one afterward, actually, but apparently I am wrong. Was that the only one he played in? Might be the only one he played in. I think that was the only one he played in. Number 1. Got second place. He was like, never again. Charging +1. Both coming through as you have the roadway and a couple of gates are coming about here. And as the bio settles. Obviously, we've got to pick your stim very carefully. Because you don't have medevacs here, so a stim is very committed. Targets down that sentry, gets rid of the Guardian shield. Clem doesn't have a lot of units to tank for him anymore, but that's fine because these bio units are taking damage as well. This is a pretty fair trade out. Nice scan to grab the Observer at the very end of this. We do see the other couple of units continue to chase down. Bio units pulling back the other way. And we are going to have the Stalker, the Zealot, Immortal gathering too. Just going to keep chasing the rest of that bio back to the upper left-hand side. And Clem, yeah, I mean, right now he'd love to capitalize and get a couple more kills before the medevac show up and before some healing comes in. Because this army really is low HP, so it's very easy pickings. And that's why he's going to give up, at the very least, those Zealots. Those Zealots allow him to kind of move forward without losing anything expensive. Stalkers get one more volley off, one more Marauder goes down for the moment. And SCV on the top side, now going to move forward. That Marauder so nearly goes down, but not quite enough damage output. Saved by the medevac. I don't actually know if he needed to lift it up, but yeah, it lives either way as the Stalkers continue to poke. And just need to make sure they don't get caught. I mean, like that they're doing some damage. You know, shots like this, you know, they're getting rid of that medevac energy. You're draining the, you know, available healing. So overall, you're going to make it tougher for ByuN to be able to hang on when the bigger fights start happening further down the line. So it is all adding up. It doesn't feel like you're doing much, but you really are. And this is kind of like a very traditional kind of Clem PvT where it's, you know, you show up with this first Colossus, you start to threaten. You know, if you get any Colossus shots off on Marines, it just lasers them straight down. We don't even have Thermal Lance yet. But this confidence to step up onto the map, it's exactly what, like I say, to me, very traditional Clem PvT, because this is exactly what Clem looked like when he first started playing this matchup about a year ago. Will blink away, keeps the Stalker alive for a few moments. Second Colossus shows up, gives you a lot more pushing power. That extra little bit of AoE is going to go a long way. One force field alongside the Guardian shield, and that's going to give you a good fight in. The Zealots did a good job tanking, trying to split from the Widowmine Splash. Doesn't do enough of a job of that one. That Orbital is low HP, starting to burn. Don't think we can really justify continue to put the damage onto it. Colossus microing back beautifully. Stalkers need to get rid of the Vikings. Gets rid of one, looking for two. Colossus stay out of reach. 11 SCVs went down, and Clem just pulls back. Now turns into it once again. I feel like the craziest thing is there's not even like a prism nearby. Like, these warp-ins are coming from across the map. They're walking the entire way over. As Clem, a few Zealots back in the front there. That a Marauder heavy count not going to be loving the Zealots. Now a third Colossus arrives. One of those Colossus is super low. I wouldn't even hate if Clem pulled it away for just a few moments to try and get some regen on it. We do actually show up, hit a great EMP on the Colossus. The Stalkers are going to try and get rid of the Vikings. The Vikings get rid of 2 out of 3. One Colossus still left alive. I actually think he maybe could have saved 2 Colossus. He was a little slow to start on the Vikings initially. Colossus low, but then 2 more Zealots show up, and once again, Clem just keeps on reinforcing units and bringing them on through. Doing a great job of this right now and just keeping the pressure up. Obviously goes out from ByuN. He's so close to a defense. He's not quite there. And he's also, with all the SCV losses, down 20 workers against now a 4-base Protoss, and Clem continues to sit in the front, find the value, and find himself a tied-up series 1-1 in this best of 5. That was a great game. This is the sort of Clem PvT I loved watching when he started playing it. Like, it's just so fun. It's amazing to me you can show up and just keep reinforcing from across the map and just find so much value. because the control on those units has to be absolutely pristine to make sure that that works, you know? Like, one little miscontrol. The Vikings get the Colossus early, this all comes crumbling down, and you're on the map with an army that gets jumped on so easily. But that confidence to control the army so well gives you the opportunity to just play such a solid situation, play into a good place, and that gives you the map win and the tied up 1-1 situation here. Ready, GLA Jeff? Ready from ByuN? I think we're good to go. White Rabbit here for game 3 of our series. Tied up 1-1 in the best of 5. Last match of the day. Has genuinely been just a fun day. Been some great StarCraft 2. We've had some faster series, we've had some longer series, you know, and I think that's what a playoff day should really be. Like, you know, obviously it's amazing if every single playoff match is super close and super back and forth, but the reality is it's not always like that. Today's been great. It's been a good mix. It's been a good mix of good games and some faster matches. Today's really had it all, you know? It's been a lot of fun. 1-1 right now, fighting for a spot in the semi-finals. They are on the same side of the bracket as MaxPax. The winner of this would play MaxPax tomorrow in that round of 4. In the top right corner, the blue Terran player is Shopify Rebellion's ByuN, taking on the red Protoss in the bottom left-hand corner. It is going to be Team Liquid's Clem. Prism would have been good, but it would have delayed the Colossus. I mean, that's the thing, right? Because at first he had to make the Immortals to help him out initially, and then he goes straight into Colossus. So he's just saying that it's worth walking across the map and just having constant Colossus production too, and I don't disagree. Like, all the Robo units really found value in this game, so... Not that a Prism would have been bad, but, like, it does slow you down, it does stop you to kind of take a moment and go for that Prism, so... It is a factor, it is a thing. Game 3, White Rabbit. Have we seen White Rabbit today? I don't know if we have. It's been a, it was a pretty heavily played map coming in today already, so... I don't think we have seen White Rabbit today. Game number 3 of this best of 5. Factory coming up, Command Center coming into play, and get this settled. And just take a few moments early, guys. I'm just taking a moment to rest the voice a little bit, just because it's, my voice keeps dying at the moment, so I'm just trying to get it through to the end of the day, and we can try and rest it up for the rest of the night after. Whew. White Rabbit's a great name for the map. You like it? Hell yeah. Again, guys, when the tournament wraps up next week or so, there will be a vote on the TL.net forums. If you would like to vote for your favorite maps, the public vote is part of what makes up the official ladder map pool changes. So if you like some of the maps, if you want your say in what you end up playing on the ladder, if you're a Terran and you want to vote every single Terran map into the ladder map pool and have a great time next season, make sure you vote on the TL.net forums when the vote goes live next week. I will be mentioning it on stream when it goes live and when it's available. So if you don't want to check randomly, but you do watch the stream, you'll probably hear it from me at some point. So yeah, just keep in mind that you should definitely vote, though. Voting is important, and it is a great way to, you know, get the maps that you like. Whether that's just you think they look pretty, you think it's unique, whether you think it's fun, whether it's completely OP for you, whatever you like, you can vote on it. You have your own say, so go check that out. I'm just going to play against that hallucination as we go into Blink here from Clem and get that started up. It is going to be a Hellion from ByuN, so we're going to have 3 Hellions with the medevac. So Marines dropping, Hellions running in is typically the combo we expect to see here. And we'll see what Clem's split on the defense looks like, as obviously this is one that can go very wrong very quickly if you're not careful. Those few Hellions already making their way out over the top side of the map. The medevac coming through the center with a handful of Marines inside as well. Hallucination takes a moment to just clip onto that medevac. So you see it coming. It's a good idea of where the medevac is going. But it's also about knowing where you're going to be able to defend the Hellions from. But I actually think these Hellions gave themselves up because they ran through the third base and they attacked. So they actually... Clem got a bit of a heads up. Not sure what happened there. Well, the medevac drop does come in. The Marines unload. Medevac is actually going to be able to successfully get rid of the pylon that delays your blink. So that's a little bit of a win. We've lost 2 probes so far. The Hellions coming back. We're getting rid of 1. That gets rid of 1-shot potential. Get rid of 2. Yeah, the medevac does well. The Hellions not so much. 6 workers killed in total here. Like I say, the blink delay is fairly significant. Don't just cancel Interference Matrix. He did. So he has that starport built in a Raven. It was just kind of faking maybe it's cloak just in case Clem gets some scouting done. Obviously, there's no scouting to be had. And ByuN is going to send the Raven across the map. It's currently moving down the right side of the mini-map. That's what that little blue dot is, if you're just watching it for the moment. Stim coming up, a few Marines on the way. We had those engineering bays up and the barracks coming online as well. Stalkers are just going to position themselves right there, ready for a chance to maybe poke into the front of the natural. This Raven is down over there, chilling, hanging around for a little bit. Just looking to see how far the green squares go in the ground. If you're wondering why I'm just running along the bottom of the map, just seeing how far the green squares going for. Wondering if they were infinite. Wardy, where's slowly? We can't afford to pay slowly on the weekends, so yeah, slowly, taking the day off or something, I think. It's really hard because, you know, the weekend rate is really high because, you know, it's the weekend, right? So you got to pay extra and going like paying like 50% more on nothing to have to like nothing plus 50%. Like, you know, we just can't afford 50%, so it's very tough. Couple medevacs will go down. We are going to see the auto turret is going to be good for a kill in the end. So Raven is somewhat okay. It's obviously going to linger on the map typically as well. Don't imagine it's going to pull back anytime soon. We do get the scan, which is going to get rid of the observer. So the observer goes down, and that's neat. Clem sees the chance to get 1 SCV, gets that with a blink back, and away we go. One upgrades, concussive shells and combat shield all building in. Again, that +1 attack upgrade and the charge coming through on the Twilight Council. We will see all those probes gathering up. +1 building as well. And we just have, yeah, a lot of setting up right now. A lot of waiting to see these units ready to go as the upgrades finish up from ByuN. Likely to see him getting a bit active. Get a couple of probes here, which is nice. Get another observer, which is neat as well. If Clem's starting to build up these Colossus, then obviously, you know, having to stop to rebuild observers is going to slow down Colossus production. Anytime you kill a Robo unit as a Terran, you're typically pretty happy. So I think ByuN is pretty okay with this right now. Pretty happy about where things are at. Thermal Lance will start. So we get that Robo bait reducing away. 2 Vikings on the way as well. That's Raven predictably comes in this time around, and Clem is just right on there to deal with it, so no problems at all on that one. Very passive compared to the last game where Clem was like, I'm going to stand in front of your base and make your life miserable. This game, Clem's being held back. Now with 2 Colossus, he maybe steps up a bit, but it just looks like it's a hallucination, so still just hanging back. 3rd Colossus on the way through. I'm very interested what Clem does as the next kind of stage of splash damage here. Does he just start building disruptors? Does he decide to add Storm on at some point of this, or does he just think that that's not worth it right now? An interesting choice. +2 attack, Chrono boosting on the Forge, Robo Facility coming up. Armor upgrade, +2 attack upgrade coming on in. The Thermal Lance going to be finishing shortly. Again, a couple of Vikings and the Ghost coming over as well. This is just a game where both players are going to get their tech on the field. Not a lot happens, and then we are going to go to battle in the macro game. That was almost maxed out. He's like 20 supply ahead of ByuN at the moment. 81 probes. Worker count just look. I mean, everything just looking good, really. I mean, there's been nothing to disrupt either of them, really. Obviously, 3 probes early, lost from Clem, a couple of units lost from ByuN. Clem is opting to go disruptors. I mean, that's natural, kind of, really. I'm asking, is he going to go storm? Disruptors generally are the obvious choice because you already have the robo production. And disruptors do provide a different thing to what Colossus provide. They provide zone control. So Clem kind of dives in there a little bit haphazardly, almost, I'd say. He lets a few zealots go up top. Are we going to get rid of those before they kill a tank? Nope. Tank will go down. Is a big factor. Two will be finishing soon. Got the Dark Shrine building from Clem. A couple of disruptors on the way. The +2 attack upgrade coming online as well. Still got the gateway, the zealot coming up also here. ByuN gets rid of that zealot on the side. And again, 2-2 still building by. A couple of Vikings, Marines, and Marauders coming up. The barracks are on the way. And ByuN is, what, about 20 supply off the max out. It's got to be cautious because don't want to be caught too far away there as the Zealot Stalker comes up. Just going to see the Vikings already taking some big damage. Now the rest of the ByuN coming through too. Disruptor shot goes in. Just going to be aiming at the Bioforce there. Does not really do too much. Clem really doesn't like Storm. It might also just be that in a tournament setting, I'm not going to say whatever, but in a tournament setting he might just be more comfortable with this style as well, rather than figuring out how to use new Storm after only a couple of days. But I mean, what I think is kind of crazy, hold that thought, as disruptor shots come through. Clem trying to zone this area off a little bit. But more disruptor shots coming by. Ooh, now they're hitting the Ghost on that left side. Ghosts don't die one-shot to disruptors anymore, though. I was going to say, I'm still not allowed to, because ByuN is like, I want to fight. Wardy, shut up, commentate the game. I want to hear you talking about my army. But I just got blown up, ByuN, so that's what. How do you think about that? I was going to say, I actually wonder if, is it not kind of crazy that if you don't build Storm, like, this style is still reasonably decent at giving us back and forth games? Is that not just an example of just how good Storm was? That we just haven't seen this style in a long time, and yet it's still pretty darn competitive? I say, as Clem begins to lose his full force. Not ideal to prove my point, but it's interesting for sure. It's going to be fascinating to see where TVP truly settles. It's going to be really interesting to see if this settles down as something which is just... I mean, so far, it's early days. It's like a few days into that hotfix, but like, so far I feel like... I personally feel like this has been way more fun to watch the last couple of days. But obviously, win rates have a lot to do with it as well. Like, you know, we do want Protoss to still be competitive at the end of the day, so... Like I say, it's going to be really interesting to see where TVP ends up settling overall. And if we need even another change or two kind of mixed in still. Clem has a lot of bases. He's going to start rebuilding quickly as the 4 base is going to start becoming a 5th and a 6th from ByuN as well, I imagine. Resource loss very effective for ByuN, so he's trading well. But that's part of, part and parcel of what Clem is doing, is that he's expanding a lot and he's taking fights in so that he can keep ByuN's bank drained while his own bank account's coming up quickly because he's very rich and he's got a lot of bases and workers. And so he's just going to try and keep ByuN kind of pinned back a little bit with that. What happened to switching to carriers? It's very difficult to switch to carriers in PvT because you've got to, like, especially in this game, Clem's got to have resources ready to rebuild a lot of the time. That's kind of how this style is working, so he can't really afford to just preemptively build Fleet Beacon more Stargates, and then that period of time that you build carriers in, during the build of the first 3 carriers, and while you only have 3 carriers and you build the next 3 as well, you're just so heavily invested while being extremely weak, so it doesn't really work for you. As Clem gets a really good chase here. The DTs blink back, and yeah, Clem got some value there. Disruptor shot will just zone the army away, but Liberators are coming out as well, so ByuN is going to be able to take a much more comfortable position toward the top side of the map now. Command Center will float backward, and the DTs are going to decide to go back around the right side for the moment. The Bio coming over. 6 SCVs going down as the DTs do make their way in. And once again, he's walking in and blinking out to make sure he preserves the Dark Templar. And is able to find even more value because of that as well. So, love to see it as the units do step forward. Disruptor shot. Going to be good for a Marine. The Vikings still chasing. Stalkers blink underneath. Multiple Vikings going down. The rest of this being chased still. Ben's trying to get right up in the front. We are going to see that CC coming through as and DT. Going to get turned around again with the EMP down. That choke point not going to be fun for ByuN. The Disruptor's pulled back. Actually might have been a better choice. I don't think he would have reached with Disruptor number 2 anyway, because ByuN was still running the other side. Oh, DTs are going to blink straight into this. Scan comes down, but even just taking the time to kill the DTs gives everything else a chance. The Liberators are going to start sieging up very late, but we are getting rid of the Colossus. Clem's going to lose out on a lot in that regard. Another Disruptor shot trying to come through. The Bio still chasing. Colossus down, and ByuN has a supply lead. 180 to the 135, still chasing on up. A couple of the Vikings going down as we speak. 3 of them falling. And ByuN settling down outside the base that he's just established. And he will survive. Clem bounces back on supply quickly. He's going to rebuild Disruptors, so he's going to be Zealot, Stalker, Disruptor from here on out, it would seem. It's not a great army. It's always the army that can kind of move around the map and trade and try and find things, but I feel like it's always very hard to end the game with a Zealot, Stalker, Disruptor army, because Disruptors just aren't really that kind of a supporting techie unit that really help you to kind of close the game out. Like, they put, they take good fights, they cause some good things, but it's hard to win a game and, like I say, close the game out with Disruptors a lot of the time. Why are we getting building armor instead of ship weapons? I think he genuinely wants to make his bases tankier against. I mean, don't be wrong. I don't know if we should be getting it over ship weapons, but I do think maybe it's just he's really prioritizing against those DTs and those Zealot run bys. That Disruptor is going to connect. Uh-oh. ByuN took a massive shot there. There's not too much to follow up with it, though. There's just the Stalkers left, and they can't hit too many of the low HP units. Now Zealot's going to come in from the other side. DTs are going to make a play for the Planetary Fortress here. There's no repair from ByuN. He had a long time to repair this. A lot of the DTs go down due to the missile turret being there, the Planetary and Liberator fighting against it. Clem's going to blink forward, start to get rid of some of the Liberator control in the middle of this map, and he's going to fight back through, and he is going to be able to shove his way back into position. A couple of DTs are still going big. A lot of units lost to the Liberators, but Clem is on a supply lead for the first time in a hot second, as ByuN tries to restore a base after the DT work has been done. He has already gone orbital here. Man, absolute chaos ensuing as Clem once again just about manages to find a way to hang on in here in Game 3 of this series. DT gets in. Again, just annoyance, right? Just gets in, bit of damage, gets out. This one does not get out. It actually does get killed, so at least ByuN taking a bit more value away from what that DT would have been. Otherwise, stop it from coming back again later without it being another built Dark Templar, which is, again, ideally what you want to be doing at pretty much every point of time in this. The DTs are still building, the Colossus still coming up, the Nexus and Cannons are all on the way through, so we're building all of that up, getting those numbers going, the DTs swinging at the depot. Middle of the map, the Liberators are going to get sieged, the Bio's going to take a step forward, EMP comes down, Clem going to commit to this fight though. Viking count non-existent, we're very Liberator heavy, that's fine, but the Liberators are quite deep. So Clem is not taking Liberator damage at first in that fight. When he gets a bit deeper, he starts to. That's when he starts to pull out anyway. Now the DT blinks away. Again, just trying to get a DT here and there all the time. Clem's starting to take the upper left base. I mean, not even really slow down and look at the bases on the minimap here because it's just been pure action. But Clem has got the top left base coming online as well. That's an interesting scenario. Love this DT. He's actually going to go down to the Liberator, but it gets a couple more workers. As now the Colossus are shooting from outside of Liberator range and going after that orbital command. ByuN is finally getting the +1 ship weapons, by the way, so just a note on that he is finally getting air upgrades. Stalkers are going after the Vikings. Colossus will not fall to the Vikings. Good target fire. 1, 2, and 3. Vikings are swept under the rug, and they are cleaned out, and allows allows Clem to stick around with the Colossus. DT is warping in once more, man. Just Clem really taking the map. Like, he's taking both, like, left and right top bases or bottom bases that ByuN is meant to have. And that's going to be an issue long-term for ByuN. Like, I don't know if we're at the point right now where it's an issue, as DTs are going to try and make a dive onto this planetary. It's not good enough. Does not get it. So we do see another fight here. Better Viking count, can't get rid of those quickly with the Stalkers. That means that Clem has to step away once more. The Vikings looking to get through. Disruptor shot landing on the Bio. And we continue to chase Bio coming straight on down. ByuN actually with a good little fight here as Clem actually has to retreat. The Vikings are still going. They will get rid of every Colossus. So they all fall. A lot of low HP units and disruptor shots would connect and kill on those Marauders because they've lost a little bit of HP already this time around. Would have been really nice to be able to grab that if we could have had it, but it's not meant to be. Once again, Zealot Stalker coming back through. The disruptor shot will launch. It will not find the connection it's looking for, though, as the DTs are still swinging their sights at that Terran army. Clam down 153 supply, ByuN to 175. He flies over here and he's like, what? There's not just a base, there's a battery, there's cannons, there's a probe. He's building probes off it. What is going on? Factory over here is like, what's going on? He's going to build a Widow Mine to stop mine. I mean, okay. A little bit of chaos, a little bit of silliness in the corner bases. Like I say, if Clem can stop ByuN from ever getting those online, that would be a big game-winning play, basically. So that's one thing you can continue to play for as a win condition, perhaps. I love these DTs, by the way. They are just saying, you know what, you've got a lot of stuff covered here, ByuN. What can I actually find? And sometimes it's just a refinery, you know, but it's a distraction, it's a scan, it's units that have to stim over there to deal with it. It's less attention being made on this army, it's less ByuN moves and more Clem moves. And we do see a Liberator, though, that's nice. Do the same thing the other way around, where Clem now has to go and deal with something. He's trying to defend against the factory, which has landed on the base of Clem, which is on a location that should be ByuN's. I mean, can you say a more ridiculous sentence than StarCraft 2? I don't know if you can. The DTs blink back in to play defense, and they're going to hold against the Bio that gets sent to deal with them. Absolute, utter nonsense. If I was only watching this game, I think the caster was on something. Because our Colossus are going to go after this army, and ByuN's taking a lot of damage here. We are going to see those couple Liberators trying to hold that area, trying to fight back through. The Bioforce trying to get there. Stalker's going down. Disruptor going down. Those Colossus are in trouble. They're going to start getting jumped on, but we have another wave of Zealots. That nearby Nexus providing the fast warp in. It's actually kind of a big deal here. ByuN's still playing around the middle of the map, playing around this orbital, whether that's on the right side or left side. That's where Clem is trying to attack in and around from, and that orbital is basically ByuN's home base. And he keeps falling back to it. Liberator heal, get rid of some of these extra probes in the corner. That one's obviously a little bit silly. Probies over here. Yeah, Liberators don't have as much vision as they used to as well, as a thing, right? Like, Liberators, what are we doing, man? That's funny. Alright. It's these bases, every time I look at them right now, I can't help but just think, like, what are we doing? Like, this is so totally ridiculous. But it makes sense. Like, Clem's right to try and take them, and ByuN is absolutely right to do whatever he can to try and, you know, deal with them. Because he can't afford much to deal with them, because he's so pressed in the middle of the map as well. He has to keep holding against that main Clem army. I do love that Liberator again, a bunch of probes of Clem. Clem having to stop to rebuild workers. He's building 8 at a time because the Nexus count is ridiculous. But that's still 400 minerals, right? That's a bunch of Zealots that could have been instead, so that harassment is hitting hard. No, Clem's gonna kill it! No, if I make a thumbnail of this game, it's gonna be the Planetary Fortress against the Nexus! Alright guys, we hit a part of the day where the games make no sense anymore. As we have 23 minutes, Clem versus ByuN, professional players. As the Bio is actually going to take a stim in the Disruptor shot. Just a decent connection. The Zealots don't really want to chase further. Stalkers are going to try and prioritize the Vikings while the Colossus retreat. Clem in general wants to retreat. That's what the Disruptors let you do. They let you force the Bio army back, giving you a retreat without the Terran just hitting you the whole way. Very important. A Liberator over here going to get even more probes as we once again try and chip through that Clem economy that has been surprisingly stalwart throughout this. This Liberator obviously has the vision to get bang, bang, bang onto the DTs. Thank you, Missile Turret, for providing that detection. ByuN now does clean up that base, right? So, you know, it's all off a Planetary Fortress. ByuN cheats. He actually uses an army to clean up the Nexus instead of a Planetary. Unbelievable, as the Stalker's going to get through from the Liberator, and a little bit more of a harassing force from Clem, because he's just going to try and get what he can. Vikings a priority as well if he can get those, but he's out of Stalkers to one-shot them. Now the rest of the force coming through the other side. There's only a single Colossus that I don't think that's a fight you take as Clem. He's down 40 army supply, by the way. Trying to find those Disruptor shots. Clem, money in the bank still, can get Max back out. He's going to go 9 Dark Templar. Still looking for utter, pure chaos on the map. DTs are going to be his way to try and still steal himself into something of a victorious position here. The Bio steps across. The batteries in the cannon go down. This Nexus will fall. And Colossus goes down. The Vikings step up. The Colossus is going to be killed again. So that's 2 Colossus down. I think we're going to lose all 3. As the Stalkers try and go, Clem's using the Disruptors, but now he's in trouble because he's going to have this Terran army closing in on him. Disruptors do get some connections, though. Another Disruptor shot. Dead center. Kaboom and goodbye, but is it enough? The Disruptors are still being chased, and Clem is in retreat mode. Every Disruptor has fallen. We're warping in Zealots desperately against a Marauder heavy army. EMPs come down. They miss a bunch of the units because it's just still chaos. But a bunch of medevacs are here. There's DTs in the mineral line, in the bases, and shutting down production. Clem has a lot of bases. He can give up some space and just wait for some reinforcements to come through still. Because we are going to have ourselves those DTs on the other side. The Liberator shows up defensively. They're just going to go. I mean, they find some bio units here right now. We're literally going for whatever we can kill. As kite back into Liberator range. Because again, this game is just silly. I mean, supplies are still 130 to 120. Clem is long distance mining a base up here that ByuN is about to land an orbital on. We morph Archons, we recall, and we get 1 out of 2 away. I actually thought that we were going to get the double escape right there, but it doesn't happen. The pylon to block the base. I mean, to be fair, it does mean it takes some time. As yo, now we have this base open to attack. Like, this is heavily mined out, but hey, we get rid of some work here. We get rid of the missile turret, force more scans again. Clem still playing kind of desperately around this map, trying to find anything and everything that he possibly can at this point in time. Another DT on the other side. He's going to show up top left. It's still just... If this isn't a summary of this game, I don't know what is. The probes long distance mine, the Terran base that has SCVs mining on an orbital. Even more SCVs show up from ByuN, who has nowhere else to really send workers. His income has to be rock bottom right now. As Clem just is also, I mean, this map is nigh on mined out. We are 26 minutes deep on Right Rabbit. There's a few minerals here, which is why it's still important that ByuN keeps this location, and that's why Clem keeps poking at it. And now we're going to find Colossus on the base with 30 plus SCVs, but ByuN is going to try and close the distance. Colossus are huge right now. There's not a lot of anti-Colossus force anymore. This orbital's going down. Like I said, it's a massive denial from Clem over here. ByuN up about 35 army supply, but he is being chipped away at. He does not have many bases left. That top left base is ByuN's beacon in this game. Without that, he cannot stay in this. He cannot withstand Clem. He needs that mining. He needs that position, and Clem knows it. He is wanting to come for it, but if ByuN's entire army is there, I don't think Clem wins that fight. I don't think he can deny it. So then Clem has to keep playing around elsewhere on the map, but quite frankly, Clem's running out of places to take advantage of. He's going to take this fight. I mean, ByuN has units coming in from the other side as well, so we're going to go from the left, from the right. The Colossus are going to get jumped on as ByuN makes his play. Stalkers blink back, and Clem gets into retreat mode, but you know what there isn't here? There isn't going to be disruptors. He actually attacks up the ramp for a second, so you move commands forward, and Clem, with 20 army supply, loses the 3rd Colossus. He warps in DTs, but it will not be enough. ByuN will have it 2-1 in 28 minutes as he takes out Clem on White Rabbit, and is able to take Game 3, take the advantage, and be a game away from a semi-finals in the WardiTV Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament. That, my friends, was that the game of the day? I mean, I don't even know what to pick anymore. I mean, I thought it was, you know, dead set. Rainor Cure was the game of the day, and now that was a game of the day, and StarCraft 2 is pretty darn good, huh? What a great game that we just have. Isn't it beautiful? Game number 4 is going to be played on Andromeda. And breathe. And breathe. What an actually ridiculous game. An actually ridiculous game. ByuN in the lead, Clem a map behind. Gonna bounce back. These guys are like, oh, what do you mean you need 2 minutes, Wardy? We want to go. We're ready. They're like, we finished this crazy game 10 seconds ago. We're rested. If the Planetary killed the Nexus, that would have been the game of the day. Sadly, it didn't. Oh, I don't even know, man. Like, Rainor Cure is probably the better series, but I don't know, man. Like, I think that might have been game of the day, no? I mean, that Rainor Cure game 5 was ridiculous as well. It's actually kind of... through and through kind of ridiculous. Just great games no matter what. Crazy. Crazy. What an absolutely wild one. God, I love this style of TVP. I don't know if TVP is balanced right now. Like I say, it's too soon to say, but like watching TVP like this is like hecking fun, you know? It's madness, it's busy, it's scrappy, the armies are trading, both players struggle to get tech online and maintain enough tech units as well. That was a lot of fun. I'm just ready as GLHF, so I'll take that. If ByuN, ByuN said ready before, I'm just going to double check everyone, and we'll click start. He said ready, I think he's going to stay ready. As we get ready to go into Andromeda. Map 4, Clem is down in this series. ByuN is looking to make the semi-finals of the contest. Again, that would be a matchup against MaxPax tomorrow. Getting some great games, man. Like, these guys are not holding back. In the bottom left-hand side, up 2-1. The blue Terran player is going to be ByuN. From the Shopify Rebellion, as we've just been talking about, what a ridiculous Game 3. Where he just about held on enough. Kept it going. And is now a map ahead in this series. In the top right side, Clem, our red Protoss player for this matchup. Now we get this underway. Damn. You guys remember like 4 hours ago where I was like slightly sad? I was like, oh, the playoffs aren't going to be very good. The group stages were too good. It's happening again. The curse is real. Oh, madness. Would you let me get a quick pause? You got to run outside. Bro, have you seen the series we're watching? Put the pause on the IRL. Probe and SEV will play some nibbling games as the Nexus and Cybercore will come online. Andromeda. I don't have the energy to really tell you guys much about the map. There's a rich Vespene and half base in the center that's going to be difficult to hold, but it's kind of worth noting. This is a single gas base as well, but not rich anymore. I think this was rich before, if I'm not mistaken, but they changed it because it's a little bit too easy to take, I think was the factor. Pro pulling back in toward the main. Adept pops out of the gateway, and we get ourselves ready to start up back into this early game of Terran versus Protoss. Well, CC's coming up, and that's going to be triple command center from ByuN, so a little bit of a greedier build from him. Maybe gives Clem some early options. It's going to be a barracks behind it as well. So going to bypass the factory, going to bypass some of the tech unit play in these early stages. And instead just head on through to, like I say, triple CC and all of that goodness as we just have the command center building on the natural. Going to get that ready to go to an orbital soon. And Clem's Adepts are going to try and harass a little bit. We've got two of them. High ground vision again being used nicely. We're going to cancel that shade and just go for the single marine kill and say that that's good enough for us right now. Just going to run with that and go from there. The Marines come over. The couple of Adepts will be pushed back. The Marines going to come right across and again just chase those Adepts away for a couple of moments here initially. And Clem's build is going to be full gate blink. Oh my god, we're going to go and up the ante. We're going to up the aggression a little bit. Clem going to full gate it. I'm trying to think if I've ever really seen Clem do much 4-gate blinking, probably here and there, but like, it's not something I'd ever really talk about on his PVT. Orbital building through. The barracks coming online. Stimpack is coming up as well. And we just got a lot of that on the go for a few moments. Robo facility, gateways, blink. Everything coming through. Factory in production. Raw prison building. We're obviously very close to getting ourselves the Blink Stalker aggression out across the map. And that's what we're going to be focusing on for these early stages. Now, it's interesting because obviously ByuN's going to have a lot of bio units early. But he's not going to have Stim at first. But he will have Stim faster than usual to defend. The question is because he's not going to have like a stationary kind of building block defense of like a siege tank and so on, does Clem just get to pressure and really bully his way into position and do a lot early? This is also a natural with no ramp, so it's going to be easy to poke here. And then you've got a easy kind of poke the natural, blink up over here option. And if ByuN is fully reliant on moving those bio units around, I think there's a lot of chances that Clem can get a lot done with this. So let's see as we have ourselves the first Stalkers arriving from Clem's side of the map, and obviously the Prism will be here to back this up, and he can start deciding how he wants to approach this. He's going to just go for the bunker straight away. I don't think he has the damage for it, though. The SCV pull was fast, speedy, and there are the bio units going through, but even just stepping away, the Stalkers get a couple of the Marines, and again, this is the moment where we don't have Stim available just yet. Clem probably wants to stop to get the warp in a second. Again, you threaten the blink over here. You don't have to blink in. But it moves the bio units once again, so it gives you another chance to maybe jump onto that Nexus. He's supply blocked, though. That meant he didn't get as much warp-in potential as he should have had, I think. More Stalkers warp straight through. We are going to go and press in. This time we actually will get the bunker in 2 volleys, but Bio has Stim. Clem's going to have to micro the Stalkers with the Prism, and honestly, decent job so far. There's the blink. Ah! Yeah, just about escapes away without too many losses. Right now, Stims are expensive as well because we have not got medevacs yet, so Clem knows that. He's going to try and come through and put a little bit more pressure in. The more we can kind of pick through that bio force, the better right now, because like I say, there's no healing coming back. You don't really want to Stim again yet as ByuN, because that's going to put the army into the orange health bars, and then it's very weak. So just trying to be very cautious as the Stalkers continue to get the business. Another SEV and a few more Marines continue to drop. Concussor shells finished up just now. And that bio army continue to come back through. The Stalkers are going to step into the right-hand side. The Prism is going to be right there to, again, help micro with these. Great job so far from Clem. Charge coming up. The third Nexus did come online. He's a few workers ahead right now. Still trying to find value as ByuN is playing a very calm scenario where he's just saying, right, just take it easy. Let's not overstim. Like I say, he's not rushing to those stims or anything. He's just taking it easy, getting a few shots off here and there where he can, and just slowly progressing through that Protoss army. Zealot's going to step up. The Stalkers are going to be right there. And we are going to be seeing the jump in. A little bit more committed from Clem, trying to get, with the Zealots tanking, just get a bit more value. Prism going to load the Zealots into the main. The Stalkers will escape down the bottom side. All the bio was over here, so there's a good chance to get rid of a couple of workers. The Zealots going to run the other way to hold up the bio, I guess. Yeah, I don't know how much I love it. We're going to get a few SCVs because obviously he warps into the mineral line anyway. I guess the main idea is you're just trying to keep as busy as possible in the main base because it's going to give the Stalkers a chance to do more as well. In the end, Clem loses another Stalker. Going to get back to the natural. Zealots unload over here. He's building Immortals behind this. He's playing a very beefy, like, I'm just going to keep on fighting you kind of army. Especially with the Immortal production, like, he's not bothering to tech in the splash damage yet. He just wants to have whatever he can that can scrap quickly and early in this game, and he's probably going to look very soon for, like, a jump on this third. That's fully fledged and fully committed. Now, the Prism is still trying to do its thing in the natural, but extra Zealots just showed up. So already one Immortal coming over here. Now, the first Immortal is just the one that's popping now. We're trying to get the medevac. Again, if you get rid of medevacs, it really means you can, maintain this pressure because then the bio can't really stim very much. And if it does stim, it's going to be super low HP. So any medevac you get rid of makes it very difficult here for ByuN defensively. Those couple of Zealots are still chipping their way through the mineral line, getting rid of a bunch more SCVs. 12 workers fell already. It's still pretty darn close as Clem continues to poke in on the third base for the moment. Prism just going between the main and the natural has been such a bullying position. We try and target fire down the orbital. ByuN does recognize it in time for the SCV pull repair. as now we have a big warp into the main base. Hold up a second. This prism's over here. I thought it was in the natural. I think ByuN is starting to run out of steam a little bit because he's not really got the numbers in the low ground. The prism will escape once again. Clem has a fourth base up behind this whole scenario. Once again, we're going to jump in toward the medevacs here. The Immortal is doing work, and Clem with just a beautiful game 4 to tie us up and to take us to game 5. I mean, come on, like, we're just watching ridiculous levels of StarCraft 2 today. There was a sequence earlier today in PvP that was like, if you missed it, basically MaxPax Classic, MaxPax sends a DT in and Classic hits this great force field, and the next 2 minutes is just MaxPax being like, oh, I'm going to attack you in 7 different ways, non-stop. This was like that on crack. like this was like that, but next level. Because we had like got a prism. I actually thought there was a second prism. Because I was pretty convinced I just watched the warp prism over on the, I was absolutely convinced I just watched the warp prism on the natural, and the next thing I knew it was back in the main warp, and I was like, wait, he built a second prism? That's genius. I'm like, oh no, it's just the same prism, because he's so quick and all over the place. Yeah. I mean, you can only describe these kind of games in so many ways. Actual mayhem to watch, actual madness to appreciate. And we are going to get gifted one final map today in this what's been an absolutely epic day of playoff action. It's been absolutely awesome. It's been great. Love it. Oh, alright. Take a breath. Is WardiTV the new Katowice because the games are sick? Yeah, can you imagine? Crazy. This is today's games have been really freaking good. I think the players are just energized by some new maps and some new patch, and they're just feeling good about playing some tournaments in a bit of a different meta, you know? Something like that. Players are readied up. I think we've got everyone. Let's go into our final game of the day as we get ready to go into game 5. Deciding map. The winner takes on MaxPax tomorrow in the semi-finals. Let's get into winter madness here. In the top left-hand side, our red Terran player from Team Liquid is going to be Clem. And in the bottom right, our blue Terran player from the Shopify Rebellion, it's ByuN. Guys, final map of the day. I'm just going to take a quick moment to say thank you so much for watching. Viewership has been through the freaking roof today. We've been like flirting with like 1,700 viewers on Twitch. We've been above 500 on YouTube, which is really crazy. Hope you guys have enjoyed. Obviously, if you do enjoy, do not forget to come and check us out tomorrow for the final day of this competition with the playoffs day 2.
Game paused.
Oh, Clem's going to pause while I sigh. What a nice guy. So don't forget to join us tomorrow for the final day of the playoffs. Obviously, if you're on Twitch, hit the follow button so you can see when we go live with that action. If you're on YouTube, like the video, subscribe to the channel. Again, so many people watch on YouTube unsubscribed. Please subscribe. It helps us out so much. I genuinely think we could have a good push at the end of this year on the YouTube and keep on growing it and keep on pushing out to a lot more people. So hit that button. It really does help. It's free. It really is a massive help. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you all. Let's hope for a banger of a final game and see what we get whenever we get to resume. Hopefully very soon. I mean, I didn't need that long to tell Clem I wasn't asking for people's money. I was just asking for their likes and subscribes, you know, and their follows. Looks like it might have been a ping issue. That or 1-2 is a is a sign for help.
Game resumed.
We get back to it. Alright, game number 5 here. What's up? Artful Dude, which also just says Heartful Dude if you don't read the capitals. Thank you so much for gifting a sub. Gonna go out to Puxy10. Thanks so much for the generosity of gifting a sub to the community. Thank you very much indeed for supporting the StarCraft 2 and the tournament today. It's been an awesome one. Game 5. I mean, big game. Been a great series. And Rainor Kira was amazing. This has been, honestly, a really good series as well. ByuN opening with some trickery here in Game 5. He's going to go Barracks in the middle of the map. ByuN says, hey, this is still a tournament. We can still play cheesy and cheeky. We don't have to play by the rules. First Reaper on the way, second Barracks is about to finish. We have another SCV just chilling here, obviously, from building that first Rex. As we will see, first Reaper about to pop, and it's going to be Reaper number 2. So 2 Reapers to begin with initially. The Cybercore on the way, the Probe nibbling at the SCV. And yeah, Cybercore Gateway both coming up for the moment. We get that on the way here. Taking a couple of seconds to establish this Game 5 right now. Actually chases down, grabs a probe over there. Just going to be able to nab that nice and easily. Reapers will be there. Third Reaper about to pop. So we have hidden this completely. So Clem's not fully aware of what's going on. Obviously still no barracks in the base. It's a pretty big factor there initially, as the few Reapers will now start to make their play toward the upper left-hand side. So going to start going on a little bit of a journey. Stalker spots this, but the Stalker going to be in some trouble. And yep, the Stalker on the map is going to die. So it's a Stalker down. As Clem probably just assumed it was a hidden Rax, not really doing much. But yeah, that's going to be a little bit of a catch. He has got a second gateway, though. See, whatever it was, he was taking it seriously by going second gateway before we see additional tech here. So he does get that set up, and again, those 3 Reapers gather together. Stalker on the way through. That warp gate is going to be finishing very shortly, as we just have a couple Stalkers popping. Should have plenty to deal with the Reapers at the end of the day. Let's see where they want to try and dive in. That's going to be the bigger problem for Clem, is that these really do have a choice to kind of go in a couple of different directions. The Stalkers will push out. The Reapers will get taken away for now. So far, so good. Twilight Council about to finish. A couple Stalkers still coming online. Warp Gate is going to be done in a moment as well. So we got that Warp Gate completed. The Stalker will position itself just in front of the third base for a few moments as well. So again, just get that settled down for a few moments. And yeah, Blink is on the way up as well, as you can see. Clem's build is nothing too crazy. Just the second gate early because he was afraid of the pressure from his opponent. Now ByuN heads into a few Marines, Stimpack is starting, the starport just completed, and the Widow Mine is not far from being done either. So that Widow Mine will complete, this medevac is going to begin, and the robotics facility coming up on the side of Clem as well. Stalkers will settle. And the Reapers looking for the chance to maybe move in toward the main. He's been away for a bit. His Clem Protoss now are just temporary. He plays Protoss and PvT, and he has done for about a year. He has not played an official TVT since a Home Story Cup last year, in November or December, whenever it was. Marine tank coming up from ByuN, and we do have the couple of Reapers are still poised to. I mean, they never really did much. I'm following them around, like, do something, you know, prods with the stick, make something happen, do something. It's just like, yeah, nah. Couple of Widow Mines on the medevac, as they are going to come around at the top, look toward getting to this natural expansion, and obviously threaten them. Maybe with the Widow Mine distraction, the Reapers will make their appearance and try to, find a little bit more value. Obviously, they did still kill a Stalker early, so it's not like they did nothing. Hey guys, that's a Templar Archive, so Clem is going to build something completely different here. Oh, we're going to get the catch on the Reapers, and ByuN is not going to do much more with them. 2 out of 3 go down and make it 3 out of 3. It's a cleanup. Clem gets that little catch. He's not going to let the Reapers get away with trickery or extra harassment or multi-pronging. But yeah, that's a Templar Archives, and that is Storm on the way here in this Game 5 of the series. So after playing Robo, it's now Storm time in the final game. As Clem moves the factory off the tech lab, gets ready to put a barracks back on in over there. I wonder if this is like if ByuN's not really expecting it, if he's ready to play against like Robo, this could be something that catches him off guard a bit again. We're actually going to get, I think this is our first look at Storm and PvT today. Is this our first PvT today? We had MaxPax Ryung earlier. And MaxPax played a bit of Storm, no? I can't remember. That was a very long time ago. That series doesn't matter anymore. This is going to be our first look at Storm in a very long time today. If we did see it earlier, maybe we did. As that Storm is about halfway done. Charge is going to be done, and that Forge is going to be coming up. Nice scan. Gets the Observer just out the edge. ByuN very good at catching those Observers. Of course, has been made easier over time, but still a keen eye to make sure you grab them at every opportunity. Let's see, Storm and Charge both on the way up. We get the Forge and the Nexus coming through, the extra couple units warping in. And we just have ourselves the +1, Concussor Shells, and Combat Shields building from ByuN. Those upgrades are going to finish soon, and we're going to be ready to rumble. So High Templars gather. Prism going to be here. Obviously, you still want to put those High Templars into that Warp Prism so you can protect them and keep them free from EMP. Medevac moves up the left-hand side. 8 Marines inside. They've still got the double Widowmine drop. ByuN has been extremely patient with his plays here. That Observer does get by this group of ByuN, sees a bigger push out into the center. Clem may have to be a bit all over on the defense because that Medevac's up that left side, remember, as well. Oh, Clem is moving forward. Let's say that Widowmine drop is actually going to try and go to the natural right now, so we're going to dive in over here. We are going to be seeing the Widowmines burrowing. Good defense initially, but there is the drop in the main base at the same time. The battery here will help. A few Stalkers warping in. Now he dived the third base. Clem moved over to deal with the thingy. That's a Stalker in the Warp Prism, not a High Templar. 14 probes go down. Uh-oh, attacking the main base has been the disaster. The Marines are doing work over there, and ByuN gets a ton of damage done. Clem is going to fall apart to the multi-prong. Triple. Oh, and the Medevac gets away. Triple prong aggression. Widowmine drop, Medevac drop, and a big push at the front. And he kind of saw two parts of it coming. He knew the drop on the Widowmine was ready. I don't think he saw the Medevac on the left, but man, this was a brutal one. I think he just lost that Medevac to a Stalker in the end, actually. As Clem takes 20 workers of damage, was it? 22 workers dead in the game. Didn't even get to cast a Storm because he was just not in position. He pulled way too much over to deal with the initial Widowmine drop, and he just disregarded the possibility of what else was going on. The High Templars will be there in the Prism, and we'll just get a little bit of an eye on those Medevacs that are sat to the left, so you know about that position, as ByuN is going to stim a few units back over this right side. Is he going to Observer hunt, or what is he up to? Doesn't look like he's Observer hunting. It looked like he was stimming after the Observer, but I'm not sure what that stim was for. Oh, now we're Observer hunting. Clem's running across the map, down 20 army supply. Needs Storm to do some work for him here, realistically. Gets a jump, gets an EMP, gets feedback on every single ghost. I mean, that could not have gone better. The problem is the Widowmines are putting in work, the Siege Tank's putting in work. There is the drop on the other side. We actually do play defense there. We're going to drop a Storm on that ramp. I think Clem just needs to get away. He still lost kind of a lot on that other side of the map. That honestly was as good as a fight as you're going to find. Hits the feedback on every ghost, so no energy available on those fresh new ghosts. Kind of jumps on them as well. Bit of chaos, and obviously ByuN tries to drop at the same time. That part gets cleaned up very nicely. It was just Clem was still messy on the bottom right. He lost a lot. Nice Storm is going to get a good amount of damage on those SCVs. Obviously lasts a long time now as well, so mining is, impacted for a little bit longer. Person pulling back to the top. Clem sits behind a couple of workers. Not ideal against a Muling Terran as he tries to get a fourth base going. That fourth base definitely delayed from the start. Robo Facility and Robo Bay coming online from Clem. We see Ghost and Vikings on the way from ByuN. Clem with the +2 attack upgrade. ByuN will delay his 2-2 because you do want to essentially kind of prioritize Vikings and Ghosts at this stage of the game. And so you're going to basically say, I can't afford 2-2 while doing that. So you're going to prioritize the 2-2 afterwards. Bio gets around. Engineering Bay and Armory both on the way up. The Ghost Vikings still coming over. Vikings to kill the Prism. Potentially prep against the Colossus, and also does zone the Prism if nothing else, even if you just get a couple out already. So I think, yes, right now it's probably just zoning the Prism, but it's also a good step towards Colossus should Clem tech switch, which in this case he is doing. So I think it's a little bit of a double whammy. Like, it helps you now, and it potentially sets you up for later as well. Oh, that's a good Ghost. That's a good EMP. The Templar not in position to get that zoning Storm from to stop that army from coming through early. That was a good EMP. Clem just did not see that Ghost arriving from the bottom, from the middle section. 3-1 upgrades now starting from Clem. There's a 2-2 from ByuN. He's going to go with ship weapons at the same time, so that's where his next bit of gas investment falls to. As the bio gathers up, the barrack's still on the way. Still got those 2-2 upgrades building by as well. That +1 ship weapons, like I say, is going to be a nice little addition for ByuN, but a long way from any of that kicking in. Prism play is going to start, and ByuN is very focused at the front. He's not really had to play defensively at all yet in this game, and so he's going to load up and double drop into his main defensively. That's fine, but this is just the start of this attempted aggression. Oh, we actually storm on the unloading medevacs. Prism does get a warping off. He's going to get a few more zealots as well. SCVs will fall here. Obviously, Clem will lose a good chunk of units, but he gets 12 workers. And obviously takes some attention there. Gets a couple of gateway bio forces as well, thanks to the storm that came down initially. Two more warpins jump into the warp prism. Army setting up that right-hand side. Again, the ship weapon upgrade coming through. The 2-2 upgrades are coming across. I've mentioned that like 3 times now. It's been a long day, and that's what my brain just keeps looking back to. I just look at the production and I'm like, oh, the upgrades. Let's talk about them in some dead air space. How many times can I mention them before they finish? We're at 3 so far. As Clem heads down to the bottom side. How does ByuN fall behind in workers? Because ByuN probably cut worker production because he was on 3 bases for a while. So he was at the point where he didn't need more workers for a good portion. That's where Clem can play catch-up. Realistically, Clem wants to be getting to 74 workers ahead of ByuN. The fact he got there behind ByuN means that ByuN has still been in the economic lead because of the start of this game. So, and obviously ByuN lost some STVs as well. Clem did find some damage too. Oh, good EMPs. The High Templars in the back actually don't get EMP'd. Finally drops the Storm again. One of the big things about Storm, if you're still kind of fighting in, is if you drop a Storm and you're fighting in, you will walk into that Storm as well. And because it lasts longer now, it's become more of an issue than what we used to see in this matchup. So, before walking into a Storm, usually by the time you walk in, it's about to dissipate, right? But now it's still got like half of its length on it. Like, walking through 3 seconds of your own Storm is one easy way to give up a lot of HP. So, I think that's why you're seeing Clem not quite dropping the Storm as you might have thought he would there. Because, like I say, he was still looking to try and chase through into that position. He's going to have this High Templar here. He's going to have to drop a Storm on that ramp. It does go down. 1 Storm was left on it. Actually going to try and go up the left-hand side. I like that Storm on the Vikings. Vikings especially, they like to stop in certain areas and just shoot. So Storms on Vikings right now feel very good because they, those Vikings really are forced to move away from their, their preferred position. Because they like to try and stay safe from the Stalkers. And obviously you put them in positions the Stalkers can't shoot in, but the Storm does cover it. A little bit of buffering in the right-hand side currently. Couple of Colossus shots, laser beaming down a Marine. On his way to Disruptors, on his way to the Dark Templar, Prism Speed as well. Clem getting all of the harassment and so up and running. That's going to help him a lot, I think, in the later stages of this one. +3 coming through, +2 ship weapons is on the way. Extra command centers, extra orbitals coming up as well. Extra liberators are going to produce, obviously that's a big deal. But the +2 ship weapons you actually do have, obviously those liberators being super powerful, so ByuN, I think on the right track for a later game situation. Clem going to keep on taking some bases, taking some expansions. EMP going down, a couple of units stepping back the other way. Prism taking some big shots, missile turrets trying to stop it from getting in, but it is going to get in. It's a lot of units pulling into this main base to respond to the Prism. I almost wouldn't have minded if the Prism cancelled that warp in right there because there were so many units. I don't think those Zealots are going to do much. But then again, maybe you just keep that army busy for a little bit longer. Those units are still over there, so ByuN is going to get outnumbered heavily in the front. What a disruptor shot! Dead center, and the Ghosts take a bang right there. A couple in the back survive that new HP buff. Means they don't die in one shot to Disruptors, but obviously the ones in the front that were already damaged, they did fall. That was a big Disruptor to kind of cap off this engagement. Like I said, ByuN overpulled to the main. I think it was an overpull as well. I I mean, that was just a ton of units, and they were still there when nothing else was really going on. Obviously, that's the chaos of the situation, but you got to get that amount of units back in the fight. And it wasn't just a few Marines, it was Marines, Marauders, Ghosts, like, there's a bit of everything. You want to defend, but you can't just give up everything, right? As the High Templar here looking for a way to potentially drop a meaningful storm from afar. I'm going to get Stargate Fleet Beacon on the way. I wonder if he's feeling comfortable enough to actually maybe... Because this game isn't chaotic trade all the time and busy like we've seen earlier. I wonder if he feels comfortable to maybe make his way to some later game air units. And I wonder if it's also just because he's seen the libs. Instead of trying to fight this with like Stalker Storm, he's actually just going to be proactive and actually build up a Tempest count to deal with the Liberators. And not get to this position where he has to keep on bouncing around the libs. Especially in a game where currently ByuN is setting the libs up super defensively across 4 bases. Clem may just say, cool, in that scenario, let's just get Tempest up. Nothing crazy's happening right now. He's actually going to go Carriers, so it's not going to be the Tempest I thought. But it's kind of Clem just saying, this is the kind of game I can get that up, and it is, if you're going to play that defensively, the better call. If they're building libs and playing like defensive libs on 5 bases, you have a lot more kind of maneuverability to kind of work around the Liberators and find fights through the Liberators. I think in this case, with it being a much more kind of 4-basey kind of slow-going setup, Clem has now started Carriers while ByuN takes the 5th. So actually, by the time it comes to fighting these libs on 5 bases, you can just have air toss against it, right? So that feels a lot better, and it feels a lot more consistent, probably, from Clem's point of view. You'll have to be very careful with Stormers and the Interceptors, though. I imagine that's not going to be a fun one if they get sent in the wrong direction while Storm is down. Couple Stalkers on the top side going to get hit. Just see the Carriers continue to come through. The +2 air weapons coming up. It's a Disruptor shot or 2. Yep, I like that. Disruptor shot from afar. Doesn't kill everything. Puts it low. Forces some medevac healing. Again, I'm a big believer that if you get a good Disruptor shot like that, great if you can follow up on it. But if you can't, then I also like that because I don't think it should be so punishing. That would have been a lot of lost supply before from ByuN. As we are going to see the armory going down. It's nice and vehicle plating. It's not the most important of upgrades right now. A massive EMP hits all the High Templar. Everything was clumped there for Clem. He does end up falling. He is clearing up supply, which is basically being replicated into Carriers. So he's getting a lot of Carriers up, and we are heading deep into this game for final map of the day as these two fight for a chance to play MaxPax in tomorrow's semi-finals. It's going to be a great series. Either ByuN's going to play more awesome TVP, or Clem MaxPax is usually always a lot of fun as well. Very exciting. When we get to that 5th base is ByuN, and again, he's definitely resigned himself to playing a pretty stable game here at the moment. +3 ship weapons is about to complete. We do have the High Templars and the Carriers all coming up. The Bio, actually a good chunk of units heading to the top right. Maybe that's what we need, ByuN, to do something to move Clem around, but it looks like he was just checking for that base. It's not there. Is that the position when he's like, oh cool, he doesn't have the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the 7th base location on this side of the map? You know what, I'm okay then. Let's go back to sitting on 5 bases. That's what ByuN's about right now. There's a few more command centers come on through. The anti-air scenario right now from ByuN is 8 Vikings. 10 libs are pretty good against the interceptors, as those Stalkers are stuck over here. And then obviously still got the Ghosts and a handful of Marines. ByuN now sees just how committed this air army is. He instantly starts one more Viking. He starts missile turrets as well. So yeah, he's really realizing just how much Clem has carrier-wise. I don't think he was quite ready for Clem to be this well set up. That's a good storm, but it's going to start killing interceptors as, I guess, we move kind of through it now. A couple of Liberators absolutely delete a couple of units that were there. Jesus. Those Vikings are not having a good time. We're now building 5 Vikings at a time, but there's none left on the map. ByuN to the top right side will find a Nexus, will find that base. That's great. Clem is still lurking around with an army that's going to be very difficult to fight. We've seen Tempest on the way now as well to give us a bit of range fighting, so we can kind of poke from afar. Ooh, ByuN is trying to fight onto that. I don't know if that's really something you want to do at the moment. Like I say, I'm pretty afraid of this just... I mean, this air army is powerful at the end of the day, as ByuN actually just get a recount on this Nexus. Clem was on his way to cleaning this up, and ByuN just said, nope, you built that Nexus a teeny bit too soon. I'm going to not let you have it that easily. Nuh-uh. Tempest building plus 3 air weapons still coming up as well. You see the biomedivac coming over, the rest of the army coming around, still centralizing just for a second or two as Clem tries to stabilize himself, tries to ready himself. Gonna knock our way onto a few rocks. The Stalker's gonna go in after the factory. Knock that down in that top left side. ByuN gonna start focusing maybe some pushes towards these bottom left bases. Again, very close together with bases now as ByuN takes the bottom left, and obviously Clem has bases there as well. It's kind of an interesting standoff because realistically as ByuN, it'd be nice if you could stop Clem having that these bases here. I don't know if Clem needs to keep them because he could just expand top right instead. So there's kind of still options on the map. I do think the Tempests are very important. The problem is, as you make more Tempests, they're great at poking from afar. But if the big fight breaks out, the Tempests become much weaker very quickly because they're not designed to fight in a short period of time. So if a big fight breaks out, those Tempests are immediately weaker. So as Clem, you need to try and keep this army away. And I'm actually not sure, I mean, you still have 9 High Templar. I think that's important because I actually do think we need the Storms to be available because realistically you want to try and keep these units from closing in on you. And that's what Storm is going to be very good at. Those High Templars do not become the Archon. The defense here is no good. And this top right base is once again an issue. We're actually going to recall here defensively with a bunch of units. Does that instigate ByuN to attack elsewhere? That's going to be an easy cleanup from Clem. Everything that goes down, ByuN replaced with a Viking Ghost. We are going to move forward. EMPs and these carriers are on their own. There's a storm finally coming down, but it took a little second or two. That's a slow warping over there as well, as Clem is, like I say, just a little bit separated, choosing to recall a portion of the army so that he had units still over here where warping Stalkers, which obviously can get underneath those Vikings, but this is exactly what Clem didn't want. A big fight that happens quickly. Suddenly Clem's bank account is drained, by the way. This entire air army basically wiped out and for no real good. Like, he barely took any good fights with this. And ByuN gets a major cleanup. Again, forcing the recall top right, getting Clem out of position there, and he capitalizes in the bottom left. Big win for ByuN on that trade out. Can he keep it going? More libs on the way. Clem's going to go back into Tempest. Those carriers really felt like they did nothing. It's so rare. You talk about carriers and you're like, well, they didn't do much. I mean, they really didn't do much in this scenario. Those Vikings patrolling an SCV is like, let's repair you. Stay still. Like, no, we're ready to go fight again. It's like, you can't go fight until you're fully repaired. Ah, freaking Vikings, man. Never so antsy. Ready to fight every moment. I can't believe we're in another long game between these two players. This series really did here. Wait, you don't think we're the series of the day so far? Let us fix that. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Nuke! Kaboom! Not just on cannons. We actually killed some Stalkers. That's why I'm so excited about it. EMPs just came down. A lot of High Templar missing their energy right here. As we need to take a moment and knock down these libs. I think Clem... I mean, this duel in the bottom left is costing him dearly. He is losing so much in this affair. Resources lost about 10k favorable to ByuN, so it is important that overall Clem mines more. But yeah, at what point are you kind of in trouble for kind of continuing to fight here? That Viking count is bullying the Tempest as well. Like, they're just stepping forward and saying, well, come on then, let's take this trade. Nice Storm actually goes behind the Vikings, so if the Vikings want to get away, they have to move through it. And now that keeps the Vikings back a few seconds to give you the chance to play cleanup on the Liberators. So that's a big deal as well. Again, it's about kind of dropping the Storm and then using that space it's created. Because it lasts for longer now, there is that kind of factor. It's a difficult thing to do, though. You know, to be like, oh, if I put it here, you can't attack me then, so I can reach with these Tempests now. I don't know how this bottom left base is, I was going to say still alive. I guess it's not really alive for long. Again, Clem just forward with all his High Templar. Gonna eat that EMP. He does drop another Storm in. A lot of units actually walked into the Storm there for a moment or two. We have another EMP available. Yes, we do, because the Storm was still available on that army. Clem is trying to spread and fight. He's got no Storms left. Disruptor Shot going to gland for 2 Ghosts and a Marine, I believe. Nice connection there as ByuN has a... Excuse me. ByuN has a lot of minerals, but honestly not that much gas right now. Let me take a drink before I actually lose my voice. Tempest from afar, Medivacs taking some hits. Missile turrets falling. Tempest doing a good job here. And Marines, Vikings all the way up. We're going to mule it heavily in that top right side. Any resource you can take ASAP is a big deal. realistically right now. Going to be able to get that ghost as well. So grab that, especially when they're cheeky and trying to drop nukes on you. Don't want to let that happen if you can avoid it. Oh, Clem going to find ByuN. Okay, we're base trading all of a sudden. As ByuN runs across the map, what does Clem have defensively? Can he hold on against this? Obviously, we've got to get rid of this planetary fortress here. There's no way you let this live. As you see the Tempest get rid of the Liberators. Everything else can step forward more comfortably now. It's taken a while, but we will get rid of this base. ByuN got rid of one base in return. Does Clem have enough to go for another base? That location is set up with units. Oh, these High Templar don't do what they need to, and they go down. We've seen multiple times High Templar on this upper right base not getting what they need before they get jumped on and before they get destormed. Clem's still pushing through the bottom side, though. I actually think he's got good pressure here. Double planetary in position to try and hold that location. That's how important and how desperate ByuN is to hold this position. Tempest with the shots from afar. The Vikings trying to reach. It's a good storm location right there, no? Right where that Bioforce wants to run through to kind of close the gap. And that's a good storm as well, because that's exactly what I'm talking about, because that's exactly where you stop those Vikings from chasing naturally where they want to be in dead airspace. That storm now zones them for a while and gives you this time the retreat, but maybe also the chance to get a shot or two off as well. Still moving about. Clem looking for a chance onto this army. I'm just going to grab the EMP on the Observer right there. Going to take that out. ByuN still has a ton of minerals, but he is low on gas. The problem is, what can you really do with minerals here as ByuN? Missile turrets, maybe? Might be worth adding a few. I'm trying to take the base that ByuN just lost. That's not going to be allowed. ByuN says no, no, no. ByuN does have that one base in the top right side. Obviously got rid of some base to Clem. Clem's really, this bottom left is very important for him now, because that is the majority of Clem's mining at this stage. He really needs to kind of cling on to this. The Vikings taking a step or two forward. EMP's all over, man. We're not hitting a storm at all. It's Clem there. This army at the top is going through again. Clem is going to find one storm finally, but not enough. And he actually might have to recall home. But if he recalls home, yeah, then this base is in trouble. ByuN going to bully his way down on the bottom side again. Storm comes through. I mean, I don't know if Clem can really hold this position, but the thing is, if he backs off, it's only going to be another of his bases that come under fire straight away anyway. I wouldn't care so much about that location for Clem, but he's obviously getting cut off from his main base, and you can't just give up your production. EMP onto those Zealots as they warp in. We do have storms available here. Going to drop one down, push that army away a little bit, and it's going to remain for a little while. A lot of High Templars actually dropping some storms here, and I mean, obviously storm alone is not a defense anymore. Doesn't do enough to just be its own kind of defense, so you need a few units there as well. And that's what Clem is struggling to find in that top side of the map. Resources are kind of getting drained for Clem. He is still mining bottom left bases. What he maybe needs is maybe to get some Zealots into that top right base that ByuN is mining from. Will run by. I mean, I know he's not rich right now, but that's the sort of thing that can also, obviously it may cost you, but it's also going to hurt ByuN in a big way. Take a chance. These are freebies. Viking Liberator misrallied. We're in a game where every bit of gas counts, and that's going to hurt a little bit. Big EMP. Storms, though. Storms actually hitting hard, and ByuN's going to have to run out of that, or stand in them. Decide what you want to do. He's going to run back through the storm, so that means he's going to take some damage, and Clem chasing. Disruptor shot into the center. It's not good enough to kill ByuN, but it is going to get rid of a bunch of units and give Clem a supply lead, as now this Liberator back to the bottom. Clem going to clean that up. Units coming back from the top from ByuN as he tries to gather everything together. We're 120 army supply each here. It's a very close game, because these armies are so close and there's not a lot of rebuild potential. ByuN has a lot of ways to build Marines. Marines are not going to win you this game, realistically. Like, maybe if you trade super evenly, like 10 Marines after will do okay, but that's not a realistic scenario. Good snipes on the High Templar, knocking those down. As the Ghosts get active once again, the probes are going to get sieged upon, and this mineral line is going to be in trouble, and Clem cannot afford to lose mining right now, and he does not have a way to really easily clean up the Liberator. Has to send a Tempest. That will take a little bit of time. Finds some storms over here, drops all over the place. ByuN actually stands in that one, moves through that one. Clem trying to jump in with the rest of these units. The Tempests are going to try and go running. Here comes the rest of Clem's army. There's not really much getaway from ByuN. Low HP, does have to stim. One medevac can't lift everything up. At the same time, though, we're starting to lose this base. That's also important because every bit of mining still counts. We are going to drop the storm, and that helps to push him away. Clem continue to chase back through. Marine medevac on the way up. 11 Marines, like I say, it's all we can really build right now, and that concerns me because the less tech units we're having, the better Clem's army looks right here. And I think we're getting to a point where Clem's tech army is actually just too good for what ByuN is able to build at this stage. 32 minutes deep here on Winter Madness. Well, it's been a madness kind of game. Stalkers get under the Vikings. A couple of those go down. 115 army supply apiece. It is, again, just Marines on the way, but ByuN's getting the top right bases, and he's going to get gases, and he could maybe afford some more tech units, and Clem's not really been in a position to take those bases away from ByuN. And what's also kind of a big deal is that Clem takes the bottom base, but don't forget, ByuN mined from some of that, so it is missing some resources. Just in case it did come down to final resources, like that might matter. It's still about a 10,000 resources loss difference right now, so we're still kind of just hanging in there. Pretty similar to what it's been for a while. The Vikings move back. Ghost Marine, Viking, all on the way through, getting set up at the moment. We have ourselves a few more units just on the way. 6 Vikings at a time from ByuN is huge. Again, getting something that can really deal with this. Big push up to the top, and Clem has to decide how much he spends on kind of going back there to defend, because if you move too much, it's going to clean up easily. And then ByuN dives on these bases over here, and that's the issue. Scan comes down on Clem's army, so Clem is going to be seen, and ByuN starts to make the move in both locations, and again starts to strip Clem of this mining. Wow, those gases top right are such a big deal. ByuN getting those bases online is an absolute game changer at this point in time. Clem is truly starting to lose production here. Nice storm on that ramp, and ByuN kind of wanders into it for a few moments. Stalker still trading out. Marauders will go down. Do we have enough? Oh my god. A DT shows up. Where have the DTs been? Built Dark Shrine a long time ago. They've not really been super active or super viable, but hey, let's get some DTs over here maybe. I think Clem forgot he had a Dark Shrine, honestly. I kind of forgot. He built that so long ago, like 15 minutes ago, and was that the first DT we've seen? He's lost 2 DTs all game, like almost pretty much yes. Funnily enough, it's he knows it's coming. Beautiful scan, beautiful spot from ByuN. I mean, that's crazy. We're 34 minutes in the game where we're scanning a DT essentially mid-map. I mean, come on. That's ridiculous. Scan comes down. Storm comes down here. Oh my god, the Vikings have to split, but they split into more Storm. Uh-oh, the Vikings are taking a beating right now. Clem gets underneath them with the Harkons. Oh my god, ByuN just lost so much of his tech army. Oh my god, can we stop the air army anymore with no Vikings left? Maybe not. Planetary Fortress is going to be jumped upon here. We get rid of this location. That's really a defensive position more than anything else. ByuN is still trying to play around elsewhere on the map. Force Clem to split apart once again. That was a good fight for Clem, resetting that Viking count all the way down to 1 Viking on the map currently. And that gives these Tempests so much power as Clem starts to step on through. We are going to have the bio moving up over here. There's too many units. Clem, I don't know how you defend this position right now. He's going to pull his army back. But again, you pull the army back and then you open the door for everything else. This is what ByuN needs to do. Clem goes for a split. That's a very scary split. That looks like a lot of Terran compared to what there is Protoss-wise in that force. Chasing in, High Templar gets caught, Disruptor gets pushed away. Is Clem going to lose his bases down over there? He is going to get, obviously, a very good cleanup here. He's going to pick up a lot of units, dropping storms. We do load up. That's annoying. The last thing we want right now is to have to, go further into this base to deal with it. I think that Tempest might just handle it, as ByuN, though, is between the important mining bases of Clem. Clem up 20 army supply, though. Maybe if Clem can just get across here and fight, maybe he can just push through to win right now. He would love to just get to that top right set of bases. A DT right now would be great, but he's super poor. A few Zealots are so risky because, again, you don't know what's over there defensively. Clem has units just arriving from all over the place. Those few units step through the storm. They don't really have much of a choice, as we do have Clem trying to get back in. He knows this is his time to push. He knows how much he's just cleaned out, and he's got to know as well that his base count is not looking pretty. And again, those top right bases are huge. What if Clem gets over there with the main army? Does then ByuN just initiate a base trade? That's probably terrifying for Clem as well. This base is almost mined out. He's going to move it to the next base along where there's 2 fresh gases. Clem can't let this happen. He needs to stop this ASAP. He needs to stop the top right of the map. And guess what? He's going over there. Or he was, but now he's turning around because he's afraid of losing his own bases. So this orbital is going to be landing. I don't think we can stop that. High Templar needs to find a good storm right now, plain and simple. So many SCVs there. We just need something that can shut it down. Clem realizing just how much mining is available in that position. Storm gets a couple more units. Actually saved his own Zealots from the storm. The Medivacs pull away. 103 to 97 army supply. Remember that ByuN is basically just building so much more. Resources lost is now 77 to 68k. Clem clone it back efficiency-wise. He needs to go top right. I just don't think we care about the bottom left base. Like, we do, but can we truly justify trying to defend them at this stage? I don't know if we can. Like I say, there's been times where a couple of units top right would have been incredible, but we've missed those opportunities because ByuN has done such a good job of being the one to actually control this game. Clem now is aiming for the top right. What I'm scared about here is that ByuN's army's actually over here. Oh my god, what an EMP on all the High Templar in the background! The Ghost Cloak finds massive damage, and all of a sudden, ByuN may be looking for the fight. He decides to go for this stimming in the Tempest turning doing their thing. One storm to try and save this day, and it has lasted so long! It's doing so much damage, ByuN ends up split. Clem is actually somehow winning this fight. The Archons are doing huge amounts. The Tempests are gathering from the back, and they are putting the work in, and these Tempests fly on through. 6 new Vikings from ByuN, but he's down 30 army supply. One more EMP. The Tempests don't care though. The Archons don't care. Stalkers under the medevacs, and we are gonna kill absolutely everything for the GG. ByuN gets the fight of a lifetime to start it off, but it doesn't matter because Clem is able to turn it around and take game 5 to win the series, go to the semis. What the actual did we just watch? Jesus. I know you guys choose Rainor, Kua, Clem, ByuN, both series of the day. Holy crap. Lost after the best EMP I've ever seen. I think that's truly like he hit the EMP, stood in one storm, but he actually just had a bad army. Like, his army was techless because of all that time we were talking about him having minerals but no gas. He didn't actually have an army to fight. Clem's like, oh, you took the fight of a lifetime. Brilliant. It's a fight. That's what I want. Holy shit. That was actually ridiculous. Actually ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, how do you even say anything else about that? Yo, Soul Man, thank you so much for the 500 bits. Thank you for the awesome hosting the day. GG's everyone. Thank you so much for the 500 bits. What's the answer to Tempest? Well, having enough Vikings. I mean, realistically, if ByuN didn't lose all the Vikings, like, Clem's army was not having a good time. It just comes that you can pinpoint so many different moments in this game. So much change. Yo, Zergburger, thank you for the $20 super chat on the YouTube. Thanks. No worries. Thank you so much for supporting and going one step further and donating as well. Freaking amazing. Guys, today's been incredible. We have had like 2,500 viewers right now. It's been so long since we've had even close to that kind of viewership. So thank you so much for a ridiculous day viewership-wise. We are here tomorrow for more. The ads have already started. I was like desperately pressing snooze on the ads to try and stop them from playing during the end of that game, and we just about made it. Like, that fight happened just as it needed to before we had ads mid-game, because I was out of snoozes, I was out of way to delay them. But yeah, if you can still hear me, I'll wait for the ads to end to say a couple of things again. But thank you so much for watching. Obviously, it's been a ridiculous day. Like, 2,500 viewers across Twitch and YouTube is actually pretty bonkers. That really doesn't happen a lot. And yeah, I mean, honestly, just ridiculous games. Like, plain and simple. There's no other way to phrase it than, like, we just watched absolute, utter carnage happen. Like, this was actually, I can't say any other way, man. Like, it was actually just silly. This was actually just a silly set of games that was super cool. Sometimes we're just blessed with great StarCraft 2. If you guys missed Rainor Cure, go watch Rainor Cure. That was also an amazing series. I actually think Clem ByuN beats it out for series of the day, but it's really hard to say. It's really genuinely so hard to say because they were both sick. Absolutely insane. Oh, guys, if you're on the YouTube should be out of ads. If you're on the YouTube, thank you so much for watching. One more time, please hit the subscribe button. We've actually gained so many subs today, which is amazing. If we can keep that momentum up of gaining subs on YouTube, we could genuinely do some really cool things, I think, viewership-wise on YouTube. So If you don't sub already on YouTube, please consider it. We're actually making the push to 50,000 YouTube subs a real thing the last few days with the YouTube momentum, so do that if you can. We super appreciate it. Hit the like before you leave. There will be a YouTube upload in about 8 minutes. I'm going to be just making the thumbnail for that right now and then putting it live, so there will be a YouTube upload in 8 minutes, which is Serral versus Hero. So if you want to watch some more good StarCraft 2, you can go watch Serral Hero. That's going to be live in 8 minutes on the YouTube. So yeah, if you need more reason to watch more StarCraft 2, there it is. So that'll be up, like I said, top of the hour on the YouTube channel, Serral versus Hero. And then, yeah, if you're watching on Twitch, you've probably just come out of ads. Thank you so much for watching. If you do enjoy, hit the follow button. Hit the follow button. If you're really enjoying, you can obviously subscribe to the channel. Use your primes. I'm sure there's a bunch of you who have a prime right now that does not belong to a channel yet. Use it if you can. Allow us to do more StarCraft. And my final bid is to ask you guys to check out the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of any pledge on Patreon goes directly into tournament prize pools. If you've enjoyed the super sick games today, give us some money on Patreon and let us give more money to players to get more games like this in the future. Check that out. I appreciate it. When is the Hero Serral from? It's from Maestros of the Game playoffs. It is about a month old. That's where the YouTube is at backlog. I'm basically going to finish the Maestros of the Game YouTube uploads. And once the Maestros of the Game YouTube uploads are done, we're going to scrap all the tournaments we've done between and just go straight to like this week of StarCraft and just get the new games up on YouTube from here. But those games have great players, and we can't not upload like Serral Hero, Serral Clem, blah blah blah. You know, we got to upload games that involve those guys. So yes, thank you so much for watching. That is, I think, all of the sellouts said. Thank you so much, Defiance RTS on the Prime sub. Super appreciate you. Thank you so much, Merzik07 for the 3-month resub on the Prime as well. Appreciate you too. Thank you for supporting, guys. It was a fantastic day of SE2. It was. Oh, we even have Ellie to wrap the day up. You here to wrap the day up, Ellie? Come on, come say bye to the stream. Come on, because you're super fluffy today. Come on, forget. Oh, there we are. There she is. The beautiful girl who's extremely fluffy today. Great job. Or, I mean, what? Are you here to sell out? You're here to check for me enough money for you to have treats? I see. Lovely. I'll come play with you in 2 minutes, babes. 2 minutes. I just need to do my YouTube thumbnail. Yeah, I'm literally that close to being done. Okay? It's like, okay. Yeah, that's it, guys. I appreciate you all. Thanks for watching. And I will see you guys tomorrow for the rest of the playoffs. Appreciate you all. I'll find someone to host on Twitch. I'll do that very soon. Just as I get a couple things wrapped up. And I'll see you guys later. Thanks so much for watching. See you guys later. Have a great rest of your day. Bye-bye. Thanks for being awesome. What a great day. Could not have asked for better. Oh, ZG? Oh, is ZG's qualifier live? Stream starting soon. Even better. Oh my god, you guys can go watch ZG doing the Safe House qualifier. She's doing an offline, well, she's doing a casting offline event in Vegas. The players play online, but they cast offline in like a little thing. It's like a fun party thing. It's cool. You guys can watch the qualifier. I'm sure she'll tell you more about it. I'll send you guys over to ZG as soon as we're done, guys. In a minute or two. Thank you so much. I'll see you guys later. Bye.